Section 38 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 38. The Arrival of Aeneas in Italy by Virgil, from translation of Christopher Pearse Cranch. After long years of wandering about on the sea, Aeneas comes at last to the coast of Latium, sails joyfully up the Tiber, and moors his vessels to the grassy bank. Now Latinus, the king of Latium, has a fair daughter Lavinia, who is sought in marriage by many a suitor. The favored one among them is Turnus. But the gods have declared with terrible omens that not Turnus, but a stranger from over the seas, is to be her husband. The jesting remark of Iulus that they are eating up their tables recalls to his father Aeneas a prophecy that has greatly alarmed him, but as he now sees, without need, your Italy ye shall find with winds invoked, and sail into her ports. But ere ye gird your city with its walls by famine dire, for this your outrage ye shall be compelled to gnaw the very boards on which you eat. The Editor. Aeneas, fair Iulus, and the chiefs, under the branches of a tall tree, stretched their limbs, arranged the banquet, and beneath their viands on the grass placed wheaten cakes. Jove so disposed their thought, and on this base of Ceres' gifts wild fruits were heaped. It chanced, all else being eaten, here their scant supply forced them upon their slender biscuit store to turn their appetites, and violate with daring hand and hungry tooth the disks of fated bread, nor spare their ample squares. What, are we eating up our tables too? Iulus cried, nor further led the jest. That word dispelled their cares. His father caught the meaning from the speaker's lips, amazed at its divine significance, and mused a while thereon, then suddenly exclaimed, Hail, land for me, predestined by the fates, and you, ye true Penates of our Troy, hail! Here our home and here our country lies, for now I do recall to mind my sire Anchises told this secret of the fates. When, O my son, driven upon unknown shores, your food exhausted, you are forced to eat your tables in your hunger, weary and worn, remember then to hope a steadfast home, and found your walls, and build a rampart round. This was that hunger, this remained, the last ending our sufferings. Come then, and blithe of heart, soon as tomorrow's sun shall rise, let us find out by different ways what men inhabit here, and where their cities stand. Now pour your cups to Jove, and call upon Anchises, and replace the festal wine. Thus having spoken, with a leafy branch he wreathes his brows. The genius of the place invokes Entellus, first of gods, the nymphs and rivers yet unknown, then night and all night's orient stars, Ide and Jove, and next the Phrygian mother and his parents twain in heaven and in the shades of Erebus. Here the omnipotent Father in the heights thrice thundered and displayed a cloud that burned with light and gold, and waved it in his hand before them. Suddenly the rumor spread among the Trojan bands that now the day had come when they should found their destined walls. With emulation they renew the feast, rejoicing in the mighty omens given, and set the bowls and crown the wine with flowers. Soon as the early morning lit the earth, the city and the confines and the coast by different ways they explore, discovering here the waters of Numicius spring, and here the river Tiber, and the towns where dwelt the hardy Latins. Then Aeneas sends 100 envoys, chosen from all ranks, to the king's city, bearing in their hands branches of Pallas olive tree, enwreathed with fillets, charged with gifts and overtures of peace. Without delay they haste to do their errand with fleet steps, while he himself marks out a rude trench where a wall shall be, and builds upon the spot, and girds about his first seat on these shores with palisade and rampart in the fashion of a camp. And now, their journey o'er, the warriors see the Latins' lofty houses and their towers, and pass beneath the wall. Before the gates were boys and youths in the first flower of life, riding their steeds, or taming them to draw the chariot on the dusty course; and some were bending the stout bow, or hurling spears, or challenging each other to the race or cestus, when a mounted messenger appears, who to the aged king brings word that men of mighty stature and strange garb approach. The king commands them to be called into his palace, and there takes his seat on his ancestral throne. An edifice of stately form and spacious size there stood upon the city's summit, lifting up 100 columns, once the royal seat of Picus, shadowed round with solemn trees and the religion of ancestral times. Here, to receive the scepter and to raise the first signs of their royal sway, was deemed by kings an omen that betokened good. This was their senate house. Here sacred feasts were held, when, having sacrificed a ram, the fathers at the extended tables sat. Here statues of their ancestors were ranged, of ancient cedar carved. Here Italus, Father Sabinus, planter of the vine, with crooked pruning knife, and Saturn old, and Janus double-faced, all stood within the vestibule, and other kings of old, who, fighting for their country, suffered wounds. And here upon the sacred pillars hung armor and captive chariots, and the keen curved battle axe, and flowing helmet crests, and mighty bars of city gates, and spears and shields, and beaks of ships torn off. Here, too, his augur's wand held in his hand, and girt with scanty garment of the seer, a shield upon his arm, Picus himself, tamer of horses, sat, whom Circe once, enamored, changed with touch of golden wand and charms of magic herbs into a bird. Within this sacred place Latinus takes his seat on his forefather's throne, and summons in the Trojans; and they, having entered, thus with tranquil mien he speaks: "Say, Dardan chiefs, for you to us are not unknown, your race, your city, and your voyage o'er the deep. What seek ye here? What cause, what urgent need across such breadths of azure seas has borne your ships and brought you to the Ausonian shores? If by some error in your course, or driven by tempests, such as sailors oft endure upon the ocean, ye have entered here our river banks to settle in our ports, then do not shun our hospitality, but know the Latins to be Saturn's race, not by constraint of bonds or laws kept just, but in the fashion of the ancient god, holding their faith and honor by free will. And I indeed a legend do recall to mind, obscured somewhat by lapse of years, told by Araucans old, that from these lands came Dardanus, and the Idaean cities reached of Phrygia, and the Thracian Samos, now called Samothrace. He, leaving Corythus, now in the starry courts of heaven is throned, and adds another altar to the gods. He said, and Ilioneus thus replied: "O king of Faunus, the illustrious son, we come not to your shores by tempest driven, nor from our course direct has any star nor any coast misled us. We have all with purpose fixed, and of our own free will come to your city, driven out from realms the mightiest once the sun in all his course beheld. From Jove our origin, in Jove their ancestor the Dardan youth rejoice. Our king himself, Trojan Aeneas, born of that high race, has sent us to your gates. How great a storm, outpoured by ruthless Greeks on the Idaean plains, by what fates driven Europe and Asia clashed, e'en he has heard, if such there be, who in the extremest lands of earth, by circling ocean sundered far from all his kind, or in the midmost heats of scorching suns, is shut from other zones. Swept by that deluge over seas so vast, some small abode for our country's gods we ask, some inoffensive shore, and what stands free to all, the waves and air. We shall not bring dishonor to your realm, nor lightly esteemed shall be your fame, nor for such favor done our grateful feelings ever be effaced. Nor shall the Ausonians ever grieve that Troy was taken to their lap. By Aeneas' fates, I swear, and by his strong right hand, in faith of friendship and in arms alike approved, many a nation, nay, despise us not, that thus of our free will, with suppliant speech, we come bearing these fillets in our hands, has sought to join us to itself. But fate divine commanded us to seek these lands of yours. Here Dardanus was born, and here Apollo calls us back with urgent voice to Tuscan Tiber and the sacred wave of the Numician fount. Gifts too we bring, small remnants of our former fortunes, snatched from burning Troy. Out of this golden bowl Father Anchises poured the sacred wine. And these were Priam's, when he sat and gave the assembled people laws. This scepter his, and this tiara, and these robes were wrought by Trojan women. While he spoke, the king sat motionless, his looks fixed on the ground, and rolled his eyes in thought. Nor broidery of purple wrought, nor Priam's scepter moved the monarch, as the marriage of his child absorbs his mind, revolving in his breast the oracle of Faunus. This is he, come from a foreign land, by fates foretold to be his son-in-law, and called to rule the realm with auspices that equaled his, whose future race, for valorous deeds renowned, should by its prowess dominate the world. At length with joy he speaks: "May the great gods speed their own augury and our design. Trojan, we grant what thou dost ask, nor spurn thy gifts. While I am king, you shall not want of fertile soil, or wealth like that of Troy. But let Aeneas come himself, if such desire be his to ally himself with us. Let him not shun our friendly countenance. Part of our peaceful league 'twill be to have touched your king's right hand. Now bear this message back to him: I have a daughter whom to unite in marriage with a prince of our own race, the fateful voices from my father's shrine, and many a warning sign from heaven forbid. From foreign shores a son-in-law should come. This fate, they say, for Latium is in store, who mingling race with ours, shall lift our name to starry heights. That this is he the fates require, I must believe, and if my mind foreshadow aught of truth, him I desire." He said, and to each Trojan gives a steed. Within his royal stall 300 stood, with glossy skins. To every one in turn a swift wing-footed courser overspread with housings of embroidered purple cloth, and golden chains are hung upon their breasts, and decked with gold, on golden bits they champ. A chariot to the absent prince he gives, also a pair of harnessed steeds of blood ethereal, from their nostrils breathing flame. Born of that spurious race, which Circe bred by stealth, without the knowledge of her sire. With gifts and words like these, the sons of Troy upon their steeds return with peaceful news. End of section 38. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 39 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 4. Greece and Rome. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 39. How Rome was Founded. 753 BC by Jacob Abbott. Aeneas married Lavinia, the daughter of Latinus, and in her honor he gave the name of Lavinium to the city, which he built. He was succeeded by Ascanius, who built Alba Longa. 300 years later, one Amulius managed to drive from the throne his brother, Numitor, the rightful king. He killed Numitor's son and made his daughter, Rhea Silvia, a priestess of Vesta. These priestesses were forbidden to marry, and therefore Amulius thought that there would be no heir to disturb him. One day, however, he learned that Rhea Silvia was the mother of twin sons, whose father was the god Mars. Amulius put her to death and ordered the babies to be thrown into the Tiber. The man to whom this order was given seems to have felt some compassion for the children, and to have left them in a pool made by the overflow of the river. The water soon subsided and left the twins on dry land, but crying with hunger. A she-wolf heard them, bore them to her den, and nursed them, as if they had been her own cubs. They were taken away from her by a shepherd named Faustulus, who brought them up as his own children. After they were grown up, they learned that they were grandsons of the king. They called together their shepherd friends, put the usurper to death, and placed their grandfather on the throne. Then they set to work to build a city for themselves. The Editor. There were 7 distinct hills on the ground, which was subsequently included within the limits of Rome. Between and among these hills the river meandered by, sweeping in graceful curves, and at one point, near the center of what is now the city, the stream passed very near the foot of one of the elevations called the Palatine Hill. Here was the spot where the wooden ark in which Romulus and Remus had been set adrift had been thrown upon the shore. The sides of the hill were steep, and between it and the river there was in one part a deep morass. Romulus thought, on surveying the ground with Remus his brother, that this was the best spot for building the city. They could set apart a sufficient space of level ground around the foot of the hill for the houses, enclosing the whole with a wall. While the top of the hill itself might be fortified to form the citadel, the wall and the steep acclivity of the ground would form a protection on 3 sides of the enclosure, while the morass alone would be a sufficient defense on the part toward the river. Then Romulus was specially desirous to select this spot as the site, as it was here that he and his brother had been saved from destruction in so wonderful a manner. Remus, however, did not concur in these views. A little further down the stream there was another elevation called the Aventine Hill, which seemed to him more suitable for the site of a town. The sides were less precipitous, and thus were more convenient for building ground. Then the land in the immediate vicinity was better adapted to the purposes which they had in view. In a word, the Aventine Hill was, as Remus thought, for every substantial reason, much the best locality. And as for the fact of their having been washed ashore at the foot of the other hill, it was in his opinion an insignificant circumstance, wholly unworthy of being taken seriously into the account it laying the foundation of a city. The brothers, therefore, having each expressed his preference in respect to the best place for the city, were equally unwilling to recede from the ground which they had taken. Remus thought that there was no reason why he should yield to Romulus, and Romulus was equally unwilling to give way to Remus. Neither could yield, in fact, without in some sense admitting the superiority of the other. The respective partisans of the two leaders began to take sides, and the dissension threatened to become a serious quarrel. Finally, being not quite ready for an open rupture, they concluded to refer the question to Numitor, and to abide by his decision. They expected that he would come and view the ground, and so decide where it was best that the city should be built, and thus terminate the controversy. But Numitor was too sagacious to hazard the responsibility of deciding between two such equally matched and powerful opponents. He endeavored to soothe and quiet the excited feelings of his grandsons, and finally recommended to them to appeal to augury to decide the question. Augury was a mode of ascertaining the divine will in respect to questions of expediency or duty, by means of certain prognostications and signs. These omens were of various kinds, but perhaps the most common were the appearances observed in watching the flight of birds through the air. It was agreed between Remus and Romulus, in accordance with the advice of Numitor, that the question at issue between them should be decided in this way. They were to take their stations on the two hills respectively, the Palatine and the Aventine, and watch for vultures. It was, to certain appearances, indicated in the flight of these birds, such as the number that were seen at a time, the quarter of the heavens in which they appeared, the direction in which they flew, as from left to right or from right to left, that the people of Numitor's day were accustomed to look for omens and auguries. So Romulus and Remus took their stations on the hills which they had severely chosen, each surrounded by a company of his own adherents and friends, and began to watch the skies. It was agreed that the decision of the question between the two hills should be determined by the omens which should appear to the respective observers stationed upon them. But it happened, unfortunately, that the rules for the interpretation of auguries and omens were far too indefinite and vague to answer the purpose for which they were now appealed to. The most unequivocal distinctness and directness in giving its responses is a very essential requisite in any tribunal that is called upon, as an umpire, to settle disputes, while the ancient auguries and oracles were always susceptible of a great variety of interpretations. When Remus and Romulus commenced their watch, no vultures were to be seen from either hill. They waited till evening, still none appeared. They continued to watch through the night. In the morning a messenger came over from the Palatine hill to Remus on the Aventine, informing him that vultures had appeared to Romulus. Remus did not believe it. At last, however, the birds really came into view. A flock of 6 were seen by Remus, and afterward one of 12 by Romulus. The observations were then suspended, and the parties came together to confer in respect to the result. But the dispute, instead of being settled, was found to be in a worse condition than ever. The point now to be determined was whether 6 vultures seen first, or 12 seen afterward, were the better omen. That is, whether numbers or simple priority of appearance should decide the question. In contending in respect to this nice point, the brothers became more angry with each other than ever. Their respective partisans took sides in the contest, which resulted finally in an open and violent collision. Romulus and Remus themselves seem to have commenced the affray by attacking one another. Faustulus, their foster father, who, from having had the care of them from their earliest infancy, felt for them in almost parental affection, rushed between them to prevent them from shedding each other's blood. He was struck down and killed on the spot by some unknown hand. A brother of Faustulus, too, named Plistinus, who had lived near him, and had known the boys from their infancy, and had often assisted in taking care of them, was killed in the endeavor to aid his brother to appease the tumult. At length the disturbance was quelled. The result of the conflict, however, to show that Romulus and his party were the strongest. Romulus accordingly went on to build the walls of the city at the spot which he had first chosen. The lines were marked out, and the excavations were commenced with great ceremony. In laying out the work, the first thing to be done was to draw the lines of what was called the pomerium. The pomerium was a sort of symbolical wall, and was formed simply by turning a furrow with a plough all around the city, at a considerable distance from the real walls, for the purpose, not of establishing lines of defense, but of marking out what were to be the limits of the corporation, so to speak, for legal and ceremonial purposes. The pomorium included a much greater space than the real walls, and the people were allowed to build houses anywhere within this outer enclosure, or even without it, though not very near to it. Those who built thus were, of course, not protected in case of an attack, and of course they would, in such case, be compelled to abandon their houses, and retreat for safety within the proper walls. So Romulus proceeded to mark out the pomerium of the city, employing in the work the ceremonies customary on such occasions. The plough used was made of copper, and for a team to draw it a bullock and a heifer were yoked together. Men appointed for the purpose followed the plough, and carefully turned over the clods toward the wall of the city. This seems to have been considered an essential part of the ceremony. At the places where roads were to pass in toward the gates of the city, the plough was lifted out of the ground and carried over the requisite space, so as to leave the turf at those points unbroken. This was a necessary precaution, for there was a certain consecrating influence that was exerted by this ceremonial ploughing, which hallowed the ground wherever it passed in a manner that would very seriously interfere with its usefulness as a public road. The form of the space enclosed by the pomerium, as Romulus ploughed it, was nearly square, and it included not merely the Palatine Hill itself, but a considerable portion of level land around it. Though Romulus thus seemed to have conquered in the strife with Remus, the difficulty was not yet fully settled. Remus was very little disposed to acquiesce in his brother's assumed superiority over him. He was sullen, morose, and ill at ease, and was inclined to take little part in the proceedings which were going on. Finally, an occasion occurred which produced a crisis, and brought the rivalry and enmity of the brothers suddenly and forever to an end. Remus was one day standing by a part of the wall which his brothers' workmen were building, and expressing, in various ways, and with great freedom, his opinions of his brothers' plans, and finally he began to speak contemptuously of the wall which the workmen were building. Romulus all the time was standing by. At length, in order to enforce what he said about the insufficiency of the work, Remus leaped over a portion of it, saying, "This is the way the enemy will leap over your wall." Hereupon Romulus seized a mattock from the hands of one of the laborers, and struck his brother down to the ground with it, saying, "And this is the way that we will kill them if they do." Remus was killed by the blow. End of section 39. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 40 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 40, The Contest between the Horatii and the Curiatii, about 650 B.C., by Livy. Tullus Hostilius, the king who succeeded Numa, thought that his people would become dull and slow if they were always at peace. Therefore he seized upon the first excuse for a war. It was not long before the Romans and the men of Alba Longa were drawn up in opposing lines. King Tullus did not have a battle after all. However, for the Alban leader reminded him that if they became weakened by warfare, it would be an easy matter for their enemies to come down upon them and destroy both parties. The plan which he suggested for settling their dispute is told in the following story. The Editor. It happened that there were in each of the two armies 3 brothers, born at one birth, unequal neither in age nor in strength. That they were called Horatii and Curiatii is certain enough, nor is there any circumstance of antiquity more celebrated. Yet in a matter so well ascertained, a doubt remains concerning their names, to which nation the Horatii and to which the Curiatii belonged. Authors claim them for both sides, yet I find more who call the Horatii Romans. My inclination leads me to follow them. The kings confer with the three brothers that they should fight with their swords, each in defense of their respective country, assuring them that dominion would be on that side on which victory should be. No objection is made. Time and place are agreed on. Before they engaged, a compact is entered into between the Romans and Albans on these conditions: that the state whose champions should come off victorious in that combat should rule the other state without further dispute. Different treaties are made on different terms, but they are all concluded in the same general method. We have heard that it was then concluded as follows, nor is there a more ancient record of any treaty. A herald asked King Tullus thus: "Do you command me, O king, to conclude a treaty with the Pater Patratus of the Alban people?" After the king had given command, he said, "I demand vervain of thee, O king." To which the king replied, "Take some that is pure." The herald brought a pure blade of grass from the citadel. Again he asked the king thus: "Dost thou, O king, appoint me the royal delegate of the Roman people, the Quirites, including my vessels and attendants?" The king answered, "That which may be done without detriment to me and to the Roman people, the Quirites, I do." The herald was Marcus Valerius, who appointed Spurius Fusius Pater Patratus, touching his head and hair with the vervain. The Pater Patratus is appointed adjusturandum patrandum, that is, to ratify the treaty, and he goes through it in a great many words, which, being expressed in a long set form, is not worth while repeating. After setting forth the conditions, he says: "Hear, O Jupiter, hear, O Pater Patratus of the Alban people, and ye Alban people, hear. As those conditions, from first to last, have been recited openly from those tablets of wax, without wicked fraud, and as they have been most correctly understood here this day, from those conditions the Roman people will not be the first to swerve. If they first swerve by public concert, by wicked fraud, on that day, do thou, O Jupiter, so strike the Roman people as I shall here this day strike this swine. And do thou strike them so much the more as thou art more able and more powerful." When he said this, he struck the swine with a flint stone. The Albans likewise went through their own form and oath by their own dictator and priests. The treaty being concluded, the three brothers on each side, as had been agreed, take arms, whilst their respective friends exhortingly reminded each party that their country's gods, their country and parents, all their countrymen at home and in the army, had their eyes then fixed on their arms, on their hands. Naturally brave and animated by the exhortations of their friend, they advance into the midst between the two lines. The two armies sat down before their respective camps, free rather from present danger than from anxiety, for the sovereign power was at stake, depending on the valor and fortune of so few. Accordingly, therefore, eager and anxious, they have their attention intensely riveted on a spectacle far from pleasing. The signal is given, and the three youths on each side, as if in battle array, rush to the charge with determined fury, bearing in their breasts the spirits of mighty armies. Nor do the one or the other regard their personal danger. The public dominion or slavery is present to their mind, and the fortune of their country, which was ever after destined to be such as they should now establish it. As soon as their arms clashed on the first encounter, and their burnished swords glittered, great horror strikes the spectators, and hope inclining to neither side, their voice and breath were suspended. Then, having engaged hand to hand, when not only the movements of their bodies and the rapid brandishings of their arms and weapons, but wounds also and blood were seen, two of the Romans fell lifeless, one upon the other, the three Albans being wounded. And when the Alban army raised a shout of joy at their fall, hope entirely, anxiety, however, not yet, deserted the Roman legions, alarmed for the lot of the one whom the three Curiatii surrounded. He happened to be unhurt, so that though alone he was by no means a match for them all together, yet he was confident against each singly. In order, therefore, to separate their attack, he takes to flight, presuming that they would pursue him with such swiftness as the wounded state of his body would suffer each. He had now fled a considerable distance from the place where they had fought, when, looking back, he perceives them pursuing him at great intervals from each other, and that one of them was not far from him. On him he turned round with great fury, and whilst the Alban army shouts out to the Curiatii to succor their brother Horatius, victorious in having slain his antagonist, was now proceeding to a second attack. Then the Romans encouraged their champion with a shout such as is usually given by persons cheering in consequence of unexpected success. He also hastens to put an end to the combat. Wherefore, before the other, who was not far off, could come up, he dispatches the second Curiatius also. And now, the combat being brought to an equality of numbers, one on each side remained, but they were equal neither in hope nor in strength. The one, his body untouched by a weapon, a double victory made courageous for a third contest. The other dragging along, his body exhausted from the wound, exhausted from running, and dispirited by the slaughter of his brethren before his eyes, presents himself to his victorious antagonist. Nor was that a fight. The Roman, exulting, says, "Two I have offered to the shades of my brothers, the third I will offer to the cause of this war, that the Roman may rule over the Alban." He thrusts his sword down into his throat, whilst faintly sustaining the weight of his armor, he strips him as he lies prostrate. The Romans receive Horatius with triumph and congratulation, with so much the greater joy as success had followed so close on fear. They then turn to the burial of their friends with dispositions by no means alike, for the one side was elated with the acquisition of empire, the other subjected to foreign jurisdiction. Their sepulchres are still extant in the place where each fell, the two Roman ones in one place nearer to Alba, the three Alban ones towards Rome, but distant in situation from each other, and just as they fought. Before they parted from thence, when Mettus, in conformity to the treaty which had been concluded, asked what orders he had to give, Tullus ordered him to keep the youth in arms, that he designed to employ them if a war should break out with the Veentis. After this, both armies returned to their homes. Horatius marched foremost, carrying before him the spoils of the three brothers. His sister, a maiden who had been betrothed to one of the Curiatii, met him before the gate Capena, and having recognized her lover's military robe, which she herself had wrought, on her brother's shoulders, she tore her hair, and with bitter wailings called by name on her deceased lover. The sisters' lamentations in the midst of his own victory and of such great public rejoicings raised the indignation of the excited youth. Having therefore drawn his sword, he ran the damsel through the body, at the same time chiding her in these words: "Go hence with thy unseasonable love to thy spouse, forgetful of thy dead brothers, and of him who survives, forgetful of thy native country. So perish every Roman woman who shall mourn an enemy." This action seemed shocking to the fathers and to the people, but his recent services outweighed its guilt. Nevertheless, he was carried before the king for judgment. The king, that he might not be the author of a decision so melancholy and so disagreeable to the people, or of the punishment consequent on that decision, having summoned an assembly of the people, said, "I appoint, according to law, duumvirs to pass sentence on Horatius for treason." The law was of dreadful import. Let the duumvirs pass sentence for treason. If he shall appeal from the duumvirs, let him contend by appeal. If they shall gain the cause, cover his head, hang him by a rope from a gallows, scourge him either within the pomerium or without the pomerium. When the duumvirs, appointed by this law, who did not consider that according to the law they could acquit even an innocent person, had found him guilty, one of them said, "Publius Horatius, I judge thee guilty of treason. Go, lictor, bind his hands." The lictor had approached him and was fixing the rope. Then Horatius, by the advice of Tullus, a favorable interpreter of the law, says, "I appeal." Accordingly, the matter was contested by appeal to the people. On that trial, persons were much affected, especially by Publius Horatius, the father declaring that he considered his daughter deservedly slain. Were it not so, that he would by his authority as a father have inflicted punishment on his son. He then entreated that they would not render childless him whom but a little while ago they had beheld with a fine progeny. During these words, the old man, having embraced the youth, pointing to the spoils of the Curiatii, fixed up in that place which is now called Pila Horatia, "Romans," said he, "can you bear to see bound beneath a gallows, amidst scourges and tortures, him whom you just now beheld marching decorated with spoils and exulting in victory, a sight so shocking as the eyes even of the Albans could scarcely endure? Go, lictor, bind those hands which but a little while since, being armed, established sovereignty for the Roman people. Go, cover the head of the liberator of this city, hang him on the gallows, scourge him either within the pomerium, so it be only amid those javelins and spoils of the enemy, or without the pomerium, only amid the graves of the Curiatii. For whither can you bring this youth where his own glories must not redeem him from such ignominy of punishment?" The people could not withstand the tears of the father or the resolution of the son, so undaunted in every danger, and acquitted him more through admiration of his bravery than for the justice of his cause. But that so notorious a murder might be atoned for by some expiation, the father was commanded to make satisfaction for the son at the public charge. He, having offered certain expiatory sacrifices, which were ever after continued in the Horatian family, and laid a beam across the street, made his son pass under it, as under a yoke, with his head covered. This remains even to this day, being constantly repaired at the expense of the public. They call it Sororium Tigillum. A tomb of square stone was erected to Horatia in the place where she was stabbed and fell. End of section 40. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 41 of Greece and Rome, read for LibriVox.org by Hypatia. Brutus condemning his sons to death, by Guillaume Lethier, France, 1760 to 1832. Painting page 268. When the tyranny of King Tarquinius had become unendurable, he was driven into exile. Soon there came from him a request that his property should be sent to him, and to this the Senate agreed. But those whom he had sent as his messengers had another errand, and they plotted with some of the young Romans to restore the house of Tarquinius. This plot was revealed to the consul Brutus, and what was his horror and grief to find his own 2 sons among the traitors. They were brought before him and Publius Valerius, the other consul, and although some of the Romans pleaded for them, Brutus sternly refused to pardon, even in his own dearly loved sons, the treason which he would have punished in others, and he bade that they with the other conspirators should first be scourged, and then beheaded. End of section 41. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 42 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. The World Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 42, Horatius, 508 B.C., by Thomas Babington Macaulay. According to legend, there were 7 kings of Rome. The last one, Tarquin the Proud, was so cruel and wicked that his own nephew stood out boldly before the people and recounted his evil deeds. The result was that Tarquin was driven out in 510 B.C. and Rome became a republic. Tarquin had no idea of giving up his throne, and he induced various leaders to try to regain it for him. One of these was Lars Porsena of Clusium. The Lay is supposed to have been written about the year of the city 360, or in 393 B.C. The Editor. Lars Porsena of Clusium, by the 9 gods he swore that the great house of Tarquin should suffer wrong no more. By the 9 gods he swore it, and named a trysting day, and bade his messengers ride forth, east and west and south and north, to summon his array. East and west and south and north the messengers ride fast, in tower and town and cottage have heard the trumpet's blast. Shame on the false Etruscan who lingers in his home, when Porsena of Clusium is on the march for Rome. The horsemen and the footmen are pouring in amain, from many a stately marketplace, from many a fruitful plain, from many a lonely hamlet, which, hid by beech and pine, like an eagle's nest, hangs on the crest of purple Apennine. From lordly Volaterrae, where scowls the far-famed hold, piled by the hands of giants, for godlike kings of old. From secret Populonia, whose sentinels descry Sardinia's snowy mountain tops fringing the southern sky. From the proud mart of Pisae, queen of the western waves, where ride Massilia's triremes, heavy with fair-haired slaves, from where sweet Clonus wanders through corn and vines and flowers, from where Cortona lifts to heaven her diadem of towers. Tall are the oaks whose acorns drop in dark Auser's rill, fat are the stags that champ the boughs of the Ciminian hill. Beyond all streams Clitumnus is to the herdsman dear. Best of all pools the fowler loves the great Volsinian mere. But now no stroke of woodman is heard by Auser's rill, no hunter tracks the stag's green path up the Ciminian hill. Unwatched along Clitumnus grazes the milk-white steer, unharmed the waterfowl may dip in the Volsinian mere. The harvest of Horatium this year old men shall reap, this year young boys in Umbro shall plunge the struggling sheep, and in the vats of Luna this year the must shall foam round the white feet of laughing girls whose sires have marched to Rome. There be 30 chosen prophets, the wisest of the land, who alway by Lars Porsena both morn and evening stand. Evening and morn the 30 have turned the verses o'er, traced from the right on linen white by mighty seers of yore. And with one voice the 30 have their glad answer given, go forth, Lars Porsena, go forth, beloved of heaven, go and return in glory to Clusium's royal dome, and hang round Nursia's altars the golden shields of Rome. And now hath every city sent up her tale of men, the foot are 80,000, the horse are thousands 10. Before the gate of Sutrium is met the great array. A proud man was Lars Porsena upon the trysting day. For all Etruscan armies were ranged beneath his eye, and many a banished Roman, and many a stout ally, and with a mighty following to join the muster came the Tusculan Mamilus, prince of the Latian name. But by the yellow Tiber was tumult and affright. From all the spacious Champaign to Rome men took their flight. A mile around the city the throng stopped up the ways. A fearful sight it was to see through 2 long nights and days. For aged folks on crutches, and women great with child, and mothers sobbing over babes that clung to them and smiled, and sick men borne in litters high on the neck of slaves, and troops of sunburned husbandmen with reaping hooks and staves. And droves of mules and asses laden with skins of wine, and endless flocks of goats and sheep, and endless herds of kine, and endless trains of wagons that creaked beneath the weight of corn sacks and of household goods, choked every roaring gate. Now from the rock of Tarpeian could the wan burghers spy the line of blazing villages red in the midnight sky. The fathers of the city, they sat all night and day, for every hour some horseman came with tidings of dismay. To eastward and to westward have spread the Tuscan bands, nor house nor fence nor dovecote in Crustumerium stands. Verbena down to Ostia hath wasted all the plain. Astur hath stormed Janiculum, and the stout guards are slain. I wis in all the Senate there was no heart so bold, but sore it ached and fast it beat when that ill news was told. Forthwith uprose the consul, uprose the fathers all. In haste they girded up their gowns, and hied them to the wall. They held a council standing before the river gate. Short time was there, ye well may guess, for musing or debate. Outspake the consul roundly, the bridge must straight go down, for, since Janiculum is lost, naught else can save the town. Just then a scout came flying, all wild with haste and fear. To arms, Sir Consul! Lars Porsena is here! On the low hills to westward the consul fixed his eye, and saw the swarthy storm of dust rise fast along the sky. And nearer, fast and nearer, doth the red whirlwind come, and louder still, and still more loud, from underneath that rolling cloud, is heard the trumpet's war note proud, the trampling and the hum, and plainly and more plainly now through the gloom appears, far to left and far to right, in broken gleams of dark blue light, the long array of helmets bright, the long array of spears. And plainly and more plainly, above that glimmering line, now might ye see the banners of 12 fair cities shine. But the banner of proud Clusium was highest of them all, the terror of the Umbrian, the terror of the Gaul. And plainly and more plainly, now might the burghers know, by port and vest, by horse and crest, each warlike Lucumo. There Cilnius Horatium on his fleet roan was seen, and Astur of the fourfold shield, girt with a brand none else may wield, Polymnius with a belt of gold, and dark Verbena from the hold, by reedy Thrasymene. Fast by the royal standard, o'erlooking all the war, Lars Porsini of Clusium sat in his ivory car. By the right wheel rode Mamilius, prince of the Latian name, and by the left false Sextus, that wrought the deed of shame. But when the face of Sextus was seen among the foes, a yell that rent the firmament from all the town arose. On the housetops was no woman, but spat towards him and hissed, no child but screamed out curses, and shook its little fist. But the consul's brow was sad, and the consul's speech was low, and darkly looked he at the wall, and darkly at the foe. Their van will be upon us before the bridge goes down, and if they once may win the bridge, what hope to save the town? Then out spake brave Horatius, the captain of the gate, to every man upon this earth death cometh soon or late, and how can man die better than facing fearful odds for the ashes of his fathers and the temples of his gods? And for the tender mother who dandled him to rest, and for the wife who nurses his baby at her breast, and for the holy maidens who feed the eternal flame, to save them from false Sextus that wrought the deed of shame? Hew down the bridge, Sir Consul, with all the speed ye may. I, with 2 more to help me, will hold the foe in play. In yon straight path 1,000 may well be stopped by 3. Now who will stand on either hand, and keep the bridge with me? Then out spake Spurius Lartius, a Ramnian proud was he. Lo, I will stand at thy right hand, and keep the bridge with thee. And out spake strong Herminius, of Titian blood was he. I will abide on thy left side, and keep the bridge with thee. Horatius, quoth the consul, as thou sayest, so let it be. And straight against the great array forth went the dauntless 3. For Romans in Rome's quarrel spared neither land nor gold, nor son nor wife, nor limb nor life, in the brave days of old. Then none was for a party, then all were for the state. Then the great man helped the poor, and the poor man loved the great. Then lands were fairly portioned, then spoils were fairly sold. The Romans were like brothers in the brave days of old. Now Roman is to Roman more hateful than a foe, and the tribunes beard the high, and the fathers grind the low. As we wax hot in faction, in battle we wax cold, wherefore men fight not as they fought in the brave days of old. Now while the 3 were tightening their harness on their backs, the consul was the foremost man to take in his hand an axe, and fathers mixed with commons seized hatchet, bar, and crow, and smote upon the planks above, and loosed the props below. Meanwhile the Tuscan army, right glorious to behold, came flashing back the noonday light, rank behind rank, like surges bright of a broad sea of gold. 400 trumpets sounded, a peal of warlike glee, as that great host, with measured tread, and spears advanced, and ensigns spread, rolled slowly toward the bridge's head, where stood the dauntless 3. The 3 stood calm and silent, and looked upon the foes, and a great shout of laughter from all the vanguard rose, and forth 3 chiefs came spurring, before that deep array. To earth they sprang, their swords they drew, and lifted high their shields and flew, to win the narrow way. Aeneas from green Tifernum, lord of the hill of vines, and Seius, whose 800 slaves sicken in Ilva's mines, and Picus long to Clusium, vassal in peace and war, who led to fight his Umbrian powers from that grey crag where, girt with towers, the fortress of Nequinum lowers o'er the pale waves of Nar. Stout Lartius hurled down Aeneas into the stream beneath. Herminius struck at Seius and clove him to the teeth. At Picus brave Horatius darted one fiery thrust, and the proud Umbrian's gilded arms clashed in the bloody dust. Then Ocnus of Filieri rushed on the Roman 3, and Lausulus of Urgo, the rover of the sea, and Aruns of Volsinium, who slew the great wild boar that had his den amidst the reeds of Cosus fen, and wasted fields and slaughtered men along Albinia's shore. Herminius smote down Aruns, Lartius laid Ocnus low. Right to the heart of Lausulus Horatius sent a blow. "Lie there," he cried, "fell pirate! No more aghast and pale, from Ostia's walls the crowd shall mark the track of thy destroying bark. No more Campania's hinds shall fly to woods and caverns when they spy thy thrice accursed sail." But now no sound of laughter was heard among the foes. A wild and wrathful clamor from all the vanguard rose. 6 spears' lengths from the entrance halted that deep array, and for a space no man came forth to win the narrow way. But hark! The cry is Astur, and lo! the ranks divide, and the great Lord of Luna comes with a stately stride. Upon his ample shoulders clangs loud the fourfold shield, and in his hand he shakes the brand, which none but he can wield. He smiled on those bold Romans, a smile serene and high. He eyed the flinching Tuscans, and scorn was in his eye. Quoth he, "The she-wolf's litter stands savagely at bay, but will ye dare to follow, if Astur clears the way?" Then, whirling up his broadsword, with both hands to the height, he rushed against Horatius, and smote with all his might. With shield and blade Horatius right deftly turned the blow. The blow, though turned, came yet too nigh. It missed his helm, but gashed his thigh. The Tuscans raised a joyful cry to see the red blood flow. He reeled, and on Herminius he leaned one breathing space. Then, like a wild cat mad with wounds, sprang right at Astur's face. Through teeth and skull and helmet, so fierce a thrust he sped, the good sword stood a handbreadth out behind the Tuscan's head. And the great Lord of Luna fell at that deadly stroke, as falls on Mount Alvernus a thunder-smitten oak. Far o'er the crashing forest the giant arms lie spread, and the pale augurs, muttering low, gaze on the blasted head. On Astur's throat Horatius right firmly pressed his heel, and thrice and 4 times tugged amain, ere he wrenched out the steel. "And see," he cried, "the welcome fair guest that waits you here! What noble Lucumo comes next to taste our Roman cheer?" But at his haughty challenge a sullen murmur ran, mingled of wrath and shame and dread, along that glittering van. There lacked not men of prowess, nor men of lordly race, for all Etruria's noblest were round the fatal place. But all Etruria's noblest felt their hearts sink to see on the earth the bloody corpses, in the path the dauntless 3, and from the ghastly entrance where those bold Romans stood, all shrank like boys who unaware, ranging the woods to start a hare, come to the mouth of the dark lair, where, growling low, a fierce old bear lies amidst bones and blood. Was none who would be foremost to lead such dire attack, But those behind cried forward, and those before cried back, and backward now and forward wavers the deep array, and on the tossing sea of steel to and fro the standards reel, and the victorious trumpet peal dies fitfully away. Yet one man for one moment stood out before the crowd. Well known was he to all the three, and they gave him greeting loud. Now welcome, welcome, Sextus, now welcome to thy home. Why dost thou stay and turn away? Here lies the road to Rome. Thrice looked he at the city, thrice looked he at the dead, and thrice came on in fury, and thrice turned back in dread, and, white with fear and hatred, scowled at the nearer way, where, wallowing in a pool of blood, the bravest Tuscans lay. But meanwhile axe and lever have manfully been plied, and now the bridge hangs tottering above the boiling tide. Come back, Horatius, loud cried the fathers all. Back, Lartius, back, Herminius, back, ere the ruin fall. Back darted Spurius Lartius, Herminius started back, and as they passed beneath their feet, they felt the timbers crack. But when they turned their faces, and on the farther shore saw brave Horatius stand alone, they would have crossed once more. But with a crash like thunder fell every loosened beam, and like a dam the mighty wreck lay right athwart the stream, and a long shout of triumph rose from the walls of Rome, as to the highest turret tops was splashed the yellow foam. And, like a horse unbroken, when first he feels the rein, the furious river struggled hard, and tossed his tawny mane, and burst the curb and bounded, rejoicing to be free, and whirling down in fierce career, battlement and plank and pier, rushed headlong to the sea. Alone stood brave Horatius, but constant still in mind, thrice 30,000 foes before, and the broad flood behind. Down with him, cried false Sextus, with a smile on his pale face. Now yield thee, cried Lars Porsena, now yield thee to our grace. Round turned he, as not deigning those craven ranks to see. Naught spake he to Lars Porsena, to Sextus naught spake he, but he saw on Palatinus the white porch of his home, and he spake to the noble river that rolls by the towers of Rome. O Tiber, Father Tiber, to whom the Romans pray, a Roman's life, a Roman's arms, take thou in charge this day. So he spake, and speaking sheathed the good sword by his side, and with his harness on his back plunged headlong in the tide. No sound of joy or sorrow was heard from either bank, but friends and foes in dumb surprise, with parted lips and straining eyes, stood gazing where he sank. And when above the surges they saw his crest appear, all Rome sent forth a rapturous cry, and even the ranks of Tuscany could scarce forbear to cheer. But fiercely ran the current, swollen high by months of rain, and fast his blood was flowing, and he was sore in pain, and heavy with his armour, and spent with changing blows, and oft they thought him sinking, but still again he rose. Never, I ween, did swimmer, in such an evil case, struggle through such a raging flood, safe to the landing place. But his limbs were borne up bravely by the brave heart within, and our good father Tiber bore bravely up his chin. Curse on him, quoth false Sextus, will not the villain drown? But for this stay, ere close of day, we should have sacked the town. Heaven help him, quoth Lars Porsena, and bring him safe to shore, for such a gallant feat of arms was never seen before. And now he feels the bottom, now on dry earth he stands, now round him throng the fathers to press his gory hands, and now, with shouts and clapping, and noise of weeping loud, he enters through the river gate, borne by the joyous crowd. They gave him of the cornland that was of public right, as much as 2 strong oxen could plough from morn to night, and they made a molten image, and set it up on high, and there it stands unto this day, to witness if I lie. It stands in the Comitium, plain for all folk to see, Horatius in his harness, halting upon one knee, and underneath is written, in letters all of gold, how valiantly he kept the bridge in the brave days of old. And still his name sounds stirring unto the men of Rome, as the trumpet blasts the cries to them to charge the Volscian home, and wives still pray to Juno for boys with hearts as bold as his who kept the bridge so well in the brave days of old. And in the night of winter, when the cold north winds blow, and the long howling of the wolves is heard amidst the snow, when round the lonely cottage roars loud the tempest din, and the good logs of Algidus roar louder yet within. When the oldest cask is opened, and the largest lamp is lit, when the chestnuts glow in the embers, and the kid turns on the spit, when young and old encircle around the firebrands close, when the girls are weaving baskets, and the lads are shaping bows, when the good man mends his armor, and trims his helmet's plume, when the good wife's shuttle merrily goes flashing through the loom, with weeping and with laughter, still is the story told, how well Horatius kept the bridge in the brave days of old. End of section 42. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 43 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 43, How the Plebeians Won Their Rights, by Eva March Tappan. The preceding stories of gods and kings and heroes are told of the first 250 years after the supposed date of the founding of Rome, that is, from 753 B.C. to 496 B.C. In one way, they are false. For instance, there never was a god Mars to be the father of Romulus and Remus, and no nation ever suddenly gave up fighting and began to spend the time in cultivating the ground, as the legends say was done in the days of Numa. Indeed, there is no authentic history of Rome with definite dates until, at earliest, 309 BC. Nevertheless, even in the most impossible of these stories, there is always some bit of truth for a foundation. By searching for this, we learn that Rome was founded by the Latins to protect them from the Etruscans, that after much hard fighting, two other villages united with the Romans, took the level space between the two hills for their forum, or public square, and built on the Capitoline Hill a strong citadel, or fort, which should serve to defend them both, and that later they were joined by other settlers who lived on the Caelian Hill. Rome is said to have been founded 753 B.C. A century and a half later, the city walls, then nearly 5 miles in length, enclosed 7 hills: the Quirinal, Viminal, Esquiline, Caehan, Aventine, Palatine, and Capitoline. That is why Rome is often spoken of as the seven-hilled city. The chief reason why Rome grew so rapidly was because it had so excellent a location. There were other groups of hills in Italy and other settlements on them, but in these other groups the hills were higher and farther apart, and the settlements could be independent of one another and did not have to unite. Therefore, they increased in size slowly. In another way, the location of Rome was most desirable. It was beside the Tiber, and for that reason the Romans could carry on trade with all the districts through which the Tiber and its branches flowed. Moreover, it was far enough from the sea to be safe from the attacks of pirates. No other town in Italy had so many advantages. There was one great disadvantage, however, and this was that the people were not united. Servius Tullius had done a good deal to bring them together, when he admitted all landowners to the army. But the old distinction of patricians and plebeians was by no means forgotten, and the patricians still had many privileges which were not shared by the plebeians. In all the fighting between the Romans and the friends of Tarquinius, the plebeians had suffered most. When there was warfare in the summer, most of the patricians could have their land cared for by the slaves, but the plebeian had to go to the army and leave his farm with no one to cultivate it or gather in the crops. He was fortunate if the enemy did not destroy the crops altogether, steal the cattle, and burn the house. The plebeian was required to pay taxes, but he received no pay for his service in the army, and no one thought of asking the state to make good on his losses. The result was that the plebeian must either starve or borrow of some patrician. Borrowing was dangerous business in Rome. If a man did not pay his debt within 30 days of the appointed time, the law was that he should be imprisoned, loaded down with chains, and fed on bread and water for 30 days. If he did not pay then, he might be sold as a slave or even put to death. One day, 15 years after Tarquinius was driven out, an old man came into the forum. His clothes were nothing but rags, and he was thin and pale. The people gathered around him. "I know him," said more than one of them. "He was an officer and a brave soldier. See on his breast the scars of his wounds." The old man told his pitiful story. "While I was in the army," he said, "the enemy destroyed my crops, drove away my cattle, and burned my house. I had to pay a tax, and the only thing to do was to borrow money. I could not repay it, and my creditor beat me. Behold!" He threw off his robe from his shoulders, and the crowd saw the bloody marks of the whip. The plebeians were furious. "Call the Senate together," they demanded, "and make laws that are just to us." The senators were so frightened that they did not know whether there was more danger in staying at home or going to the Senate house. But at length they came together and began to discuss what should be done. Suddenly some Latin horsemen galloped up to the city. "The enemy is at hand," they cried. "Call out the army." But the plebeians would not be called out. "Why should we fight for Rome?" they demanded. "When warfare brings us nothing but debt and ruin, let those fight who gain by war." One of the consuls promised that if they would join the army, he would propose a just law for debtors. The plebeians trusted him, and the enemy was driven away. But the other consul, Appius Claudius, induced the Senate to refuse to make any changes in the laws. Then the plebeians were angry indeed. "Why should we stay in Rome?" they said to one another. "Why not leave the city and found a city of our own?" They decided to do this, and one day they set out for a hill a few miles away and made ready to build themselves houses. Then the patricians were disturbed, for they had lost the cultivators of the ground. "Let them go," said Appius Claudius scornfully. "We have no need of the rabble." Fortunately, the other chief men were wiser, and it was decided to send 3 patricians to try to persuade them to return. But they would not be persuaded. Then Menenius Agrippa told them a little story. "Once upon a time," he said, "the members of the body resolved that they would no longer support the belly, which did nothing at all, but lay at ease while they toiled. 'We will not carry it,' said the feet. 'We will do no more work for it,' cried the hands. 'And we will not chew a morsel for it, even if the food is placed between us,' declared the teeth. They kept their word, and the belly suffered. But they suffered with it, and soon they too began to waste away. The plebeians understood the meaning of the fable. They talked together, and finally they said to the patricians, "We will return to Rome, if you will agree first to forgive the debtors who cannot pay, second, to free those who have been made slaves, and third, to have 2 tribunes appointed to see that the patrician magistrates do not wrong us." The patricians agreed to the terms, and they and the plebeians made a treaty as formally as if they had been 2 nations. The hill where this meeting was held received the name of the Sacred Mountain. At its summit an altar was built and sacrifices were offered to Jupiter. It was not long before the number of the plebeian tribunes was increased to 10, and moreover plebeian aediles were also chosen, who aided the tribunes and cared for the streets and public records, and superintended the public games. It was a great gain to the plebeians to have tribunes, but their troubles were not over by any means. Many of them were exceedingly poor, and those whose debts had been forgiven had nothing to make a start with, and were almost as wretched as they had been in the first place. This was all the harder to bear because the patricians had a large amount of property, which the plebeians felt ought fairly to be shared with them. This property was in land which had been taken in war. The plebeians said, "We have fought to win the land, and we ought to have a part of it." This was not so easy a thing to bring about, because the patricians held possession of it and were not at all inclined to give it up. They cultivated it, or used it for pasturage of their flocks and herds, as they chose. They were supposed to pay the state for its use, but the collectors were patricians and seldom troubled them. If the owners of flocks and herds can have free pasturage for them, he can hardly help becoming rich. The patricians then were growing richer, while the plebeians were growing poorer. The plebeians could not even get employment on the land, for they were liable to be called away to war at any moment, and the patricians naturally preferred slaves who could be kept at their work. Some, even among the patricians, saw how unfair this was, and one of them, Spurius Cassius, proposed that the patricians be obliged to pay a fair rental for the land which they were using, and that part of the state lands be divided into small farms and given to needy Romans and Latins. Then there was anger among the patricians. "Spurius Cassius is trying to make himself popular and become king," they declared. And even the plebeians were not especially grateful, for although the Latins had become their allies, they did not like the idea of giving them Roman lands. This land law, or agrarian law, may possibly have been passed, but it was never carried out. Nevertheless, the plebeians were slowly increasing in power. Their next gain came about by the passing of a law proposed by the tribune Publilius. The tribunes had always been elected by the assembly of the centuries. Each century had 1 vote, but as more than half the centuries were made up of wealthy men, no one who would not be inclined to favor the rich rather than the poor could become a tribune. Publilius proposed that the tribunes be elected by a plebeian assembly of tribes, or meeting of plebeians who were landowners. In this assembly of tribes, which he proposed, every vote would be of the same value. This law was finally passed, and now the plebeians were free to elect their own tribunes. They had nothing to do with making the laws, but if they did not obey those made by the patricians, the tribunes could protect them from unjust punishment. The Romans had a great respect for the law, but the laws of Rome had never been written. An unjust judge could declare that the law said whatever he wished it to say, and the accused man had no way of proving that the judge was false. "Give us written laws," demanded the plebeians. "Put them up in the forum, that every man may know if he is breaking them." The patricians refused this demand, and they continued to refuse it for 10 long years. The plebeians persisted, and at the end of that time the patricians yielded. Instead of consuls and tribunes, 10 men, the decemviri, were chosen to rule the state and also to decide what the laws were. This was done. The laws were engraved on tablets of bronze, and these tablets, the 12 tables, were set up in the forum where everyone could read them. Copies of the law were made to use in the schools, and every boy had to learn them by heart. The Romans meant to elect new decemviri each year, but a proud and insolent man named Appius Claudius, grandson of the Appius Claudius, who so despised the plebeians, contrived to get himself re-elected and to make the other 9 yield to whatever he chose to do. He suspected that a brave old soldier was plotting against him, and he had that old man murdered. He wanted to get possession of a free-born maiden named Virginia, and therefore he declared as a judge that she was the slave of one of his followers. Then her father caught up a knife and plunged it into her heart. "This is the only way," he cried, "to keep you from slavery and shame." With the bloody knife still in his hand, he and a great company of citizens hastened to the army and told the terrible story. Then the soldiers left their generals and marched straight back to the city. Once more the plebeians went forth to the sacred mountain, and now Appius Claudius was in terror, for they declared that they would not return unless more power and better protection were given them, and they demanded that he and the other decemviri be burned alive. They finally agreed, however, to return, provided that they might have tribunes again. 8 of the wicked 10 were banished. Appius Claudius and one other committed suicide. The plebeians had their tribunes, and a little later Valerio-Horatian laws, so named from the consuls Valerius and Horatius, who secured their passage, gave the tribunes the right to sit at the door of the Senate house, listen to whatever went on, and say veto, I forbid it, to any measure of which they did not approve. More than this, they decreed that whatever resolutions the plebeian assembly of tribes passed should become laws. This was in 449 B.C. The plebeians were gaining in power rapidly. They could pass resolutions which would become laws, they could elect their own tribunes, and those tribunes could listen to whatever went on in the Senate house. Before long, they were allowed to marry among the patricians. There was one office, that of the consul, which the patricians were determined they should never hold. They did succeed, however, in holding a new office, that of the military tribune with consular power, which was really almost the same as that of consul. The patricians could not prevent this, but they elected some new patrician officers called censors, and gave them much of the power which the consuls had held. These censors not only numbered the people and took an account of their property, but they had a right to reduce the rank of a man if they decided that he had been cruel to his family, or extravagant, or dishonest, or was in any way unworthy. They could also increase his taxes, for they could set whatever valuation they chose upon his vineyards, and olive trees, and carriages, and jewels, and slaves. Indeed, while the censor held office and wore his scarlet robe, he was almost as independent in his way as a dictator. The plebeians had felt that it was a victory when they had won the right to be military tribunes with consular power, but now that these censors held so much of the consular power, they kept on with the fight to become consuls, and at last a law was passed which really gave them more power than the patricians, for it decreed that one consul must be a plebeian. and both might be. For a while, the plebeians had to keep close watch to hold on to their rights. But by 300 BC, the struggle had come to an end, and patricians and plebeians had equal rights in the state. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Greece and Rome, read for LibriVox.org. Rome, Part 2, Stories of the Italian Wars, Historical Note. Up to the sack of Rome by the Gauls in 390 BC, the history of the city is chiefly a matter of legend. But every legend has its basis of fact, and a fair idea of the early story of the city may be formed. By the middle of the 4th century before Christ, the Romans had become a united people. But they were by no means the only people of Italy. Indeed, all that was really in their possession was their city and a small amount of land around it. Naturally, between this ambitious race and their neighbors, there was continual warfare. On the east lay the domain of the Samnites, a stout race of mountaineers, who had no notion of yielding to the men of Rome or of any other place. 3 savage wars there were, made all the more difficult by the revolt of the Latin allies of the Romans. But at length both enemies and allies were subdued, and by 266 BC Rome had become mistress of Italy, from the little rivers Rubicon and Macra to the toe of the peninsula. End of section 44. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 45 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T. Cleary. The World Story Volume 4, Greece and Rome. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 45. When Coriolanus Spared Rome, 490 BC by Thomas Arnold. Caius Marcius was a noble Roman of the race of that worthy king, Ancus Marcius. His father died when he was a child, but his mother, whose name was Volumnia, performed to him the part both of father and mother, and Caius loved her exceedingly. And when he gained glory by his feats of arms, it was his greatest joy that his mother should hear his praises. And when he was rewarded for his noble deeds, it was his greatest joy that his mother should see him receive his crown. And he fought at the battle by the lake Regulus against King Tarquinius and the Latins. And he was then a youth of 17 years of age. And in the heat of the battle he saw a Roman beaten to the ground, and his foe was rushing on him to slay him. But Caius stepped before him and covered him, and slew the enemy, and saved the life of his fellow soldier. So Aulus the general rewarded him with an oaken wreath, for such was the reward given to those who saved the life of a comrade in battle. And this was his first crown. But after this he won many in many battles, for he was strong and valiant, and none of the Romans could compare with him. After this there was a war between the Romans and the Volscians, and the Romans attacked the city of Corioli. The citizens of Corioli opened their gates and made a sally, and drove the Romans back to their camp. Then Caius ran forward with a few brave men, and called back the runaways. And he stayed the enemy, and turned the tide of the battle so that the Volscians fled back into the city. But Caius followed into the city, and when he saw the gates still open, for the Volscians were still flying into the city, then he called to the Romans and said, "For us are yon gates set wide rather than for the Volscians. Why are we afraid to rush in?" He himself followed the fugitives into the town, and the enemies fled before him. But when they saw he was but one man, they turned against him. But Caius held his ground, for he was strong of hand, and light of foot, and stout of heart, and he drove the Volscians to the furthest side of the town, and all was clear behind him, so that the Romans came in after him without any trouble and took the city. Then all men said, "Caius and none else has won Corioli." And Cominius the general said, "Let him be called after the name of the city." So they called him Coriolanus. After this there was a great scarcity of corn, and the commons were much distressed for want. And the king of the Greeks in Sicily sent ships laden with corn to Rome. So the Senate resolved to sell the corn to the poor commons, lest they should die of hunger. But Caius hated the commons, and he was angry that they had got tribunes to be their leaders, and he said, "If they want corn, let them show themselves obedient to the burghers as their fathers did, and let them give up their tribunes, and then will we let them have corn to eat and will take care of them." The commons, when they heard this, were quite furious, and they would have set upon Caius as he came out of the Senate house and tore him to pieces. But the tribunes said, "Nay, ye shall judge him yourself in your comitia, and we will be his accusers." So they accused Camillus before the commons, and Caius knew they would show him no mercy. Therefore he stayed not for the day of his trial, but fled from Rome, and took refuge among the Volscians. They and Atilius Tullius, their chief, received him kindly, and he lived among them a banished man. The Volscians determined to make war upon the Romans. They raised a great army, and made Attius and Caius Marcius their leaders. They took many cities in Italy, then they advanced upon Rome. Within the city, meanwhile, there was a great tumult. The women ran to the temples of the gods to pray for mercy. The poor people cried out in the streets that they would have peace, and that the Senate should send deputies to Caius and to Attius. So the deputies were sent, 5 men of the chief of the burghers. But Caius answered them, "We will give you no peace till ye restore the Volscians all the lands and all the cities which ye or your fathers have ever taken from them, and till ye make them your citizens, and give them all the rights which ye have yourselves, as ye have done to the Latins." The deputies could not accept such hard conditions, so they went back to Rome. And when the Senate sent them again to ask for gentler terms, Caius would not suffer them to enter the camp. After this, the Senate sent all the priests of the gods and the augurs, all clothed in their sacred garments and bearing in their hands the tokens of the gods whom they served. But neither could Caius listen to these, so they too went back again to Rome. Yet when the help of man had failed the Romans, the help of the gods delivered them. For among the women who were sitting as suppliants in the temple of Jupiter in the Capitol was Valeria, the sister of that Publius Valerius who had been called Publicola, a virtuous and noble lady whom all held in honour. As she was sitting in the temple as a suppliant before the image of Jupiter, Jupiter seemed to inspire her with a sudden thought. She immediately rose, and called upon all the other noble ladies who were with her to arise also, and she led them to the house of Volumnia, the mother of Caius, and there she found Virgilia, the wife of Caius with his mother, and also his little children. Valeria then addressed Volumnia and Virgilia and said, "Our coming here to you is our own doing. Neither the Senate nor any other mortal man has sent us, but the gods in whose temple we were sitting as suppliants put it into our hearts that we should come and ask you to join us, women with women, without any aid of men, to win for our country a great deliverance, and for ourselves a name glorious above all women, even above those Sabine wives in the old times who stopped the battle between their husbands and their fathers. Come then with us to the camp of Caius, and let us pray to him to show us mercy." Volumnia said, "We will go with you." And Virgilia took her young children with her, and they all went to the camp of the enemy. It was a sad and solemn sight to see this train of noble ladies, and the very Volscian soldiers stood in silence as they passed by, and pitied them and honoured them. They found Caius sitting in the general's seat in the midst of the camp, and the Volscian chiefs were standing around him. When he first saw them, he wondered what he could be, but presently he knew his mother, who was walking at the head of the train. And then he could not contain himself, but leaped down from his seat and ran to meet her, and was going to kiss her, but she stopped him and said, "Ere thou kiss me, and let me know whether I am speaking to an enemy or to my son, whether I stand in thy camp as thy prisoner or as thy mother." Caius could not answer her, and then she went on and said, "Must it be, then, that had I never borne a son, Rome should have never seen the camp of an enemy, that had I remained childless, I should have died a free woman in a free city? But I am too old to bear much longer either thy shame or my misery. Rather look to thy wife and children, whom if thou persistest, thou art dooming to an untimely death, or a long life of bondage." Then Virgilia and his children came up to him and kissed him, and all the noble ladies wept, and bemoaned their own fate and the fate of their country. At last Caius cried out, "O mother, what hast thou done to me?" And he wrung her hand vehemently and said, Mother, thine is a victory, a happy victory for thee and for Rome, but shame and ruin to thy son. And he fell on her neck and embraced her. And he embraced his wife and his children, and sent them back to Rome, and led away the army of the Volscians, and never afterwards attacked Rome any more. And he lived on a banished man among the Volscians, and when he was very old, and had neither wife nor children around him, he was wont to say that now, in old age, he knew the full bitterness of banishment. So Caius lived and died amongst the Volscians. The Romans, as was right, honored Volumnia and Valeria for their deeds, and a temple was built and dedicated to the woman's fortune, just on the spot where Caius had yielded to his mother's words. And the first priestess of the temple was Valeria, into whose heart Jupiter had first put the thought to go to Volumnia, and to call upon her to go out to the enemy's camp, and entreat her son. End of section 45. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 46 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angelique Campbell. August 2018. The World Story, Volume 4. Greece and Rome. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 46. How Cincinnatus saved the Council, 455 B.C. by Thomas Arnold. There had been peace between the Romans and the Aequians, but the Aequians and Gracchus Clodius, their chief, broke the peace, and plundered the lands of the people of Lavici and of the people of Tusculum. They then pitched their camp on the top of Algidus, and the Romans sent deputies to them to complain of the wrong which they had done. It happened that the tent of Gracchus was pitched under the shade of a great evergreen oak, and he was sitting in his tent when the deputies came to him. His answer was full of mockery. I, for my part, said he, am busy with other matters. I cannot hear you. You had better tell your message to the oak yonder. Immediately one of the deputies answered, Yea, let this sacred oak hear, and let all the gods hear likewise, how treacherously you have broken the peace. They shall hear it now, and shall soon avenge it, for you have scorned alike the laws of the gods and of men. Then they went back to Rome, and the Senate resolved upon war. And Lucius Minucius, the consul, led his legions through Algidus to fight with the proud enemy. But Gracchus was a skilful soldier, and he pretended to be afraid of the Romans, and retreated before them, and they followed him, without heeding where they were going. So they came into a narrow valley, with hills on either side, high and steep and bare. And then Gracchus sent men secretly, who closed up the way by which they had entered into the valley, so that they could not get back. And the hills closed round the valley in front of them, and on the right and left, and on the top of these hills Gracchus lay with his army, while the Romans were shut up in the valley below. In this valley there was neither grass for the horses, nor food for the men, but 5 horsemen had broken out before the road. In the rear of the Romans was quite closed up, and these rode to Rome, and told the Senate of the great danger of the council and of the army. Upon this, Quintus Fabius, the warden of the city, sent in haste for Caius Nautius, the other consul, who was with his army in the country of the Sabines. When he came, they consulted together, and the Senate said, There is only one man who can deliver us. We must make Lucius Quinctius master of the people. So Caius, as the manner was, named Lucius to be master of the people, and then he hastened back to his army before the storm was risen. This Lucius Quinctius let his hair grow, and tended it carefully, and was so famous for his curled and crisped locks that men called him Cincinnatus. or the crisp-haired. He was a frugal man and did not care to be rich, and his land was on the other side of the Tiber, a plot of 4 jugera, footnote, 12½ acres, end of footnote, where he dwelt with his wife Brasilia, and busied himself in the tilling of his ground. So in the morning early, the Senate sent deputies to Lucius to tell him that he was chosen to be master of the people. The deputies went over the river and came to his house, and found him in his field at work without his toga or cloak, and digging with his spade in the ground. They saluted him and said, "We bring thee a message from the Senate, so thou must put on thy cloak that thou mayest receive it as is fitting." Then he said, "Hath aught of evil befallen the state?" And he bid his wife to bring his cloak. And when he had put it on, he went out to meet the deputies. Then they said, "Hail to thee, Lucius Quinctius! The Senate declares thee master of the people, and calls thee to the city, for the council and the army in the country of the Aequians are in grave danger." Then there was a boat made ready to carry him over the Tiber, and when he stepped out of the boat, his 3 sons came to meet him, and his kinsmen, and his friends, and the greater part of the senators. He was thus led home in great state to his house, and the 24 lictors, with their rods and axes, walked before him. As for the multitude, they crowded around to see him, but they feared his 24 lictors, for they were a sign that the power of the master of the people was as sovereign as that of the kings of old. Lucius chose Lucius Tarquitius to be master of the horse, a brave man and of a burgher's house, but was so poor withal that he had been used to serve among the foot soldiers instead of among the horse. Then the master of the people and the master of the horse went together into the forum, and bade every man to shut up his booth, and stopped all causes at law, and gave an order that none should look to his own affairs till the council and his army were delivered from the enemy. They ordered also that every man who was of an age to go out to battle should be ready in the field of Mars before sunset, and should have with him victuals for 5 days, and 12 stakes. And the older men dressed the victuals for the soldiers, whilst the soldiers went about everywhere to get their stakes, and they cut them where they would, without any hindrance. So the army was ready in the field of Mars at the time appointed, and they set forth from the city, and made such haste that ere the night was half spent, they came to Algidus, and when they perceived they were near the enemy, they made a halt. Then Lucius rode on and saw how the camp of the enemy lay, and he ordered his soldiers to throw down all their baggage into one place, but to keep each man his arms and his 12 stakes. Then they set out again in their order of march as they had come from Rome, and they spread themselves round the camp of the enemy on every side. When this was done, upon a signal given they raised a great shout, and directly every man began to dig a ditch just where he stood, and to set in his stakes. The shout rang through the camp of the enemy, and filled them with fear, and it sounded even to the camp of the Romans who were shut up in the valley. And the consul's men said to one another, "Rescue is surely at hand, for that is the shout of Romans." They themselves shouted in answer, and sallied to attack the camp of the enemy, and they fought so fiercely that they hindered the enemy from interrupting the work of the Romans without their camp. And this went on all the night, till when it was morning, the Romans who were without had drawn a ditch all around the enemy, and had fenced it in with their stakes. And now they left their work, and began to take part in the battle. Then the Aequians saw that there was no hope, and they began to ask for mercy. Lucius answered, "Give me Gracchus and your other chiefs bound, and then I will set 2 spears upright on the ground, and I will put a 3rd spear across, and you shall give up your arms and your cloaks, and shall pass, every man of you, under the spear bound across as under a yoke, and then you may go away free." This was done accordingly. Gracchus and the other chiefs were bound, and the Aequians left their camp to the Romans, with all its spoils, and put off their cloaks, and passed each man under the yoke, and then went home full of shame. But Lucius would not suffer the consul's army to have any share of the spoils, nor did he let the consul keep his power, but made him his own under-officer, and then marched back to Rome. Nor did the consul's soldiers complain, but they were rather full of thankfulness to Lucius for having rescued them from the enemy, and they agreed to give him a golden crown. As he returned to Rome, they shouted after him and called him their protector and their father. Great was now the joy in Rome, and the Senate decreed that Lucius should enter the city in triumph, in the order in which the army was returning from Algidus. And he rode in his chariot, while Gracchus and the chiefs of the Aequians were led bound before him, and the standards were borne before him, and all the soldiers, laden with their spoil, followed behind. And tables were set out at the door of every house, with meat and drink for the soldiers. And they and the people feasted together, and followed the chariot of Lucius with singing and great rejoicings. Thus the gods took vengeance upon Gracchus and the Aequians, and thus Lucius delivered the consul and his army. And all was done so quickly that he went out on one evening, and came home the next day at evening, victorious and triumphant. End of section 46. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Angelique G. Campbell.
Section 47 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 47. The Fall of VI, 396 BC, by Thomas Arnold. The poetical story of the fall of Veii is as follows. For 7 years and more the Romans had been besieging Veii. Now the summer was far advanced, and all the springs and rivers were very low, when on a sudden the waters of the lake of Alba began to rise, and they rose above its banks, and covered the fields and houses by the water's side, and still they rose higher and higher, till they reached the top of the hills which surrounded the lake, as with a wall. And they overflowed where the hills were lowest. And behold, the water of the lake poured down in a mighty torrent into the plain beyond. When the Romans found that the sacrifices which they offered to the gods and powers of the place were of no avail, and their prophets knew not what counsel to give them, and the lake still continued to overflow the hills and to pour down into the plain below, then they sent over the sea to Delphi to ask counsel of the oracle of Apollo, which was famous in every land. So the messengers were sent to Delphi, and meanwhile the report of the overflowing of the lake was much talked of, so that the people of Veii heard of it. Now there was an old Vientian who was skilled in the secrets of the fates, and it chanced that he was talking from the walls with a Roman centurion whom he had known before in the days of peace. And the Roman spoke of the ruin that was coming upon Veii, and was sorry for the old man his friend. But the old man laughed and said, Ah, ye think to take Veii, but ye shall not take it till the waters of the lake of Alba are all spent, and flow out into the sea no more. When the Roman heard this, he was much moved by it, for he knew that the old man was a prophet. And the next day he came again to talk with the old man, and he enticed him to come out of the city, and to go aside with him to a lonely place, saying that he had a certain matter of his own, concerning which he desired to know the secrets of fate. And while they were talking together, he seized the old man, and carried him off to the Roman camp, and brought him before the generals. And the generals sent him to Rome to the Senate. Then the old man declared all that was in the Fates concerning the overflow of the Lake Alba, and he told the Senate what they were to do with the water that it might cease to flow into the sea. If the lake overflow, and its waters run out into the sea, woe unto Rome. But if it be drawn off, and the waters reach the sea no longer, then it is woe unto Veii. But the Senate would not listen to the old man's words till the messengers should come back from Delphi. After a time the messengers came back, and the answers of the god agreed in all things with the words of the old man of Veii. For it said, "See that the waters be not confined within the basin of the lake. See that they take not their own course, and run into the sea. Thou shalt let the water out of the lake, and thou shalt turn it to the watering of thy fields, and thou shalt make courses for it till it be spent and come to nothing." Then the Romans believed the oracle, and they sent workmen and began to bore through the sides of the hills to make a passage for the water. And the water flowed out through this passage underground, and it ceased to flow over the hills. And when it came out from the passage into the plain below, it was received into many courses which had been dug for it, and it watered the fields, and became obedient to the Romans, and was all spent in doing them service, and flowed to the sea no more. And the Romans knew that it was the will of the gods that they should conquer Veii. So Marcus Furius Camillus was made dictator, and the Veientians sent to Rome to beg for peace, but the Romans would not grant it. Now the Etruscans are skilled in the secrets of fate above all other nations, and one of the chief men of Veii, who had gone with the embassy, turned round as he was going out of the Senate house, and looked upon the senators, and said, "A goodly answer truly have ye given us, and a generous. For though we humble ourselves before you, ye will show us no mercy, but threaten to destroy us utterly. Ye heed neither the wrath of the gods, nor the vengeance of men. Yet the gods shall requite you for your pride, and as ye destroy our country, so ye shall shortly after lose your own." Meanwhile Marcus Furius pressed the city on every side, and he was at the head of a mighty army, for the Latins and the Hernicans had brought their aids, and he commanded his men to dig a way underground, which would pass beneath the walls and come out again to the light within the precinct of the temple of Juno in the citadel of Veii. The men worked on by night and by day, for they were divided into 6 bands, and each band worked in turn and rested in turn. And the secret passage was carried up into the precinct of the temple of Juno. But it had not broken through the surface of the ground, so that the Veientians knew not of it. Then every man who desired to have a share of the spoil hastened from Rome to the camp at Veii. And Marcus the dictator made a vow, and promised to give the 10th part of all the spoil to Apollo, the god of Delphi. And he prayed also to Juno, the goddess of the Veientians, that she would be pleased to depart from Veii, and to follow the Romans home to their city, which from henceforth should be hers, and where a temple worthy of her majesty should be given her for her abode. After this he ordered the Romans to assault the city on every side, and the Veientians ran to the wall to meet them, and the shout of the battle arose, and the fight was carried on fiercely. But the king of the Veientians was in the temple of Juno in the citadel, offering a sacrifice for the deliverance of the city. And the prophet who stood by, when he saw the sacrifice, cried aloud, "This is an accepted offering, for there is victory for him who offers its entrails upon the altar." Now the Romans were in the secret passage, and heard the words of the prophet. So they burst forth into the temple, and they snatched away the entrails from those who were sacrificing. And Marcus, the Roman dictator, and not the king of the Veientians, offered them upon the altar. Then the Romans rushed down from the citadel, and ran to the gates of the city, and let in their comrades. And all the army broke into the town, and they sacked and took Veii. While they were sacking the city, Marcus looked down upon the havoc from the top of the citadel, and when he saw the greatness of the city and the richness of the spoil, his heart swelled within him, and he said, "What man's fortune was ever so great as mine?" But then, in a moment, there came the thought, how little a thing, in how short a time, can bring the greatest fortune down to the lowest. And his pride was turned into fear, and he prayed, if it must be that in return for such great glory and victory some evil should befall him or his country, yet that it might be light and recoverable. Whilst he prayed, he veiled his head, as is the custom of the Romans in prayer, and turned round towards the right. But as he turned, his foot slipped, and he fell upon his back upon the ground. Yet he was comforted rather than annoyed by his fall, for he said, "The gods have heard my prayer, and for the great fortune of my victory over Veii, they have sent me only this little evil." Then he ordered some young men, chosen out from all his army, to approach to the temple of Juno, and they had washed themselves in pure water, and were clothed in white, so that there was on them no sign of stain, of blood, and of slaughter. And they bowed low as they came to the temple, but were afraid to touch the image of the goddess, for no hand might touch it except the priest's, who was born of the house that had the priesthood. So they asked the goddess whether it was her pleasure to go with them to Rome. And then there happened a wonder, for the image spake and answered, "I will go." And when they touched it, it moved from its place of its own accord, and it was carried to Rome. Thus Juno left her abode in the citadel of Veii, and she dwelt in her temple at Rome on the hill Aventine, which the Romans built and dedicated to her honor. After this, there were rejoicings in Rome greater than had ever been known before, and there were thanksgivings for 4 days, and all the temples were filled with those who came to offer their thank offerings. And Marcus entered the city in triumph, and he rode up to the Capitol in a chariot drawn by 4 white horses, like the horses of Jupiter and like the horses of the sun. But wise men thought that it was done too proudly, and they said, "Marcus makes himself equal to the blessed gods. See if vengeance come not on him, and he be not made lower than other men." End of section 47. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 48 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World's Story Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 48. The Geese That Saved the Capitol, 364 B.C., by Thomas Arnold. The Gauls from the north had pushed down into Italy, and had either slain or driven away the Etruscans. In 364 B.C., they pressed on still farther south, forced the gates of Rome, and plundered the city. The Editor. The mass of the commons had fled from Rome with their wives and children, or having escaped from the rout of the Allia, had taken refuge at Veii. The flower of the patricians and of the citizens of the richer classes of an age to bear arms had retired into the capital, to defend to the last that sanctuary of their country's gods. The Flamen of Quirinius and the Vestal Virgins had departed with the sacred things committed to their charge out of the reach of danger. But there were other ministers of the gods whom their duty did not compel to leave Rome, whom their age rendered unable to join in the defense of the capital, and who could not endure to be a burden upon those whose strength allowed them to defend it. They could not live the few remaining years of their lives in a foreign city, but as they could not serve their country by their deeds, they wished at least to serve it by their deaths. So they, and others of the old patricians who had filled the highest offices in the Commonwealth, met together, and Marcus Fabius, the chief pontifex, recited a solemn form of words, which they each repeated after him, devoting to the spirits of the dead and to the earth, the common grave of all living, themselves and the army of the Gauls together with themselves, for the welfare and deliverance of the people of the Romans and of the Quirites. Then, as men devoted to death, they arrayed themselves in their most solemn dress, they who had held curule offices in their robes of white with the broad scarlet border, they who had won triumphs in their robes of triumph overlaid with embroidery of many colours, and with palm branches of gold, and took their seats each on his ivory chair of magistracy in the gateway of his house. When the Gauls saw these aged men in this array of majesty, sitting motionless amidst the confusion of the sack of the city, they at first looked upon them as more than human, and one of the soldiers drew near to Marcus Papirius, and began to stroke reverently his long white beard. Papirius, who was a minister of the gods, could not endure the touch of profane barbarian hands, and struck the Gaul over the head with his ivory sceptre. Instantly the spell of reverence was broken, and rage and thirst of blood succeeded to it. The Gaul cut down the old Papirius with his sword. His comrades were kindled at the sight, and all the old men, according to their vow, were offered up as victims to the powers of death. The enemy now turned their attention to the Capitol. But the appearance of the Capitoline Hill in the 4th century of Rome can ill be judged of by that view which travellers obtain of its present condition. The rock, which is now so concealed by the houses built up against it, or by artificial slopings of the ground, as to be only visible in a few places, formed at that time a natural defence of precipitous cliff all round the hill, and there was only one access to the summit from below, the clivus or ascent to the Capitol. By this single approach the Gauls tried to storm the citadel, but they were repulsed with loss, and after this attempt they contented themselves with blockading the hill, and extending their devastations over the neighbouring country of Latium. It is even said that they penetrated into the south of Italy, and a Gaulish army is reported to have reached Apulia, whilst a portion of their forces was still engaged in blockading the Roman garrison in the capital. Meantime, the Romans who had taken refuge at Veii had recovered from their first panic, and were daily becoming more and more reorganized. It was desirable that a communication should be opened between them and the garrison of the capital, and a young man named Pontius Cominius undertook the adventure. Accordingly, he set out from Veii, swam down the Tiber, climbed up the cliff into the capital, explained to the garrison the state of things at Veii, and returned by the same way unhurt. But when the morning came, the Gauls observed marks on the side of the cliff, which told them that someone had made his way there, either up or down, and the soil had in places been freshly trodden away, and the bushes which grew here and there on the face of the ascent had been crushed or torn from their hold, as if by someone treading on them or clinging to them for support. So, being thus made aware that the cliff was not impracticable, they proceeded by night to scale it. The spot, being supposed to be inaccessible, was not guarded. The top of the rock was not even defended by a wall. In silence and in darkness the Gauls made their way up the cliff. No sentinel perceived them. Even the watchdogs, said the story, heard them not, and gave no alarm. But on the part of the hill by which the enemy were ascending stood the temple of the 3 guardian gods of the capital and of Rome, Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva. And in this precinct there were certain geese kept, which were sacred to Juno. And even amidst their distress for food, the Romans, said the old story, had spared the birds which were protected by the goddess. So now, in the hour of danger, the geese heard the sound of the enemy, and began to cry in their fear, and to flap their wings, and Marcus Manlius, whose house was in the capital hard by the temple, was aroused by them, and he sprang up and seized sword and shield, and called to his comrades, and ran to the edge of the cliff. And behold, a Gaul had just reached the summit, when Marcus rushed upon him and dashed the rim of his shield into his face, and tumbled him down the rock. The Gaul, as he fell, bore down those who were mounting behind him, and the rest were dismayed, and dropped their arms to cling more closely to the rock. And so the Romans, who had been roused by the call of Marcus, slaughtered them easily, and the capital was saved. Then all so honoured the brave deed of Marcus Manlius, that each man gave him from his own scanty store 1 day's allowance of food, namely, 1/2 pound of corn, and a measure containing 5 ounces in weight of wine. End of section 48.
Section 49 of Greece and Rome, read for LibriVox.org. Rome, Part 3. Rome becomes mistress of the world. Historical note. Just across the Mediterranean Sea on the coast of Africa was the ancient town of Carthage, a great commercial center and the most powerful maritime city in the world. Naturally, there was jealousy between Carthage and Rome. Trouble arose in Sicily. The Carthaginians helped one side, the Romans the other. This was the beginning of the Punic Wars, which raged during the greater part of the time between 246 BC and 133 BC. The result was the complete destruction of Carthage. Meanwhile, Rome acquired Sardinia, Corsica, and Illyria. She also pushed to the north and founded colonies. Spain, Greece, and Macedonia came into her hands, and by 133 BC, the little village of Romulus and Remus controlled all the countries around the Mediterranean Sea. Rome had become mistress of the world. Power brought wealth. With the treasures of conquered provinces pouring into Rome, her citizens were no longer satisfied with their former simple ways of living, but imitated the luxurious fashions of the East. They became cruel and often brutal. The fights of the gladiators were their favorite amusement. There was much suffering among the poor, partly because the rich had monopolized the public lands. Two nobles, the Gracchi, succeeded in having laws passed which they hoped would mend matters, but the Gracchi were slain. The slaves were so wretched that in Sicily they revolted against their masters. Barbarians from the north came down upon Italy, but were driven back by Marius. The army had become stronger than the lawmaking power. Marius was for a while driven into exile, and his former lieutenant Sulla was given command of the war against Mithridates, king of Pontus. But he succeeded in regaining his power and then put to death all who had opposed him. Sulla returned, and now the streets of Rome ran with the blood of those who had favored Marius. A young man named Julius Caesar barely saved his life. End of section 49. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 50 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nigel Fisher. The World's Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section number 50. The Romans of the Early Republic and Their Ways, by Eva March Tappan. Even if there were no truth in the old stories of Rome, they would nevertheless tell us much about the character of the Romans. People are always inclined to become like those whom they admire, and therefore the best Romans must have been like the heroes of the legends. They were then dignified and somewhat stern in manner, with great respect for the law and strong love of country. So long as the father lived, the son must yield to him in all private matters, but as a citizen the son was free, and if he happened to hold a higher office in the state than his father, the father must show him due honour. There is a story that a famous old general, Fabius Concator, had a brilliant son who was made consul. This office put him at the head of the army, and the father was therefore under him. The general rode up to greet his son as usual, but the son bade him dismount before he ventured to address a consul. The old general, whom all Rome delighted to honour, was greatly pleased and said, "My son, I wish to see whether you would remember the respect due to you as the consul of the Roman people." In the earlier times, the Romans lived in houses of a single room, with a hole in the roof to let the smoke out, and a hole in the floor to drain off the rain that leaked in through the roof. The number of rooms increased, but the heart of the home was the atrium, the living room of the house. Here the wife and her daughters spun and wove. Here was an altar with images of the ancestors of the family who were worshipped as household gods and were supposed to protect the home. Here was a table, a bed, a hearth for the open fire, and not much besides. Up to the time when Tarentum was captured, even those who were well-to-do lived in houses that had simply added to this atrium a few rooms for sleeping. Although as Rome increased in wealth and power, the houses of the rich grew more spacious and more elegant. The food was as simple as the house. The early Romans ate peas, beans, onions and other vegetables, and a sort of porridge made of wheat, but meat was not often used. The dress of a Roman consisted chiefly of a toga. This was a long oval scarf, perhaps 10 feet wide, It was folded lengthways and draped over the left shoulder, under the right and over the left again. One end hung down the back, while the other was tucked into the fold or loop in front. Arranging the toga was an important matter. A man would have been laughed at from one end of the town to the other who ventured out into the streets with his toga draped over the right shoulder instead of the left. Under the toga, the Roman wore a tunic or kind of shirt without sleeves. If the weather was cold, he put on one or two extra tunics and perhaps a sort of mantle. Hats were not worn unless a man was travelling and the sun was uncomfortably warm. In the house, the Roman wore sandals on his bare feet, but for the street he had shoes somewhat like those of today. The tunic and toga were made of white woolen cloth, but members of the Senate were allowed to have a broad purple stripe running down the front of the tunic. Slaves wore tunics, and sometimes in cold weather cloaks, but they were never permitted to wear the toga, for that was regarded as the special dress of the Roman citizen. The Roman boy wore a toga with a broad purple border until he was about 17. Then his father and a company of friends led him to the forum to enrol his name as a citizen, and after this he was permitted to wear the manly toga, as it was called. The Roman woman wore a tunic and vest, and over these another tunic long enough to touch the floor. This was the stola. It was kept in place by a girdle. When the Roman lady went out of doors, she put on a palla, or shawl of white woolen, draping it in much the same fashion as the toga of the men. Children were sent to school, usually in the care of some trusty slave, who was to see that they behaved well in the streets. It is not probable that in early times they learned much of books besides reading, writing, and a little arithmetic, but they were taught to ride, swim, and use arms, in order that they might be of value in defending the state, and they were most carefully trained to be honest and truthful, to worship the gods, to love their country, and above all things to be strictly obedient. If a child disobeyed his father, the father might sell him as a slave or even put him to death. If a man broke the law of the state, his fellow citizens thought he had forfeited all right to live. The Romans believed that the spirits of the dead lingered around their tombs. If these spirits received due honour from their descendants, they were happy and kept loving watch over the home. If they were neglected, they were miserable and became mischievous and dangerous. The goddess of the hearth was Vesta, and the fire on the hearth was her symbol. Each family paid respect to Vesta at its own fireside. But besides this, a public temple was built in her honour, and there 6 maidens watched her sacred fires, that they might never be permitted to go out. The Romans worshipped Jupiter as the father of the gods. The god of war was Mars, the god of property and commerce was Hercules. These 4 were the principal gods of the early Romans. But there were hosts of others. There was Juno, wife of Jupiter, Neptune, god of the waters, Minerva the wise, Venus the beautiful, the 2-faced Janus, whose temple was open in war and closed in peace. Indeed, there was a god for every action. When a Roman was about to carry his corn into the barn, he offered a sacrifice to the god of carrying corn into barns, and he prayed that he might do it successfully. The worship of the Romans was practised as a sort of barter between themselves and the gods. They believed that if they did not worship the gods, some evil would come upon them, but if they offered up prayers and sacrifices, they would get favours. They thought that it was especially pleasing to the gods to watch athletic games, and therefore if a Roman magistrate wished to make sure of good harvests, or if a military commander was in danger of defeat, he would promise the gods that if they would help him, he would celebrate games or athletic contests in their honour, such as wrestling and racing. When any important business was to be undertaken, the augur who interpreted the will of the gods was always consulted. He went to some high place, prayed and offered up sacrifices, then seated himself with his face to the east to watch the sky. There were many fixed rules for interpreting what he might see or hear. For instance, it was a good sign if a raven croaked on the right, but if a crow appeared, it must croak on the left to bring good luck. Thunder on the left was fortunate for everything but holding the comitia. A flight of birds in one part of the sky was favourable to any proposed plan, but in another part unfavourable. There were other omens than these appearances in the sky. To spill salt, or stumble, or sneeze was sure to bring bad luck, unless the suppliant made some gift to the gods to warn off their displeasure. In celebrating a marriage, the augur was always called upon to take the auspices, that is, to watch the various omens and see whether they were favourable. This was done before sunrise, for the wedding ceremonies required a whole day. The guests came together at the house of the parents of the bride and listened eagerly while the augur reported what he had seen and explained its meaning. Then all eyes were turned upon the bride and bridegroom, for the words of marriage were now to be spoken. The bride wore a snow-white tunic. Her hair had been parted into 6 locks with the point of a spear, and over it was thrown a red veil. After the words of marriage had been said, some woman friend of the bride's family led the couple to the altar. They walked around it hand in hand and offered up a cow, a pig, and a sheep. Then the guests cried, "Felicita, felicita," that is, "Good wishes," or "May you be happy," and the feast began. At nightfall, the bride pretended to cling to her mother, while the bridegroom tore her away and carried her to her new home. This show of force was perhaps in memory of the stealing of the Sabine women in the days of Romulus. The journey to the home of the bridegroom was not a solitary one by any means, for anybody followed who chose. Torch-bearers led the procession, men played on flutes, and the people sang songs. There were always many boys in the company, for the bridegroom carried a supply of nuts to scatter among them. This was to show that he was throwing away all childish things. At the threshold the bride paused, for there the evil goddesses called the Furies were supposed to dwell. If she were to stumble, it would be a most unlucky omen, and therefore she was always lifted into the atrium. On the following day, the wedding guests came together again, for now it was the turn of the bridegroom to give a feast. The household gods were not forgotten, and the bride offered a sacrifice to them to show that she was now a member of her husband's family, and joined in the worship of his ancestors. It is no wonder that the Romans wanted the gods to favour their enterprises, for they undertook works of great magnitude. As it has been said before, they did not hesitate to set to work to drain a lake by means of a tunnel, the building of which would be no small undertaking even with modern machinery. The Cloaca Maxima, the great sewer built by Tarquinius Priscus, is 25 centuries old and still does its work. They built channels underground and mighty aqueducts on lofty arches above the ground to bring fresh water into the city. In the reign of Tarquinius Priscus, they built the Circus Maximus, a racecourse in a valley, with seats rising in tiers on the slopes of the hill. This was large enough to hold many thousand spectators. The Romans were also famous builders of roads. If a city came under their rule, they immediately built a direct road to it. The most famous of the Roman roads is the one leading from Rome to Capua. It is called the Via Appia, or Appian Way, because it was built while Appius Claudius Caecus was censor. The roadway was first covered with broken stone and cement. Then upon this were laid exceedingly large blocks of hard rock, cut so smooth and square that the pavement seems almost as if made in one piece. The one aim of the Romans was to make Rome powerful, and the chief object of these roads was to enable them to march bodies of soldiers to any given place without delay. Therefore they did not trouble themselves to search out easy grades for their roads. They made them as straight as possible. If a valley was in the way, they built a lofty viaduct across it. If a mountain stood before them, they dug a tunnel through it. If it had not been for these roads, the Romans could never have held Italy under their rule. But every conquered city knew that at the suspicion of a revolt, the terrible Roman troops would come down upon them, and that the punishments of Rome were swift and severe. Another method by which Rome kept her conquests was a much pleasanter one than fighting or threatening, that is, founding colonies. When Rome overcame a district, part of the land was always given to Roman citizens, who would go there to found colonies. These colonies were not mere military camps. They were founded by men who had come to live quietly on their farms. They governed the colonies as Rome was governed, and they practised the manners and customs of Rome. The result was that the conquered people soon learned to talk Latin and to understand Roman ways of living and thinking and ruling. Just as far as possible, the Romans made it difficult for these conquered towns to have much to do with one another, but easy to have dealings with Rome. As their people came to know more of Rome, they could hardly help learning to admire her and wishing to become citizens. So it was that Rome held fast whatever country came into her hands. It is wonderful that a tiny settlement surrounded by enemies should have been able to grow into a state strong enough to overcome all these enemies. It is still more wonderful that having overcome them, she should have succeeded in making them not only obedient to her rule, but proud of being governed by a city that they had come to look upon with respect and admiration. End of section 50. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 51 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 51, How Hannibal Made His Way to Italy, 218 B.C., by Livy. The Second Punic War broke out in 218 B.C. Hannibal, the Carthaginian general, determined to come down upon Rome from the north. To do this, he was obliged to cross the river Rhone and then the Alps. The following account pictures his difficulties and how he overcame them. The Editor. Hannibal, the other states being pacified by fear or bribes, had now come into the territory of the Volsci, a powerful nation. They indeed dwell on both sides of the Rhone, but doubting that the Carthaginians could be driven from the higher bank, in order that they might have the river as defense, having transported almost all their effects across the Rhone, they occupied in arms the farther bank of the river. Hannibal, by means of presents, persuaded the other inhabitants of the riverside, and some even of the Volsci themselves, whom their homes had detained, to collect from every quarter and build ships. And they at the same time themselves desired that the army should be transported and their country relieved as soon as possible from the vast multitude of men that burdened it. A great number, therefore, of ships and boats, rudely formed for the neighboring passages, were collected together, and the Gauls, first beginning the plan, hollowed out some new ones from single trees, and then the soldiers themselves, at once, induced by the plenty of materials and the easiness of the work, hastily formed shapeless hulks in which they could transport themselves and their baggage, caring about nothing else, provided they could float and contain their burden. And now, when all things were sufficiently prepared for crossing, the enemy, over against them occupying the whole bank, horse and foot, deterred them. In order to dislodge them, Hannibal orders Hanno, the son of Hamilcar, at the first watch of the night, to proceed with a part of the forces, principally Spanish, 1 day's journey up the river, and having crossed it where he might first be able, as secretly as possible, to lead round his forces, that when the occasion required, he might attack the enemy in the rear. The Gauls, given him as guides for the purpose, inform him that about 25 miles from thence the river, spreading round a small island, broader where it was divided, and therefore with a shallower channel, presented a passage. At this place timber was quickly cut down, and rafts formed, on which men, horses, and other burdens might be conveyed over. The Spaniards, without making any difficulty, having put their clothes in bags of leather, and themselves leaning on their bucklers placed beneath them, swam across the river. And the rest of the army, after passing on the rafts, joined together, and pitching their camp near the river, being fatigued by the journey of the night and the labor of the work, are refreshed by the rest of 1 day, their leader being anxious to execute his design at a proper season. Setting out next day from this place, they signify by raising a smoke that they had crossed and were not far distant, which when Hannibal understood that he might not be wanting on the opportunity, he gives the signal for passing. The infantry already had the boats prepared and fitted, a line of ships higher up, transporting the horsemen for the most part near their horses, swimming beside them in order to break the force of the current, rendered the water smooth to the boats crossing below. A great part of the horses were led across swimming, held by bridles from the stern, except those which they put on board, saddled and bridled, in order that they might be ready to be used by the rider the moment he disembarked on the strand. The Gauls ran down to the bank to meet them with various whoopings and songs, according to their custom, shaking their shields above their heads and brandishing their weapons in their right hands, although such a multitude of ships in front of them alarmed them, together with the loud roaring of the river and the mingled clamors of the sailors and soldiers, both those who were striving to break through the force of the current and those who from the other bank were encouraging their comrades on their passage. While sufficiently dismayed by this tumult in front, more terrifying shouts from behind assailed them, their camp having been taken by Hanno. Presently he himself came up, and a twofold terror encompassed them, both such a multitude of armed men landing from the ships, and this unexpected army pressing on their rear. When the Gauls, having made a prompt and bold effort to force the enemy, were themselves repulsed, they break through where a way seemed most open, and fly in consternation to their villages around. Hannibal, now despising these tumultuary onsets of the Gauls, having transported the rest of his forces at leisure, pitches his camp. I believe that there were various plans for transporting the elephants. At least, there are various accounts of the way in which it was done. Some relate that after the elephants were assembled together on the bank, the fiercest of them, being provoked by his keeper, pursued him as he swam across the water to which he had run for refuge, and drew after him the rest of the herd, the mere force of the stream hurrying them to the other bank, when the bottom had failed each, fearful of the depth. But there is more reason to believe that they were conveyed across on rafts, which plan, as it must have appeared the safer before execution, is after it the more entitled to credit. Whilst the elephants were conveyed over, Hannibal in the meantime had sent 500 Numidian horsemen towards the camp of the Romans, to observe where and how numerous their forces were, and what they were designing. The 300 Roman horsemen sent, as was before said, from the mouth of the Rhone, meet this band of cavalry, and a more furious engagement than could be expected from the number of the combatants takes place. For besides many wounds, the loss on both sides was also nearly equal, and the flight and dismay of the Numidians gave victory to the Romans, now exceedingly fatigued. There fell of the conquerors 160, not all Romans, but partly Gauls. Of the vanquished, more than 200. This commencement, and at the same time omen of the war, as it portended to the Romans a prosperous issue of the whole, so did it also the success of a doubtful and by no means bloodless contest. When, after the action had thus occurred, his own men returned to each general, Scipio could adopt no fixed plan of proceeding, except that he should form his measures from the plans and undertakings of the enemy; and Hannibal, uncertain whether he should pursue the march he had commenced into Italy, or fight with the Roman army which had first presented itself, the arrival of ambassadors from the Boii, and of a petty prince called Megillus, diverted from an immediate engagement, who, declaring that they would be the guides of his journey and the companions of his dangers, gave it as their opinion that Italy ought to be attacked with the entire force of the war, his strength having been nowhere previously impaired. The troops indeed feared the enemy, the remembrance of the former war not being yet obliterated, but much more did they dread the immense journey and the Alps, a thing formidable by report, particularly to the inexperienced. Hannibal, therefore, when his own resolution was fixed to proceed in his course in advance on Italy, having summoned an assembly, works upon the minds of the soldiers in various ways, by reproof and exhortation. He said that he wondered what sudden fear had seized breasts ever before undismayed, that through so many years they had made their campaigns with conquest, nor had departed from Spain before all the nations and countries which two opposite seas embrace were subjected to the Carthaginians; that then, indignant that the Romans demanded those whosoever had besieged Saguntum to be delivered up to them as on account of a crime, they had passed the Iberus to blot out the name of the Romans and to emancipate the world. that then the way seemed long to no one, though they were pursuing it from the setting to the rising of the sun; that now, when they saw by far the greater part of the journey accomplished, the passes of the Pyrenees surmounted amid the most ferocious nations, the Rhone, that mighty river, crossed in spite of the opposition of so many thousand Gauls, the fury of the river itself having been overcome, when they had the Alps in sight, the other side of which was Italy, should they halt through weariness at the very gates of the enemy, imagining the Alps to be what else than lofty mountains; that, supposing them to be higher than the summits of the Pyrenees, assuredly no part of the earth reached the sky, nor was insurmountable by mankind. The Alps, in fact, were inhabited and cultivated, produced and supported living beings. Were they passable by a few men and impassable to armies? That those very ambassadors whom they saw before them had not crossed the Alps borne aloft through the air on wings; neither were their ancestors indeed natives of the soil, but, settling Italy from foreign countries, had often, as emigrants, safely crossed these very Alps in immense bodies, with their wives and children. To the armed soldier, carrying nothing with him but the instruments of war, what in reality was impervious or insurmountable? That Saguntum might be taken, what dangers, what toils were for 8 months undergone! Now, when their aim was Rome, the capital of the world, could anything appear so dangerous or difficult as to delay their undertaking? That the Gauls had formerly gained possession of that very country which the Carthaginians despair of being able to approach; that they must therefore either yield in spirit and valor to that nation which they had so often during those times overcome, or look forward as the end of their journey to the plain which spreads between the Tiber and the walls of Rome. He orders them, roused by these exhortations, to refresh themselves and prepare for the journey. Next day, proceeding upward along the bank of the Rhone, he makes for the inland part of Gaul, not because it was the more direct route to the Alps, but believing that the farther he retired from the sea, the Romans would be less in his way, with whom, before he arrived in Italy, he had no intention of engaging. After 4 days' march he came to the island. There the streams of the Aar and the Rhone, flowing down from different branches of the Alps, after embracing a pretty large tract of country, flow into one. The name of the island is given to the plains that lie between them. The Allobroges dwell near, a nation even in those days inferior to none in Gaul in power and fame. They were at that time at variance. 2 brothers were contending for the sovereignty. The elder, named Brancus, who had before been king, was driven out by his younger brother and a party of the younger men, who, inferior in right, had more of power. When the decision of this quarrel was most opportunely referred to Hannibal, being appointed arbitrator of the kingdom, he restored the sovereignty to the elder, because such had been the opinion of the Senate and the chief men. In return for this service he was assisted with a supply of provisions and plenty of all necessaries, particularly clothing, which the Alps, notorious for extreme cold, rendered necessary to be prepared. After composing the dissensions of the Allobroges, when he now was proceeding to the Alps, he directed his course thither, not by the straight road, but turned to the left into the country of the Tricastini. Thence, by the extreme boundary of the territory of the Vocandrii, he proceeded to the Tricorii, his way not being anywhere obstructed till he came to the river Druentia. This stream, also arising amid the Alps, is by far the most difficult to pass of all the rivers in Gaul, for though it rolls down an immense body of water, yet it does not admit of ships, because, being restrained by no banks, and flowing in several and not always the same channels, and continually forming new shallows and new whirlpools, on which account the passage is also uncertain to a person on foot, and rolling down, besides gravelly stones, it affords no firm or safe passage to those who enter it; and having been at that time swollen by showers, it created great disorder among the soldiers as they crossed, when in addition to other difficulties, they were of themselves confused by their own hurry and uncertain shouts. Publius Cornelius, the consul, about 3 days after Hannibal moved from the bank of the Rhone, had come to the camp of the enemy with his army drawn up in square, intending to make no delay in fighting. But when he saw the fortifications deserted, and that he could not easily come up with them so far in advance before him, he returned to the sea and his fleet, in order more easily and safely to encounter Hannibal when descending from the Alps. But that Spain, the province which he had obtained by lot, might not be destitute of Roman auxiliaries, he sent his brother Cneius Scipio with the principal part of his forces against Hasdrubal, not only to defend the old allies and conciliate new, but also to drive Hasdrubal out of Spain. He himself, with a very small force, returned to Genoa, intending to defend Italy with the army which was around the Po. From the Druentia, by a road that lay principally through plains, Hannibal arrived at the Alps without molestation from the Gauls that inhabit those regions. Then, though the scene had been previously anticipated from report, by which uncertainties are wont to be exaggerated, yet the height of the mountains when viewed so near, and the snows almost mingling with the sky, the shapeless huts situated on the cliffs, the cattle and beasts of burden, withered by the cold, the men unshorn and wildly dressed, all things, animate and inanimate, stiffened with frost, and other objects more terrible to be seen than described, renewed their alarm. To them, marching up the first acclivities, the mountaineers appeared occupying the heights overhead, who, if they had occupied the more concealed valleys, might, by rushing out suddenly to the attack, have occasioned great flight and havoc. Hannibal orders them to halt, and having sent forward Gauls to view the ground, when he found there was no passage that way, he pitches his camp in the wildest valley he could find, among places all rugged and precipitous. Then, having learned from the same Gauls, when they had mixed in conversation with the mountaineers, from whom they differed little in language and manners, that the pass was only beset during the day, and that at night each withdrew to his own dwelling, he advanced at the dawn to the heights, as if designing openly and by day to force his way through the defile. The day then being passed in feigning a different attempt from that which was in preparation, when they had fortified the camp in the same place where they had halted, as soon as he perceived that the mountaineers had descended from the heights, and that the guards were withdrawn, having lighted for show a greater number of fires than was proportioned to the number that remained, and having left the baggage in the camp with the cavalry and the principal part of the infantry, he himself, with a party of light armed, consisting of all the most courageous of his troops, rapidly cleared the defile, and took post on those very heights which the enemy had occupied. At dawn of light the next day the camp broke up, and the rest of the army began to move forward. The mountaineers, on a signal being given, were now assembling from their forts to their usual station, when they suddenly beheld part of the enemy overhanging them from above, in possession of their former position, and the others passing along the road. Both these objects, presented at the same time to the eye and the mind, made them stand motionless for a little while, but when they afterwards saw the confusion in the pass, and that the marching body was thrown into disorder by the tumult which itself created, principally from the horses being terrified, thinking that whatever terror they added would suffice for the destruction of the enemy, they scrambled along the dangerous rocks, as being accustomed alike to pathless and circuitous ways. Then, indeed, the Carthaginians were opposed at once by the enemy and by the difficulties of the ground, and each striving to escape first from the danger. There was more fighting among themselves than with their opponents. The horses in particular created danger in the lines, which, being terrified by the discordant clamors which the groves and re-echoing valleys augmented, fell into confusion, and if by chance struck or wounded, they were so dismayed that they occasioned a great loss both of men and baggage of every description. And as the pass on both sides was broken and precipitous, this tumult threw many down to an immense depth, some even of the armed men, but the beasts of burden with their loads were rolled down like the fall of some vast fabric. Though these disasters were shocking to view, Hannibal, however, kept his place for a little, and kept his men together, lest he might augment the tumult and disorder. But afterwards, when he saw the line broken, and that there was danger that he should bring over his army, preserved to no purpose if deprived of their baggage, he hastened down from the higher ground, and though he had routed the enemy by the first onset alone, he at the same time increased the disorder in his own army. But that tumult was composed in a moment, after the roads were cleared by the flight of the mountaineers, and presently the whole army was conducted through, not only without being disturbed, but almost in silence. He then took a fortified place, which was the capital of that district, and the little villages that lay around it, and fed his army for 3 days with the corn and cattle he had taken. And during these 3 days, as the soldiers were neither obstructed by the mountaineers, who had been daunted by the first engagement, nor yet much by the ground, he made considerable way. He then came to another state, abounding for a mountainous country with inhabitants, where he was nearly overcome, not by open war, but by his own arts of treachery and ambuscade. Some old men, governors of forts, came as deputies to the Carthaginian, professing that, having been warned by the useful example of the calamities of others, they wished rather to experience the friendship than the hostilities of the Carthaginians. They would therefore obediently execute his commands, and begged that he would accept of a supply of provisions, guides of his march, and hostages for the sincerity of their promises. Hannibal, when he had answered them in a friendly manner, thinking that they should neither be rashly trusted nor yet rejected, lest if repulsed they might become enemies, having received the hostages whom they proffered, and made use of the provisions which they of their own accord brought down to the road, follows their guides, by no means as among a people with whom he was at peace, but with his line of march in close order. The elephants and cavalry formed the van of the marching body. He himself, examining everything around, and intent on every circumstance, followed with the choicest of the infantry. When they came into a narrower pass, lying on one side beneath an overhanging eminence, the barbarians, rising at once on all sides from their ambush, assailed them in front and rear, both at close quarters and from a distance, and rolled down huge stones on the army. The most numerous body of men pressed on the rear, against whom the infantry, facing about and directing their attack, made it very obvious that had not the rear of the army been well supported, a great loss must have been sustained in that pass. Even as it was, they came to the extremity of danger and almost to destruction. For while Hannibal hesitates to lead down his division into the defile, because though he himself was a protection to the cavalry, he had not in the same way left any aid to the infantry in the rear, the mountaineers, charging obliquely, and on having broken through the middle of the army, took possession of the road, and one night was spent by Hannibal without his cavalry and baggage. Next day, the barbarians, running in to the attack between the two divisions less vigorously, the forces were reunited, and the defile passed, not without loss, but yet with a greater destruction of beasts of burden than of men. From that time the mountaineers fell upon them in smaller parties, more like an attack of robbers than war, sometimes on the van, sometimes on the rear, according as the ground afforded them advantage, or stragglers advancing or loitering gave them an opportunity. Though the elephants were driven through steep and narrow roads with great loss of time, yet wherever they went they rendered the army safe from the enemy, because men unacquainted with such animals were afraid of approaching too nearly. On the 9th day they came to a summit of the Alps, chiefly through places trackless, and after many mistakes of their way, which were caused either by the treachery of the guides, or when they were not trusted, by entering valleys at random on their own conjectures of the route. For 2 days they remained encamped on the summit, and rest was given to the soldiers, exhausted with toil and fighting, and several beasts of burden, which had fallen down among the rocks, by following the track of the army, arrived at the camp. A fall of snow, it being now the season for the setting of the constellation of the Pleiades, caused great fear to the soldiers, already worn out with weariness of so many hardships. On the standards being moved forward at daybreak, when the army proceeded slowly over all places entirely blocked up with snow, and languor and despair strongly appeared in the countenances of all, Hannibal, having advanced before the standards, and ordered the soldiers to halt on a certain eminence, whence there was a prospect far and wide, points out to them Italy and the plains of the Po. extending themselves beneath the Alpine mountains, and said that they were now surmounting not only the ramparts of Italy, but also of the city of Rome, that the rest of the journey would be smooth and downhill, that after one, or at most a second battle, they would have the citadel and capital of Italy in their own power and possession. The army then began to advance, the enemy now making no attempts beyond petty thefts as opportunity offered, but the journey proved much more difficult than it had been in the ascent, as the declivity of the Alps, being generally shorter on the side of Italy, is consequently steeper, for nearly all the road was precipitous, narrow, and slippery, so that neither those who made the least stumble could prevent themselves from falling, nor when fallen remain in the same place, but rolled, both men and beasts of burden, one upon another. They then came to a rock much more narrow, and formed of such perpendicular ledges that a light-armed soldier, carefully making the attempt, and clinging with his hands to the bushes and roots around, could with difficulty lower himself. The ground, even before very steep by nature, had been broken by a recent falling away of the earth into a precipice of nearly 1,000 feet in depth. Here, when the cavalry had halted, as if at the end of their journey, it is announced to Hannibal, wondering what obstructed the march, that the rock was impassable. Having then gone himself to view the place, it seemed clear to him that he must lead his army round it, by however great a circuit, through the pathless and untrodden regions around. But this route also proved impracticable, for while the new snow of a moderate depth remained on the old which had not been removed, their footsteps were planted with ease as they walked upon the new snow, which was soft and not too deep, but when it was dissolved by the trampling of so many men and beasts of burden, they then walked on the bare ice below, and through the dirty fluid formed by the melting snow. Here there was a wretched struggle, both on account of the slippery ice not affording any hold to the step, and giving way beneath the foot more readily by reason of the slope, and whether they assisted themselves in rising by their hands or their knees, their supports themselves giving way, they would tumble again. Nor were there any stumps or roots near, by pressing against which one might with hand or foot support himself, so that they only floundered on the smooth ice and amid the melted snow. The beasts of burden sometimes also cut into this lower ice by merely treading upon it. At others they broke it completely through by the violence with which they struck in their hoofs in their struggling, so that most of them, as if taken in a trap, stuck in the hardened and deeply frozen ice. At length, after the men and beasts of burden had been fatigued to no purpose, the camp was pitched on the summit, the ground being cleared for that purpose with great difficulty, so much snow was there to be dug out and carried away. The soldiers being then set to make a way down the cliff, by which alone a passage could be effected, and it being necessary that they should cut through the rocks, having felled and lopped a number of large trees which grew around, they make a huge pile of timber, and as soon as a strong wind fit for exciting the flames arose, they set fire to it, and pouring vinegar on the heated stones, they rendered them soft and crumbling. They then open a way with iron instruments through the rock thus heated by the fire, and soften its declivities by gentle windings, so that not only the beasts of burden, but also the elephants could be led down it. 4 days were spent about this rock, the beasts nearly perishing through hunger, for the summits of the mountains are for the most part bare, and if there is any pasture, the snows bury it. The lower parts contain valleys, and some sunny hills, and rivulets flowing, beside woods, and scenes more worthy of the abode of man. There the beasts of burden were sent out to pasture, and rest given for 3 days to the men, fatigued with forming the passage. They then descended into the plains, the country, and the dispositions of the inhabitants being now less rugged. End of section 51. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 52 of Greece and Rome, read for LibriVox.org by Abai. Hannibal Crossing the Rhone, by Henri Paul Motte, modern French painter. Painting page 336. The invasion of Italy by Hannibal was one of the most brilliant military feats in all history. This picture shows how the great Carthaginian general was able to overcome his war elephant's natural dread of boats and to ferry them all safely across the river Rhône. Of this incident, Polybius, in his History of Rome, writes, "Having made a great number of rafts, they joined 2 of them together strongly, and made them fast to the land on the bank, the breadth of the 2 thus united being about 50 feet. Then they fastened 2 more to the extremity of these, which advanced out into the river. They secured also that side which was on the stream by cables from the land, fastened to some trees which grew on the bank, in order that they might not be forced away by the strength of the current. Having made this raft in the form of a bridge about 200 feet in length, they added to the end of it 2 other larger floats very firmly joined together, but fastened to the rest in such a manner that the cable by which they were held might easily be cut asunder. They next spread a great quantity of earth upon the rafts, laying it on until they had rendered them level, and similar in colour with the road on the land that led to the passage. The elephants, being accustomed to obey the Indians, did so till they approached the water, but never daring to venture in, they first led forward 2 female elephants along the rafts, when the rest presently followed. Upon reaching the extreme rafts, the cables which fastened them to the rest were cut, and they were instantly towed by the boats toward the other side. At this, the elephants, being thrown into great disorder, turned every way and rushed to every part of the raft. But being surrounded on all sides by water, their fears subsided, and they were constrained to remain where they stood. In this manner were the greater part of the elephants brought over, 2 rafts being thus continually fitted to the rest. End of section 52. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 53 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Copper. The World's Story, Volume 4. Greece and Rome. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 53. How Archimedes Defended Syracuse, 212 BC, by Livy. In the course of war with Carthage, the Romans attacked Syracuse. The following extract gives Livy's story of its defense by the mathematician Archimedes. Besides Livy's account, there is also a tradition that Archimedes set the fleet afire by arranging mirrors to reflect the rays of the sun. In spite of the brilliant defense, Syracuse was finally captured. It is said that while the pillage and destruction were going on, Archimedes sat calmly working on a problem. "Don't disturb me," he said to the soldier who had burst in upon him. The soldier was angry and struck him down. The Editor. The siege of Syracuse then commenced by sea and land at the same time. By land on the side of the Hexapelum, by sea on the side of the Acradina, the wall of which is washed by its waves. And as the Romans felt a confidence that as they had taken Leonetini by the terror they occasioned on the first assault, they should be able in some quarter to effect an entrance into a city so desert, and diffused over so large an extent of ground, they brought up to the walls every kind of engine for besieging cities. And an attempt made with so much energy would have succeeded, had it not been for one person then at Syracuse. That person was Archimedes, a man of unrivaled skill in observing the heavens and the stars, but more deserving of admiration as the inventor and constructor of warlike engines and works, by means of which, with a very slight effort, he turned to ridicule what the enemy effected with great difficulty. The wall, which ran along unequal eminences, most of which were high and difficult of access, some low and open to approach along level vales, he furnished with every kind of warlike engine, as seemed suitable to each particular place. Marcellus attacked from the Quinquiremes the wall of the Acradina, which, as before stated, was washed by the sea. From the other ships the archers and slingers and light infantry, whose weapon is difficult to be thrown back by the unskillful, allowed scarce any person to remain upon the wall unwounded. These, as they required room for the discharge of their missiles, kept their ships at a distance from the wall. 8 more quinquiremes joined together in pairs, the oars on their inner sides being removed, so that side might be placed to side, and which formed as it were ships, carried turrets built up in stories, and other engines employed in battering walls. Against this naval armament, Archimedes placed on different parts of the walls engines of various dimensions. Against the ships which were at distance he discharged stones of immense weight. Those which were nearer he assailed with lighter and therefore more numerous missiles. Lastly, in order that his own men might heap their weapons upon the enemy without receiving any wounds themselves, he perforated the wall from the top to the bottom with a great number of loopholes, about a cubit in diameter, though which some with arrows, others with scorpions of moderate size, assailed the enemy without being seen. Certain ships, which came nearer to the walls in order to get within the range of the engines, he placed upon their sterns, raising up their prows by throwing upon them an iron grapple, attached to a strong chain, by means of a toleno which projected from the wall and overhung them, having a heavy counterpoise of lead which forced back the lever to the ground. Then the grapple being suddenly disengaged, the ship falling, as it were, from the wall, was, by these means, to the utter consternation of the mariners, dashed in such a manner against the water that, even if it fell back in an erect position, it took in a great quantity of water. Thus the attack by sea was foiled, and their whole efforts were directed to an attack by land with all their forces. But on this side also the place was furnished with a similar array of engines of every kind, procured at the expense of Hiero, who had given his attention to this object through a course of many years, and constructed by the unrivaled abilities of Archimedes. The nature of the place also assisted them, for the rock which formed the foundation of the wall was for the most part so steep that not only materials discharged from engines, but such as were rolled down by their own gravity, fell upon the enemy with great force. The same cause rendered the approach to the city difficult and the footing unsteady. Wherefore, a council being held, it was resolved, since every attempt was frustrated, to abstain from assaulting the place, and keeping up a blockade, only to cut off the provisions of the enemy by sea and land. End of section 53. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ryan Copper.
Section 54 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Cleary. The World Story Volume 4, Greece and Rome. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 54. Marius to the Roman people, 106 BC, by Sallust. At the close of the Carthaginian Wars, the Romans had promised to protect the rightful rulers of the various provinces of Numidia. One Jugurtha had succeeded in putting these rulers to death, and seizing upon the whole country. The Romans were helpless, for the reasons that both commissioners and commanders sent against him accepted his bribes. Finally Marius, a man of humble birth who had risen to the consulship, was sent, and he brought the war to a close. The following extract is given by Sallust, the Roman historian, as the speech made by Marius to encourage enlistments in his army. The editor. I am aware, my fellow citizens, that most men do not appear as candidates before you for an office, and conduct themselves in it when they have obtained it, under the same character, that they are at first industrious, humble, and modest, but afterwards lead a life of indolence and arrogance. But to me, it appears that the contrary should be the case. For, as the whole state is of greater consequence than the single office of consulate or praetorship, so its interests ought to be managed with greater solicitude than those magistracies are sought. Nor am I sensible how great a weight of business I am, through your kindness, called upon to sustain, to make preparations for war, and yet be sparing of the treasury, to press those into the service who I am unwilling to offend, to direct everything at home and abroad, and to discharge these duties when surrounded by the envious, the hostile, and the factious, is more difficult, my fellow citizens, than is generally imagined. In addition to this, if others fail in the undertakings, their ancient rank, the heroic actions of their ancestors, the power of their relatives and connections, their numerous dependents are all at hand to support them. But as for me, my whole hopes rest upon myself, which I must sustain by good conduct and integrity, for all other means are unavailing. I am sensible too, my fellow citizens, that the eyes of all men are turned upon me, that the just and the good favour me, as my services are beneficial to the state. But that the nobility seek occasion to attack me, I must therefore use the greater exertion, that you may not be deceived in me, that their views may be rendered abortive. I have led such a life, indeed, from my boyhood to the present hour, that I am familiar with every kind of toil and danger, and that exertion, which before your kindness to me, I practised gratuitously. It is not my intention to relax after having received my reward. For those who have pretended to be men of worth only to secure their election, it may be difficult to conduct themselves properly in office. But to me, who have passed my whole life in the most honourable occupations, to act well had from habit become nature. You have commanded me to carry on the war against Jugurtha, a commission at which the nobility are highly offended. Consider with yourselves, I pray you, whether you would be a change for the better if you were to send to this or to any other such appointment one of yonder crowd of nobles, a man of ancient family, of innumerable statues, and of no military experience. In order, forsooth, that in so important an office, and being ignorant of everything connected with it, he may exhibit hurry and trepidation, and select one of the people to instruct him in his duty. For so it generally happens, that he whom you have chosen to direct seeks another to direct him. I know some, my fellow citizens, who after they have been elected consuls have begun to read the acts of their ancestors and the military precepts of the Greeks, persons who invert the order of things, for though to discharge the duties of the office is posterior in point of time to election, it is in reality and practical importance prior to it. Compare now, my fellow citizens, me, who am but a new man, with those haughty nobles. What they have but heard or read, I have witnessed or performed. What they have learned from books, I have acquired in the field, and whether deeds or words are of greater estimation, it is for you to consider. They despise my humbleness of birth. I condemn their imbecility. My condition is made an objection to me. Their misconduct is a reproach to them. The circumstance of birth, indeed, I consider as one and the same to all, but think that he who best exerts himself is the noblest. And could it be required of the fathers of Albinus and Bestia, whether they would rather be the parents of them or of me? What do you suppose that they would answer, but that they would wish the most deserving to be their offspring? If the patricians justly despise me, let them also despise their own ancestors, whose nobility, like mine, had its origin in merit. They envy me the toils, the abstinence, and the perils by which I obtained that honour. But they, men eaten up with pride, live as if they disdained all the distinctions that you can bestow, and yet sue for these distinctions as if they had lived so as to merit them. Yet those are assuredly deceived who expect to enjoy at the same time things so incompatible as the pleasure of indolence and the rewards of honourable exertion. When they speak before you or in the Senate, they occupy the greater part of their orations in extolling their ancestors, for they suppose that, by recounting the heroic deeds of their forefathers, they render themselves more illustrious. But the reverse of this is the case, for the more glorious were the lives of their ancestors, the more scandalous is their own inaction. The truth, indeed, is plainly this, that the glory of ancestors sheds a light on their posterity, which suffers neither their virtues nor their vices to be concealed. Of this light, my fellow citizens, I have no share, but I have what confers much more distinction, the power of relating my own actions. Consider then how unreasonable they are. What they claim to themselves for the merit of others, they will not grant to me for my own, alleging, forsooth, that I have no statues, and that my distinction is newly acquired. But it is surely better to have acquired such distinction myself, than to bring disgrace on that received from others. I am not ignorant that, if they were inclined to reply to me, they would make an abundant display of eloquent and artful language. Yet, since they attack both you and myself on the occasion of the great favour which you have conferred upon me, I do not think proper to be silent before them, lest anyone should construe my forbearance into a consciousness of demerit. As for myself, indeed, nothing that is said of me, I feel assured, can do me injury, for what is true must be of necessity speak in my favour. What is false, my life and character will refute. But since your judgment, in bestowing on me so distinguished an honour, and so important a trust is called in question, consider, I beseech you, again and again, whether you are likely to repent of what you have done. I cannot, to raise your confidence in me, boast of the statues, or triumphs, or consulships of my ancestors. But if it be thought necessary, I can show you my spears, a banner, caparisons for horses, and other military rewards besides the scars of wounds on my breast. These are my statues. This is my nobility. Honours not left like theirs by inheritance, but acquired amidst innumerable toils and dangers. My speech, they say, is inelegant, but that I have ever thought of little importance. Worth significantly displays itself. It is for my detractors to use studied language, that they may palliate base conduct by plausible words. Nor have I learned Greek, for I had no wish to acquire a tongue that adds nothing to the valour of those who teach it. But I have gained other accomplishments, such as are of the utmost benefit to a state. I have learned to strike down an enemy, to be vigilant at my post, to fear nothing but dishonour, to bear the cold and heat with equal endurance, to sleep on the ground, and to sustain at the same time hunger and fatigue. And with such rules of conduct I shall stimulate my soldiers, not treating them with rigour, and myself with indulgence, nor making their toils my glory. Such a mode of commanding is at once useful to the state and becoming to a citizen, for to coerce your troops with severity while you yourself live at ease is to be a tyrant, not a general. It was by conduct such as this, my fellow citizens, that your ancestors made themselves and the republic renowned. Our nobility, relying on their forefathers' merits, though totally different from them in conduct, disparage us who emulate their virtues, and demand of you every public honour as due, not to their personal merit, but to their high rank, arrogant pretenders, and utterly unreasonable, for though their ancestors left them all that was at their disposal, their riches, their statues, and their glorious names, they left them not, nor could leave them their virtues, which alone, of all their possessions, could neither be communicated nor received. They reproach me as being mean and of unpolished manners, because, forsooth, I have but little skill in arranging an entertainment, and keep no actor, nor give my cook higher wages than my steward, all which charges I must, indeed, acknowledge to be just, for I learned from my father and other venerable characters that vain indulgence belonged to women, and labour to men, that glory, rather than wealth, should be the object of the virtuous, and that arms and armour, not household furniture, are marks of honour. But let the nobility, if they please, pursue what is delightful and dear to them. Let them devote themselves to the licentiousness and luxury. Let them pass their age, as they have passed their youth, in revelry and feasting, the slaves of gluttony and debauchery. But let them leave the toil and dust of the field and other such matters to us, to whom they are more grateful than banquets. This, however, they will not do, for when these most infamous of men have disgraced themselves by every species of turpitude, they proceed to claim the distinctions due to the most honourable. Thus it most unjustly happens that luxury and indolence, the most disgraceful of vices, are harmless to those who indulge in them, and fatal only to the innocent commonwealth. As I have now replied to my calumniators as far as my own character required, though not so fully as their flagitiousness deserved, I shall add a few words on the state of public affairs. In the first place, my fellow citizens, be of good courage with regards to Numidia, for all that hitherto protected Jugurtha, avarice, inexperience, and arrogance, you have entirely removed. There is an army in it too, which is well acquainted with the country, though assuredly more brave than fortunate, for a greater part of it has been destroyed by the avarice or rashness of its commanders. Such of you, then, as are of military age, cooperate with me, and support the cause of your country, and let no discouragement from the ill fortune of others, or the arrogance of the late commanders affect any one of you. I myself shall be with you, both on the march and in the battle, both to direct your movements, and to share your dangers. I shall treat you and myself on every occasion alike, and doubtless, with the aid of the gods and all good things, victory, spoil, and glory are ready to our hands, though even if they were doubtful or distant, it would still become every able citizen to act in defence of his country, for no man by slothful timidity has escaped the lot of mortals, nor has any parent wished for his children that they might live forever, but rather that they might act in life with virtue and honour. I would add more, my fellow citizens, if words could give courage to the faint-hearted. To the brave, I think, that I have said enough. End of section 54. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 55 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avayi in November 2018. The World's Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 55. Spartacus to the Gladiators, 73 BC, by Elijah Kellogg. The Romans had always been stern, and now they had become brutal. In the athletic contests, they were no longer satisfied with racing and wrestling. They demanded to see real fights and the spilling of real blood. At first they were entertained by watching battles between wild beasts, lion, leopards, panthers, and elephants, sometimes hundreds of them fighting together in the same arena, but this soon ceased to be interesting. Those who are cruel to animals always become cruel to people, and the Romans soon wanted the excitement of seeing men fight and die. These fighters were called gladiators. At first they were all slaves and criminals. Sometimes they were promised freedom if they fought for a certain number of years and were not slain. Schools were established where they were trained to fight, and from which they could be obtained at any moment. At the close of a gladiatorial combat, the victor stood proudly beside the vanquished and waited for the spectators to say what should be done with him. If the man had made a brave fight, they stretched out their hands with the thumbs up, but if he had shown himself awkward or cowardly, the thumbs were pointed down, and he was put to death on the instant. In 73 B.C. the gladiators revolted, and many escaped from the school at Capua with no weapons save those of the arena. Slaves and other gladiators joined them, and they were successful in some engagements with the Roman troops. Spartacus had been chosen as their leader, and he sensibly urged them to go to their homes in Gaul and Thrace, but they were so elated with their victories that they refused in the wild hope of conquering Rome. The result was that they were overcome by the Romans, and Spartacus was slain. The following is his supposed speech to them at the time of their escape. The Editor. It had been a day of triumph in Capua. Lentulus, returning with victorious eagles, had amused the populace with the sports of the amphitheatre to an extent hitherto unknown even in that luxurious city. The shouts of revelry had died away, the roar of the lion had ceased, the last loiterer had retired from the banquet, and the lights in the palace of the victor were extinguished. The moon, piercing the tissue of fleecy clouds, silvered the dewdrops on the corselet of the Roman sentinel, and tipped the dark waters of the Vulturnus with a wavy, tremulous light. No sound was heard save the last sob of some retiring wave, telling its story to the smooth pebbles of the beach, and then all was still as the breast when the spirit has departed. In the deep recesses of the amphitheatre, a band of gladiators were assembled, their muscles still knotted with the agony of conflict, the foam upon their lips, the scowl of battle yet lingering on their brows, when Spartacus, starting forth from amid the throng, thus addressed them. Ye call me chief, and ye do well to call him chief who, for 12 long years, has met upon the arena every shape of man or beast the broad empire of Rome could furnish, and who never yet has lowered his arm. If there be one among you who can say that ever, in public fight or private brawl, my actions did belie my tongue, let him stand forth and say it. If there be 3 in all your company dare to face me on the bloody sands, let them come on. And yet I was not always thus, a hired butcher, a savage chief of still more savage men. My ancestors came from old Sparta and settled among the vine-clad rocks and citron groves of Cyracella. My early life ran quiet as the brooks by which I sported, and when, at noon, I gathered the sheep beneath the shade and played upon the shepherd's flute, there was a friend, the son of a neighbour, to join me in the pastime. We led our flocks to the same pasture, and partook together of our rustic meal. One evening, after the sheep were folded, and we were all seated beneath the myrtle which shaded our cottage, my grandsire, an old man, was telling of Marathon and Leuctra, and how, in ancient times, a little band of Spartans, in a defile of the mountains, had withstood a whole army. I did not then know what war was, but my cheeks burned, I knew not why, and I clasped the knees of that venerable man, until my mother, parting the hair from off my forehead, kissed my throbbing temples, and bade me go to rest, and think no more of those old tales and savage wars. That very night the Romans landed on our coast. I saw the breast that had nourished me trampled by the hoof of the war-horse, the bleeding body of my father flung amid the blazing rafters of our dwelling. Today I killed a man in the arena, and when I broke his helmet clasps, behold, he was my friend. He knew me, smiled faintly, gasped, and died, the same sweet smile upon his lips that I had marked when, in adventurous boyhood, we scaled the lofty cliff to pluck the first ripe grapes and bear them home in childish triumph. I told the praetor that the dead man had been my friend, generous and brave, and I begged that I might bear away his body to burn it on a funeral pile and mourn over his ashes. I, upon my knees amid the dust and blood of the arena, I begged that poor boon, while all the assembled maids and matrons and the holy virgins they called vestals, and the rabble shouted in derision, deeming it rare sport, forsooth, to see Rome's fiercest gladiator turn pale and tremble at sight of that piece of bleeding clay. And the praetor drew back as if I were pollution, and sternly said, "Let the carrion rot, there are no noblemen but Romans." And so, fellow gladiators, must you, and so must I, die like dogs. O Rome, Rome, thou hast been a tender nurse to me. Aye, thou hast given to that poor, gentle, timid shepherd lad, who never knew a harsher tone than a flute note, muscles of iron and a heart of flint, taught him to drive the sword through plated mail and links of rugged brass, and warm it in the marrow of his foe, to gaze into the glaring eyeballs of the fierce Numidian lion, even as a boy upon a laughing girl. And he shall pay thee back until the yellow Tiber flows red as frothing wine, and there in its deepest ooze thy lifeblood lies curdled. Ye stand here now like giants, as ye are. The strength of brass is in your toughened sinews, but tomorrow some Roman Adonis, breathing sweet perfume from his curly locks, shall with his lily fingers pat your red brawn, and bet his sesterces upon your blood. Hark! Hear ye yon lion roaring in his den? 'Tis 3 days since he has tasted flesh, but tomorrow he shall break his fast upon yours, and a dainty meal for him ye will be. If ye are beasts, then stand here like fat oxen waiting for the butcher's knife. If ye are man, follow me. Strike down yon guard, gain the mountain passes, and there do bloody work, as did your sires at old Thermopylae. Is Sparta dead? Is the old Grecian spirit frozen in your veins, that you do crouch and cower like a belaboured hound beneath his master's lash? Oh, comrades, warriors, Thracians, if we must fight, let us fight for ourselves. If we must slaughter, let us slaughter our oppressors. If we must die, let it be under the clear sky, by the bright waters, in noble, honourable battle. End of section 55.
Section 56 of Greece and Rome. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. On the Death of Lesbia's Sparrow by Catullus. It is good to know that even in the midst of wars and proscriptions, such a delightful little poem as the following, in memory of a pet bird, could have been written. The Editor. Loves and graces, mourn with me. Mourn, fair youths, where'er ye be. Dead my Lesbia's sparrow is. Sparrow, that was all her bliss, than her very eyes more dear, for he made her dainty cheer, knew her well, as any maid knows her mother, never strayed from her bosom, but would go hopping round her to and fro, and to her and her alone chirruped with such pretty tone. Now he treads that gloomy track, whence none ever may come back, out upon you and your power, which all fairest things devour. Orcus gloomy shades, that ere ye took my bird that was so fair. Ah, the pity of it, thou poor bird, thy doing 'tis that now my loved one's eyes are swollen and red with weeping for her darling dead. End of section 56. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 57 of Greece and Rome, read for LibriVox.org by Hypatia. Rome, Part 4, Julius Caesar, Historical Note. Julius Caesar was born of a noble family in the year 100 BC. He was obliged to flee from Rome during the civil wars of Marius and Sulla, but returned at the latter's death and soon made a name for himself as a daring leader of the people in their struggle against the nobility. In 59 BC he united with Pompey, a successful general, and Crassus, a man of immense wealth, in a political alliance known as the First Triumvirate. They divided the Roman world between them, Caesar for his share taking the province of Gaul, France. During the 9 years that Caesar spent in Gaul, he subdued the whole province, invaded Germany and Britain, and established a reputation as one of the world's greatest generals. Meanwhile, the Roman Senate, jealous of his success, ordered him to disband his army and appointed Pompey to protect the state against him. For answer, Caesar invaded Italy, defeated Pompey at the Battle of Pharsalia, put down revolts in Asia and Africa, and returned to Rome in 46 BC, the undisputed master of the empire. A series of far-reaching reforms was inaugurated, but his vast designs were cut short by his assassination in the year 44 BC. Julius Caesar was not only a soldier and statesman of the first rank, but a great historian and orator as well. Taking him as a statesman who built on the ruins of the Republic the foundations of the empire, as the patron of learning who founded libraries in all the great towns, and filled Rome with men of science, culture, and letters, as the legislator who drafted laws which still control the world, as the profound scholar who dictated the correction of the calendar, as the thinker for the grasp of whose mind nothing was too intricate, nothing too broad, Caesar was, indeed, the foremost man in all the world. End of section 57. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 58 of Greece and Rome, read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Cicero denouncing Catilina in the Roman Senate, by Cesare Macaulay, Italian painter, 1840. Painting, page 368. Toward the end of 63 BC, Lucius Sergius Catilina formed a conspiracy to overthrow the government of Rome, murder many distinguished citizens, and burn the city. Cicero, who was one of the consuls for the year, discovered the nefarious scheme and charged him with it in the presence of the Senate as follows. Just now you entered this Senate chamber. In this great assemblage, where sit so many of your friends and relatives, who gave you any sign of greeting? If such a thing has never happened to anyone before, no, not within the memory of mankind, why do you wait for me to pronounce your disgrace in so many words, when your guilt has been already exposed by the far more impressive judgment of a silence like this? At your coming, the ex-consuls, whose names you have often noted down for murder, left their seats around you vacant. What more need I say? How do you think you ought to interpret a thing like that? This is the moment of the picture which is a reproduction of a mural painting on the walls of the present Senate chamber in Rome. Catilina attempted to clear himself, but the room was filled with cries of "Enemy! Parricide!" He succeeded in escaping from Rome, but the other conspirators sought to carry out his plans. Cicero discovered all the details of the plot and disclosed it to the Senate. The conspirators still in the city were seized and put to death. Catilina had established a camp in Etruria, to which large numbers of his friends had resorted, but when what had taken place in Rome became known, many of these deserted. Against the others, Antonius was sent in command of a body of troops, and Catilina was defeated and slain. End of section 58. This recording is in the public domain. Section 59 of Greece and Rome. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. When Caesar crossed the Rubicon. 49 BC by Plutarch. The Rubicon was a little river separating Italy from the province of Gaul, of which Caesar was governor. To cross it at the head of his army, without the consent of the Senate, was equivalent to declaring war against Rome. On the other hand, to leave his army behind would mean putting himself in the hands of enemies who were determined to rid themselves of so dangerous an opponent. On his decision rested the fate of Rome. The Editor. There were not about him at that time above 300 horse and 5,000 foot, for the rest of his army, which was left behind the Alps, was to be brought after him by officers who had received orders for that purpose. But he thought the first motion towards the design which he had on foot did not require large forces at present, and that what was wanted was to make his first step suddenly, and so as to astound his enemies with the boldness of it, as it would be easier, he thought, to throw them into consternation by doing what they never anticipated, than fairly to conquer them if he had alarmed them by his preparations. And therefore he commanded his captains and other officers to go only with their swords in their hands, without any other arms, and make themselves masters of Ariminum, a large city of Gaul, with as little disturbance and bloodshed as possible. He committed the care of these forces to Hortensius, and himself spent the day in public as a stander-by and spectator of the gladiators who exercised before him. A little before night he attended to his person, and then went into the hall and conversed for some time with those he had invited to supper, till it began to grow dusk, when he rose from the table and made his excuses to the company, begging them to stay till he came back, having already given private directions to a few immediate friends that they should follow him, not all the same way, but some one way, some another. He got himself into one of the hired carriages, and drove at first another way, and then presently turned towards Ariminum. When he came to the river Rubicon, which parts Gaul within the Alps from the rest of Italy, his thoughts began to work. Now he was just entering upon the danger, and he wavered much in his mind when he considered the greatness of the enterprise into which he was throwing himself. He checked his course and ordered a halt, while he revolved with himself and often changed his opinion one way and the other without speaking a word. This was when his purposes fluctuated most. Presently he also discussed the matter with his friends who were about him, of which number Asinius Pollio was one, computing how many calamities his passing that river would bring upon mankind, and what a relation of it would be transmitted to posterity. At last, in a sort of passion, casting aside calculation and abandoning himself to what might come, and using the proverb frequently in their mouths who enter upon dangerous and bold attempts, "The die is cast," with these words he took the river. Once over, he used all expedition possible, and before it was day, reached Ariminum, and took it. End of section 59. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 60 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 4. Greece and Rome. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 60. Caesar at the height of his power. 48 to 44 BC. By Plutarch. Caesar could be stern when the occasion required, but he abhorred unnecessary bloodshed. The Romans, who remembered the cruel revenge that Marius and Sulla took on their enemies, were astonished at the moderation now shown by Caesar. The Editor. And they had good reason to decree a temple to clemency, in token of their thanks for the mild use he made of his victory. For he not only pardoned many of those who fought against him, but further, to some gave honours and offices, as particularly to Brutus and Cassius, who both of them were praetors. Pompey's images that were thrown down, he set up again, upon which Cicero also said that by raising Pompey's statues he had fixed his own. When his friends advised him to have a guard, and several offered their services, he would not hear of it, but said it was better to suffer death once than always to live in fear of it. He looked upon the affections of the people to be the best and surest guard, and entertained them with public feasting and general distributions of corn, and to gratify his army he sent out colonies to several places, of which the most remarkable were Carthage and Corinth, which as before they had been ruined at the same time, so now were restored and repeopled together. As for the men of high rank, he promised to some of them future consulships and praetorships, some he consoled with other offices and honours, and to all held out hopes of favour by the solicitude he showed to rule with a general good will, insomuch that upon the death of Maximus one day before his consulship was ended, he made Caninius Revilius consul for that day. And when many went to pay the usual compliments and attentions to the new consul, "Let us make haste," said Cicero, "lest the man be gone out of his office before we come." Caesar was born to do great things, and had a passion after honour, and the many noble exploits he had done did not now serve as an inducement to him to sit still and reap the fruit of his past labours, but were incentives and encouragements to go on, and raised in him ideas of still greater actions, and a desire of new glory, as if the present were all spent. It was, in fact, a sort of emulous struggle with himself, as if it had been with another, how he might outdo his past actions by his future. In pursuit of these thoughts, he resolved to make war upon the Parthians, and when he had subdued them, to pass through Hyrcania, thence to march along by the Caspian Sea to Mount Caucasus, and so on about Pontus, till he came into Scythia, then to overrun all the countries bordering upon Germany, and Germany itself, and so to return through Gaul into Italy, after completing the whole circle of his intended empire, and bounding it on every side by the ocean. While preparations were making for this expedition, he proposed to dig through the isthmus on which Corinth stands, and appointed Aeneas to superintend the work. He had also a design of diverting the Tiber, and carrying it by a deep channel directly from Rome to Circe, and so into the sea near Tarsina, that there might be a safe and easy passage for all merchants who traded to Rome. Besides this, he intended to drain all the marshes by Pomentium and Setia, and gain ground enough from the water to employ many thousands of men in tillage. He proposed further to make great mounds on the shore nearest Rome, to hinder the sea from breaking in upon the land, to clear the coast at Ostia of all the hidden rocks and shoals that made it unsafe for shipping, and to form ports and harbours fit to receive the large number of vessels that would frequent them. These things were designed without being carried into effect, but his reformation of the calendar in order to rectify the irregularity of time was not only projected with great scientific ingenuity, but was brought to its completion, and proved of very great use. For it was not only in ancient times that the Romans had wanted a certain rule to make the revolutions of their months fall in with the course of the year, so that their festivals and solemn days of sacrifice were removed by little and little, till at last they came to be kept at seasons quite the contrary to what was at first intended. But even at this time the people had no way of computing the solar year. Only the priests could say the time, and they, at their pleasure, without giving any notice, slipped in the intercalcary month, which they called Merigdonius. Numa was the first to put in this month, but his expedient was but a poor one, and quite inadequate to correct all the errors that arose in the returns of the annual cycles, as we have shown in his life. Caesar called in the best philosophers and mathematicians of his time to settle the point, and out of the systems he had before him, formed a new and more exact method of correcting the calendar, which the Romans use to this day, and seem to succeed better than any other nation in avoiding the errors occasioned by the inequality of the cycles. Yet even this gave offence to those who looked with an evil eye on his position, and felt oppressed by his power. Cicero the orator, when someone in his company chanced to say, the next morning Lyra would rise, replied, "Yes, in accordance with the edict," as if even this were a matter of compulsion. But that which brought upon him the most apparent and mortal hatred was his desire of being king, which gave the common people the first occasion to quarrel with him, and proved the most specious pretence to those who had been his secret enemies all along. End of section 60. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 61 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 61, The Assassination of Julius Caesar, 44 BC, by James Anthony Froude. The Ides of March drew near. Caesar was to set out in a few days for Parthia. Decimus Brutus was going, as governor, to the north of Italy, Lepidus to Gaul, Marcus Brutus to Macedonia, and Trebonius to Asia Minor. Antony, Caesar's colleague in the consulship, was to remain in Italy. Dolabella, Cicero's son-in-law, was to be consul with him as soon as Caesar should have left for the east. The foreign appointments were all made for 5 years, and in another week the party would be scattered. The time for action had come, if action there was to be. Papers were dropped in Brutus's room, bidding him awake from his sleep. On the statue of Junius Brutus, some hot Republican wrote, "Would that thou wast alive!" The assassination in itself was easy, for Caesar would take no precautions. So portentous an intention could not be kept entirely secret. Many friends warned him to beware, but he disdained too heartily the worst that his enemies could do to him to vex himself with thinking of them, and he forbade the subject to be mentioned any more in his presence. Portents, prophecies, soothsayings, frightful aspects in the sacrifices, natural growths of alarm and excitement, were equally vain. "Am I to be frightened," he said, in answer to some report of the haruspices, "because a sheep is without a heart?" An important meeting of the Senate had been called for the Ides, the 15th of the month. The pontifices, it was whispered, intended to bring on again the question of the kingship before Caesar's departure. The occasion would be appropriate. The Senate house itself was a convenient scene of operations. The conspirators met at supper the evening before at Cassius's house. Cicero, to his regret, was not invited. The plan was simple, and was rapidly arranged. Caesar would attend unarmed. The senators not in the secret would be unarmed also. The party who intended to act were to provide themselves with poniards, which could be easily concealed in their paper boxes. So far all was simple, but a question rose whether Caesar only was to be killed, or whether Antony and Lepidus were to be dispatched along with him. They decided that Caesar's death would be sufficient. To spill blood without necessity would mar, it was thought, the sublimity of their exploits. Some of them liked Antony. None supposed that either he or Lepidus would be dangerous when Caesar was gone. In this resolution, Cicero thought that they made a fatal mistake. Fine emotions were good in their place. In the perorations of speeches and such like, Antony, as Cicero admitted, had been signally kind to him. But the killing Caesar was a serious business, and his friends should have died along with him. It was determined otherwise. Antony and Lepidus were not to be touched. For the rest, the assassins had merely to be in their places in the Senate in good time. When Caesar entered, Trebonius was to detain Antony in conversation at the door. The others were to gather about Caesar's chair on pretense of presenting a petition, and so could make an end. A gang of gladiators were to be secreted in the adjoining theatre to be ready should any unforeseen difficulty present itself. That evening, the 14th of March, Caesar was at a last supper at the house of Lepidus. The conversation turned on death, and on the kind of death which was most to be desired. Caesar, who was signing papers while the rest were talking, looked up and said, "A sudden one." When great men die, imagination insists that all nature shall have felt the shock. Strange stories were told in after years of the uneasy labors of the elements that night. A little ere the mightiest Julius fell, the graves did open, and the sheeted dead did squeak and gibber in the Roman streets. The armor of Mars, which stood in the hall of the pontifical palace, crashed down upon the pavement. The door of Caesar's room flew open. Calpurnia dreamt her husband was murdered, and that she saw him ascending into heaven, and received by the hand of God. In the morning the sacrifices were again unfavorable. Caesar was restless. Some natural disorder affected his spirits, and his spirits were reacting on his body. Contrary to his usual habit, he gave way to depression. He decided at his wife's entreaty that he would not attend the Senate that day. The house was full. The conspirators were in their places with their daggers ready. Attendants came in to remove Caesar's chair. It was announced that he was not coming. Delay might be fatal. They conjectured that he already suspected something. A day's respite, and all might be discovered. His familiar friend, whom he trusted, the coincidence is striking, was employed to betray him. Decimus Brutus, whom it was impossible for him to distrust, went to entreat his attendance, giving reasons to which he knew Caesar would listen unless the plot had been actually betrayed. It was now 11 in the forenoon. Caesar shook off his uneasiness and rose to go. As he crossed the hall, his statue fell and shivered on the stones. Some servant, perhaps, had heard whispers and wished to forewarn him. As he still passed on, a stranger thrust a scroll into his hand and begged him to read it on the spot. It contained a list of the conspirators, with a clear account of the plot. He supposed it to be a petition, and placed it carelessly among his other papers. The fate of the empire hung upon a thread, but the thread was not broken. As Caesar had lived to reconstruct the Roman world, so his death was necessary to finish the work. He went on to the Curia, and the senators said to themselves that the augurs had foretold his fate. But he would not listen. He was doomed for his contempt of religion. Antony, who was in attendance, was detained, as had been arranged, by Trebonius. Caesar entered and took his seat. His presence awed men, in spite of themselves, and the conspirators had determined to act at once, lest they should lose courage to act at all. He was familiar and easy of access. They gathered round him. He knew them all. There was not one from whom he had not a right to expect some sort of gratitude, and the movement suggested no suspicion. One had a story to tell him, another some favor to ask. Tullius Cimber, whom he had just made governor of Bithynia, then came close to him, with some request which he was unwilling to grant. Cimber caught his gown, as if in entreaty, and dragged it from his shoulders. Cassius, who was standing behind, stabbed him in the throat. He started up with a cry, and caught Cassius's arm. Another poniard entered his breast, giving a mortal wound. He looked round, and seeing not one friendly face, but only a ring of daggers pointing at him, he drew his gown over his head, gathered the folds about him that he might fall decently, and sank down without uttering another word. Cicero was present. The feelings with which he watched the scene are unrecorded, but may easily be imagined. Waving his dagger dripping with Caesar's blood, Brutus shouted to Cicero by name, congratulating him that liberty was restored. The Senate rose with shrieks and confusion, and rushed into the forum. The crowd outside caught the words that Caesar was dead, and scattered to their houses. Antony, guessing that those who had killed Caesar would not spare himself, hurried off into concealment. The murderers, bleeding some of them from wounds which they had given one another in their eagerness, followed, crying that the tyrant was dead, and that Rome was free, and the body of the great Caesar was left alone in the house where a few weeks before Cicero told him that he was so necessary to his country that every senator would die before harm should reach him. End of section 61. This work is in the public domain.
Section 62 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia as the narrator.
Alan Mapstone as the first citizen.
Monika as second citizen.
Phone as the third citizen.
T.J. Burns as the fourth citizen.
Nemo as Brutus.
And Thomas Peter as Antony.
The World Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 62. At the Funeral of Caesar, 44 B.C. by William Shakespeare. On the morning after the murder of Caesar, the Senate tried to pacify his friends by granting him the honors due to a god, and to gratify the conspirators by naming them for positions of honor. Mark Antony, a friend to Caesar, showed no indignation against the assassins, and so won what he wanted, permission to speak at Caesar's funeral. Brutus was so sure that his own speech, which was to precede that of Antony, would convince the Romans that it was wise and right to slay Caesar, that he did not hesitate to allow Antony to speak, provided, as he said to him, according to Shakespeare,
"You shall not in your funeral speech blame us."
The Editor. The Forum. Enter Brutus and Cassius and the throng of citizens.
We will be satisfied. Let us be satisfied.
Then follow me and give me audience, friends. Cassius, go you into the other street and part the numbers. Those that will hear me speak, let 'em stay here. Those that will follow Cassius, go with him, and public reasons shall be rendered of Caesar's death.
I will hear Brutus speak.
I will hear Cassius, and compare the reasons, when severally we hear them rendered.
Exit Cassius with some of the citizens. Brutus goes into the pulpit.
The noble Brutus is ascended. Silence!
Be patient till the last. Romans, countrymen, and lovers, hear me for my cause, and be silent, that you may hear. Believe me for mine honour, and have respect to mine honour, that you may believe. Censure me in your wisdom, and awake your senses, that you may the better judge. If there be any in this assembly, any dear friend of Caesar's, to him I say, that Brutus's love to Caesar was no less than his. If then that friend demand why Brutus rose against Caesar, this is my answer. Not that I love Caesar less, but that I loved Rome more. Had you rather Caesar were living and die all slaves, than that Caesar were dead to live all free men? As Caesar loved me, I weep for him. As he was fortunate, I rejoice at it. As he was valiant, I honor him. But as he was ambitious, I slew him. There is tears for his love, joy for his fortune, honor for his valor, and death for his ambition. Who is here so base that would be a bondman? If any, speak, for him have I offended. Who is here so rude that would not be a Roman. If any speak, for him have I offended. Who is here so vile that will not love his country? If any speak, for him have I offended. I pause for a reply.
None, Brutus, none.
Then none have I offended. I have done no more to Caesar than you shall do to Brutus. The question of his death is enrolled in the Capitol. His glory not extenuated, wherein he was worthy, nor his offences enforced, for which he suffered death.
Enter Antony and others with Caesar's body.
Here comes his body, mourned by Mark Antony, who, though he had no hand in his death, shall receive the benefit of his dying, a place in the Commonwealth. As which of you shall not? With this I depart, that, as I slew my best lover for the good of Rome, I have the same dagger for myself, when it shall please my country to need my death.
Live, Brutus!
Live, live!
Bring him with triumph home unto his house.
Give him a statue with his ancestors.
Let him be Caesar.
Caesar's better parts shall be crowned in Brutus.
We'll bring him to his house with shouts and clamours.
My countrymen.
Peace, silence. Brutus speaks.
Peace, ho!
Good countrymen, let me depart alone, and, for my sake, stay here with Antony. Do grace to Caesar's corpse, and grace his speech, tending to Caesar's glories, which Mark Antony, by our permission, is allowed to make. I do entreat you, not a man depart, save I alone, till Antony have spoke.
Exit.
Stay, ho! Let us hear Mark Antony.
Let him go up into the public chair. We'll hear him. Noble Antony, go up.
For Brutus' sake, I am beholding to you.
Goes into the pulpit.
What does he say of Brutus?
He says, for Brutus' sake, he finds himself beholding to us all.
'Twere best he speak no harm of Brutus here.
This Caesar was a tyrant.
Nay, that's certain. We are blessed that Rome is rid of him.
Peace. Let us hear what Antony can say.
You gentle Romans.
Peace, ho! Let us hear him.
Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus hath told you Caesar was ambitious. If it were so, it was a grievous fault, and grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honourable man, so are they all honourable men, come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honourable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honourable man. You all did see that on the Lupercal I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and sure, he is an honourable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to speak what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me. My heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me.
Methinks there is much reason in his sayings.
If thou consider rightly of the matter, Caesar has had great wrong.
Has he, masters? I fear there will a worse come in his place.
Marked ye his words? He would not take the crown. Therefore 'tis certain he was not ambitious.
If it be found so, some will dear abide it.
Poor soul, his eyes are red as fire with weeping.
There's not a nobler man in Rome than Antony.
Now mark him, he begins again to speak.
But yesterday the word of Caesar might have stood against the world. Now lies he there, and none so poor to do him reverence. Masters, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong, and Cassius wrong, who you all know are honourable men. I will not do them wrong. I rather choose to wrong the dead, to wrong myself and you, than I will wrong such honourable men. But here's a parchment with the seal of Caesar. I found it in his closet. 'Tis his will. Let but the commons hear this testament, which, pardon me, I do not mean to read. They would go and kiss dead Caesar's wounds, and dip their napkins in his sacred blood, yea, beg a hair of him for memory, and dying, mention it within their wills, bequeathing it as a rich legacy unto their issue.
We'll hear the will. Read it, Mark Antony.
The will! The will! We will hear Caesar's will!
Have patience, gentle friends, I must not read it. It is not meet you know how Caesar loved you. You are not wood, you are not stones, but men. And being men, hearing the will of Caesar, it will inflame you, it will make you mad. 'Tis good you know not that you are his heirs, for if you should, oh, what would come of it?
Read the will. We'll hear it, Antony. You shall read us the will, Caesar's will.
Will you be patient? Will you stay a while? I have o'ershot myself to tell you of it. I fear I wrong the honourable men whose daggers have stabbed Caesar. I do fear it.
They were traitors, honourable men.
The will! The testament!
They were villains, murderers. The will! Read the will!
You will compel me then to read the will. Then make a ring about the corpse of Caesar, and let me show you him that made the will. Shall I descend, and will you give me leave?
Come down!
Descend.
You shall have leave.
Antony comes down.
A ring, stand round.
Stand from the hearse, stand from the body.
Room for Antony, most noble Antony.
Nay, press not so upon me. Stand far off.
Stand back! Room! Bear back!
If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. You all do know this mantle. I remember the first time ever Caesar put it on. 'Twas on a summer's evening, in his tent, that day he overcame the Nervi. Look, in this place ran Cassius' dagger through. See what a rent the envious Casca made. Through this the well-beloved Brutus stabbed, and as he plucked his cursed steel away, mark how the blood of Caesar followed it, as rushing out of doors, to be resolved if Brutus so unkindly knocked, or no. Brutus, as you know, was Caesar's angel. Judge, O you gods, how dearly Caesar loved him. this was the most unkindest cut of all. For when the noble Caesar saw him stab, ingratitude, more strong than traitor's arms, quite vanquished him. Then burst his mighty heart, and in his mantle muffling up his face, even at the base of Pompey's statue, which all the while ran blood, great Caesar fell. Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen! Then I, and you, and all of us fell down, whilst bloody treason flourished over us. Oh, now you weep, and I perceive you feel the dint of pity. These are gracious drops. Kind souls, what weep you when you but behold our Caesar's vesture wounded? Look you here.
Lifting Caesar's mantle.
Here is himself, marred, as you see, with traitors.
Oh, piteous spectacle!
O noble Caesar!
Oh, woeful day!
Oh, traitors! Villains!
Oh, most bloody sight!
We will be revenged.
Revenge! About! Seek! Burn! Fire! Kill! Slay! Let not a traitor live!
Stay, countrymen.
Peace there! Hear the noble Antony!
We'll hear him. We'll follow him. We'll die with him.
Good friends, sweet friends, let me not stir you up to such a sudden flood of mutiny. They that have done this deed are honourable, but private griefs they have, alas, I know not, that made them do it. They are wise and honourable, and will no doubt with reasons answer you. I come not, friends, to steal away your hearts. I am no orator, as Brutus is, but, as you know me all, a plain, blunt man, that love my friend, and that they know full well that gave me public leave to speak of him. For I have neither wit, nor words, nor worth, action, nor utterance, nor the power of speech to stir men's blood. I only speak right on. I tell you that which you yourselves do know. Show you sweet Caesar's wounds, poor, poor dumb mouths, and bid them speak for me. But were I Brutus, and Brutus Antony, there were an Antony would ruffle up your spirits, and put a tongue in every wound of Caesar that should move the stones of Rome to rise, and mutiny.
We'll mutiny!
We'll burn the house of Brutus.
Away, then! Come, seek the conspirators.
Yet hear me, countrymen, yet hear me speak.
Peace, ho!
Hear Antony, most noble Antony.
Why, friends, you go to do you know not what. Wherein hath Caesar thus deserved your loves? Alas, you know not. I must tell you, then. You have forgot the will I told you of.
Most true. The will. Let's stay and hear the will.
Here is the will, and under Caesar's seal to every Roman citizen he gives, to every several man, 75 drachmas.
Most noble Caesar, will revenge his death.
Oh, royal Caesar!
Hear me with patience.
Peace, ho!
Moreover, he hath left you all his walks, his private arbours, and new planted orchards on this side Tiber. He hath left them you, and to your heirs forever, common pleasures to walk abroad and recreate yourselves. Here was a Caesar. When comes such another?
Never, never. Come away, away. We'll burn his body in the holy place, and with the brands fire the traitors' houses. Take up the body.
Go, fetch fire.
Pluck down benches.
Pluck down forms, windows, anything.
Exeunt citizens with the body.
Now let it work. Mischief, thou art afoot. Take thou what course thou wilt.
End of section 62. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 63 of Greece and Rome, read for LibriVox.org. Rome, Part 5, The Augustan Age. Historical note. After the murder of Julius Caesar, the Romans were aroused by Antony's oration against the conspirators, and the murderers fled from Rome. Caesar's soldiers were eager to avenge his death, and chose Antony for their leader. Caesar's will had made his grandnephew, Octavianus, emperor, and the Senate stood by him. War followed, and Antony was defeated. Octavianus then asked Antony and also Lepidus to share the Roman world with him. To make themselves safe, they killed all who were likely to oppose them, the great orator Cicero among the number. They overcame the conspirators at Philippi. Next, Lepidus was dropped from the triumvirate. It was decided that Antony should rule the east and Octavianus the west, but Antony was overcome by the charms of Cleopatra and, according to report, aimed at establishing a kingdom of his own and then trying to conquer Rome. Octavianus, or Augustus the Revered as he was afterwards called, defeated him in a naval battle off the coast of Actium. Antony committed suicide, and the Roman world was now in the hands of one man, the shrewd young Octavianus. Augustus wisely made no attempt to increase the broad territories of Rome, but urged his people to strengthen what they already had. He was interested in art and architecture and literature. He added so many fine buildings to Rome that he said with justice, "I found Rome a city of brick. I left it a city of marble." It was the custom of the land to throw open the gates of the temple of Janus in war, and with only 2 exceptions they had been open during the whole history of the city. During the reign of Augustus, however, they were closed 3 times. It was during one of these periods of peace that Christ was born in the little faraway province of Judea. End of section 63. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 64 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hypatia. The World Story Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 64. Augustus, the Shrewd Young Emperor. Emperor 31 BC to 14 AD. By Eva March Tappan. Caius Julius Caesar Octavianus was an exceedingly wise young man. He had seen his uncle lose his life, not because he did not govern well, but because the Romans suspected that he meant to take the title of king. This new ruler believed that it was far more desirable to have power than to have any especial title. Moreover, he had learned that a large number of citizens were startled at any suggestion of new laws or abrupt changes, but were contented if the old names and forms of government were kept up. Therefore, he called himself simply Imperator, a military title meaning hardly more than commander. He never spoke of his victory over Antonius as a triumph of any party, but merely as a successful ending of an Eastern war. He was made consul, and he voted in the Senate just as any consul might do. He wore no royal robes but the ordinary dress of a Roman. His house was like the dwellings of other men of good position, but not pretentious in any way. The people believed that the government was moving on in the old fashion. The senators held their regular meetings and felt that they were deciding all important matters. And yet, little by little, the control of every division of the government was coming into the hands of Octavianus. Apparently, he held his power with a loose grasp. Sometimes he would offer to give up some of it. Surely there was no reason to be jealous of a ruler who seemed to have no ambition but to do his best to govern well, and so he came to be at the head of one branch of the government after another. He became censor, princeps or first senator, and pontifex maximus or chief priest. Finally, he was given the title of Augustus, or the Majestic, the Revered, and it is by this title that he is usually spoken of in history. Sextilius, the name of the month in which his first consulate began, was changed to August in his honour. By this quiet way of controlling the state, the clear-headed imperator or emperor was able to bring about what he wanted. One thing that both he and his people wanted was peace. He was obliged to carry on warfare to some extent during his reign, but he did not attempt to make the empire larger. He believed rather that Rome had as wide a dominion as she could well govern, but that it ought to be bounded by mountains, rivers, deserts, or sea, that is, by natural boundaries. As far as possible he carried out this scheme. He would have liked to take the Elbe for part of the northern boundary, but the German tribes south of that river rebelled, and the Roman army under Varus was utterly destroyed. This almost broke the emperor's heart. It is said that he used to cry out in agony, even in his dreams, "O Varus, Varus, give me back my legions!" The Rhine and the Danube became the northern limits of the empire, and if a line be drawn from the mouth of the Rhine to Cape St. Vincent in Portugal, and that line be moved on to the southeast until it has gone beyond Syria and Egypt, the boundaries so marked will include little that was not under Roman rule. To make the most of what Rome already held was Augustus's aim. The newer and less peaceful provinces he kept in his own hands. He appointed a governor for each, paid him a salary, and forbade the oppression of the natives. If a governor disobeyed, he was punished. The other provinces were left in the hands of the Senate, but they were not forgotten, for Augustus kept close watch of their governors and saw that the provincials were fairly treated. He was always ready to listen to any complaint from them. After the social war, a man in Italy or in the provinces who had been made a Roman citizen had a right to vote, but in reality he was ruled by the people who lived in Rome, as has been said before, because they alone could conveniently be present at the assemblies. Now that Augustus had become the one power in Rome, it was gradually coming about that the citizens in Rome had no more power than those hundreds of miles away, for the emperor ruled them all. The Romans thought it an important part of a ruler's duty to amuse them, and this duty Augustus never neglected. Unfortunately, their favourite amusement was the gladiatorial contest. The emperor made most liberal arrangements for this. He provided wild beasts by the 100, and gladiators by the 1,000. "Bread and the games of the circus," was the cry of the people of Rome, and the state supplied both. The laws of Gaius Gracchus, passed more than a century earlier, allowed every Roman citizen to buy grain of the state at half price or less. The privilege had been continued, and the number who depended upon this charity had increased, until in the time of Augustus it is probable that fully half of Rome received their food or part of it from the government. Of course, some of these people were not able to earn their support, but the others deliberately preferred to ask bread of the state rather than earn it. There was the same old desire of the poor to avoid work, and with it went the eagerness of the rich to find new luxuries. Augustus was interested in architecture, and he put up many temples, for men were forgetting their old reverence for the gods, and he wished to do all that he could to restore it. Anyone walking through the city could see handsome buildings such as the Capitol, the Pantheon, or Temple of all the Gods, the Senate House, and Basilica, or Hall of Justice. There were now several handsome forums in the city, and these public squares, as well as the temples, were adorned with statues. There were beautiful parks and public gardens, and along the Campus Martius were porticos, whose roofs were upheld by columns, and here people might walk in the shade. On the Palatine Hill were the luxurious homes of the wealthy, but the city as a whole must have been a vast collection of little houses and shops, with lanes rather than streets, winding in and out among them. The homes of the wealthy were most splendid. Even those that were in town were so surrounded by gardens and trees and vineyards that one within them might fancy himself many miles away from a city. The houses were full of luxury and gorgeousness, even though they were not always in the best of taste. The vestibule was often adorned with busts and statues, perhaps brought from some conquered city. The walls were painted with some bright colour and frescoed. There were tables veneered with plates of gold, silver, or ivory, chairs of cedar, floors of marble or of mosaic work, couches on which to recline at meals, sometimes of bronze, and sometimes of wood inlaid with ivory or gold. The beds had silver legs, mattresses stuffed with down, silken pillows, and richly embroidered purple coverlets. There were beautiful ornaments, vases, and exquisite work in glass. There were most graceful lamps of terracotta, bronze, or gold. At meals, the Romans loaded the table as nations do that have more money than good taste, and a slave who could cook perfectly was worth 1,000 times as much as an ordinary slave. Vegetables, eggs, fish, fowls of many sorts, peacocks and wild boars roasted whole, pastries and fruits were used. But the Roman idea of a luxurious meal was one at which many strange dishes appeared. The farther these were brought and the rarer they were, the more delicious they were supposed to be. A dinner of 6 or 7 elaborate courses, followed by much drinking of wine, was not thought to be a sufficient entertainment for guests, and they were amused by rope dancers, conjurers, and singers. To learn Greek was so much the fashion that a Greek slave was usually chosen to attend boys to school that he might talk with them in his own language. They learned chiefly reading, writing, and arithmetic. In the reading class, the boys repeated together after the teacher, first the letters, then the syllables of a word, and finally the whole word. The books were of parchment folded into leaves or scrolls of papyrus. The text had been copied on them by slaves. When it was time for the writing lesson, the boys took their tablets covered with wax and followed with a sharp point, or stylus, the letters that the teacher had traced. When they could do this well, they were allowed to make letters on the wax for themselves, and when they could write fairly well, they were promoted to use pens made of reeds, ink, and paper made from papyrus. Arithmetic they learned from an abacus, on whose wires little balls were strung. When the boys grew older, they attended more advanced schools, and in these the masterpieces of Greek literature were taught. Then many of them went on further and studied oratory. They must have Greek teachers, and those who could afford the expense went to Greece to complete their education. The emperor was interested in literature, and the greatest of all the Latin writers lived during his reign. They were Virgil, Horace, Livy, and Ovid. Virgil, or Publius Vergilius Maro, wrote a long poem, the Aeneid, or story of Aeneas and his coming to Italy after the fall of Troy. The Romans had been so well pleased with his shorter poems that when they heard of his plan to write the Aeneid, they were delighted. They had a long time to wait before seeing the book, for Virgil was not at all strong, and it was 7 years before it was half done. Then the emperor asked him to read what he had written. He read first about the night when the Greeks slid softly down from the wooden horse and Troy was taken and burned. Then he read about Aeneas' stay in Carthage, and last about his visit to the land of the dead. Here, the poem says, was the young Marcellus, whom the fates would only show to the earth, and then snatch away. Fling lilies with overflowing hands, and let me strew his grave with violets, Virgil repeated. Marcellus was the name of a favourite nephew, whom the emperor had adopted to be his successor. The young man had died only a little while before this, and the emperor was grateful that his name had been made immortal by the poet. In his will, Virgil directed the Aeneid to be burned, because he had not yet made it as perfect as he wished, but Augustus forbade that such a thing should be done. He gave the manuscript to 3 friends of Virgil, all of them poets, telling them to strike out any phrase that they thought Virgil would have omitted on revision, but to add nothing. So it was that the Aeneid was saved. Horace, or Quintus Horatius Flaccus, had studied in Greece, according to the fashion, and when a young man had fought in the army of Brutus. Virgil introduced him to Maecenas, a wealthy statesman who knew how to be a warm friend. Through Maecenas he met the emperor, and here he was sure to find appreciation. He wrote no lengthy poem, but many short ones, graceful odes to Maecenas, to Virgil, to the emperor, to the state, to a beautiful fountain. He understands so well how people feel that one might almost fancy his poems were written yesterday. He thoroughly likes a jest or an unexpected turn. In one poem, a usurer or moneylender tells how he longs to live in the country. Happy is the man, he says, who dwells on his own farm, far away from the troubles of the city. He can train his vines, or graft his trees, or shear his sheep, or lie on the soft grass and hear the birds sing and the little streams murmur. Then Horace ends, "So said the moneylender. He called in all his money on the 15th of the month to buy a home in the country, but he forgot the country and loaned it again on the 1st of the following month." When Maecenas was dying, he said to Augustus, "Take care of Horace as if he were myself," but Horace lived only a few months longer than his good friend. Livy, or Titus Livius, liked to think and talk of the days before the aristocratic notions of the Romans were overthrown by Caesar, and Augustus playfully called him a follower of Pompey. Livy's great work was a history of the Roman people, and in his preface he says that it will be reward enough for his labour in writing it, if he can only forget for a while the troubles of his own times. This sounds rather mournful, but the history is charming. In reading it we almost feel that we are listening to Livy himself, for he writes his stories of the olden times as if he were telling them to a group of friends. He describes something that pleases him as if he were sure that his readers would enjoy it with him, and he is as grieved over a lost battle of a century earlier as if the defeated general were his own dear friend. Even when Ovid, or Publius Ovidius Naso, was a small boy, he was eager to write poetry. His father wished him to become an orator and win some high position in the government, and the boy tried his best to learn to argue. His teacher said that he spoke in a poetical sort of prose, and did not arrange his arguments well. After a while a fortune was left him, and then he was free to write as much poetry as he chose. He was liked by the emperor, and life moved on most pleasantly. He wrote the Metamorphoses, or stories of the gods. One is a tale of the visit of Jupiter and Mercury to Baucis and Philemon. It is so simply and naturally told that we can almost see old Baucis building a fire on the hearth, putting a piece of a broken dish under one leg of the table so it will stand even, then rubbing the board with mint to make it smell sweet. Ovid was revising his manuscript one evening when an order for his banishment to the mouth of the Danube suddenly arrived from the emperor. No one ever knew why this was done. Ovid was torn from his family and sent to spend the rest of his life among the barbarians. In his despair he burned the Metamorphoses, but fortunately his friends had made copies of it long before. He died in exile. It is because these great writers lived in the times of Augustus that his reign is called the Golden, or Augustan, age of Latin literature. End of section 64. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 65 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World Story Volume 4. Greece and Rome. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 65. The Letter of a Roman University Student, 44 BC, by Cicero the Younger. No Roman youth was thought to have completed his education until he had studied with some of the famous Grecian teachers, and young men went to Greece as those of today go to university. The following extract is a translation of a letter written by the son of Cicero, while a student in Athens in 44 BC, to Tiro, his father's man of business, the editor. After I had been anxiously expecting letter carriers day after day, at length they arrived 46 days after they left you. Their arrival was most welcome to me, for while I took the greatest possible pleasure in the letter of the kindest and most beloved of fathers, still your most delightful letter put a finishing stroke to my joy. So I no longer repent of having suspended writing for a time, but I am rather rejoiced at it, for I have reaped a great reward in your kindness from my pen having been silent. I am therefore exceedingly glad that you have unhesitatingly accepted my excuse. I am sure, dearest Tiro, that the reports about me which reach you answer your best wishes and hopes. I will make them good and will do my best that this belief in me, which day by day becomes more and more en evidence, shall be doubled. Wherefore you may with confidence and assurance fulfill your promise of being the trumpeter of my reputation. For the errors of my youth have caused me such remorse and suffering that not only does my heart shrink from what I did, my very ears abhor the mention of it. And for this anguish and sorrow I know and am assured that you have taken your share. And I don't wonder at it, for while you wished me all success for my sake, you did so also for your own. For I have ever meant you to be my partner in all my good fortunes. Since therefore you have suffered sorrow through me, I will now take care that through me your joy shall be doubled. Let me assure you that my very close attachment to Chrysippus is that of a son rather than a pupil. For though I enjoy his lectures, I am also specially charmed with his delightful manners. I spend whole days with him, and often part of the night, for I induce him to dine with me as often as possible. This intimacy having been established, he often drops in upon us unexpectedly while we are at dinner, and laying aside the stiff airs of a philosopher, joins in our jests with the greatest possible freedom. He is such a man, so delightful, so distinguished, that you should take pains to make his acquaintance at the earliest possible opportunity. I need hardly mention Brutus, whom I never allow to leave my side. He is a man of a strict and moral life, as well as being the most delightful company. For in him fun is not divorced from literature and the daily philosophical inquiries which we make in common. I have hired a residence next door to him, and as far as I can with my poor pittance, I subsidize his narrow means. Furthermore, I have begun practicing declamation in Greek with Cassius. In Latin I like having my practice with Brutus. My intimate friends and daily companions are those whom Chrysippus brought with him from Mitylene, good scholars of whom he has the highest opinion. I also see a great deal of Epicrates, the leading man at Athens, and Leonidas, and other men of that sort. So now you know how I am going on. You remarked in your letter on the character of Gorgias. The fact is, I found him very useful in my daily practice of declamation, but I subordinated everything to obeying my father's injunctions, for he had written ordering me to give him up at once. I wouldn't shilly-shally about the business, for fear my making a must should cause my father to harbor some suspicion. Moreover, it occurred to me that it would be offensive for me to express an opinion on a decision of my father's. However, your interest and advice are welcome and acceptable. Your apology for lack of time I quite accept, for I know how busy you always are. I am very glad that you have bought an estate, and you have my best wishes for the success of your purchase. Don't be surprised at my congratulations coming in at this point in my letter, for it was at the corresponding point in yours that you told me of your purchase. You are a man of property. You must drop your city manners. You have become a Roman country gentleman. How clearly I have your dearest face before my eyes at this moment, for I seem to see you buying things for the farm, talking to your bailiff, saving the seed at dessert in the corner of your cloak. But as to the matter of money, I am sorry as you, that I was not on the spot to help you. But do not doubt, my dear Tyro, of my assisting you in the future, if fortune does but stand by me, especially as I know that this estate has been purchased for our joint advantage. As to my commissions about which you are taking trouble, many thanks. But I beg you to send me a secretary at the earliest opportunity, if possible a Greek, for he will save me a great deal of trouble in copying out notes. Above all, take care of your health, that we may have some literary talk together hereafter. I commend Anteros to you. End of section 65. This recording is in the public domain. Section 66 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World Story, Volume 4. Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 66. A Roman Boar. By Horace. I have not the least doubt that this poem was read aloud by its author at the house of Maecenas, when Bolonus and Viscus and Varius and Tigellius and Aristus were all present, and that it was listened to with shouts of laughter. The Editor. Along the sacred road I strolled one day, deep in some bagatelle, you know my way, when up comes one whose name I scarcely knew, the dearest of dear fellows, how do you do? He grasped my hand, well thanks, the same to you. Then, as he still kept walking by my side, to cut things short, you've no commands? I cried. Nay, you should know me, I'm a man of lore. Sir, I'm your humble servant all the more, all in a fret to make him let me go. I now walk fast, now loiter and walk slow, now whisper to my servant, while the sweat ran down so fast my very feet were wet. Oh, had I but a temper worth the name, like yours, Bologna's, inly I exclaim, while he keeps running on at a hand-trot, about the town, the streets, I know not what. Finding I made no answer, ah, I see, you're at a strait to rid yourself of me. But 'tis no use, I'm a tenacious friend, and mean to hold you till your journey's end. No need to take you such a round, I go to visit an acquaintance you don't know. Poor man, he's ailing, at his lodging far, beyond the bridge where Caesar's gardens are. Oh, never mind, I've nothing else to do, and want a walk, so I'll step on with you. Down go my ears in donkey fashion straight. You've seen them do it when their load's too great. If I mistake not, he begins, you'll find viscous not more, nor various to your mind. There's not a man can turn a verse so soon, or dance so nimbly when he hears a tune. While as for singing, ah, my forte is there. Tiglius' self might envy me, I'll swear. He paused for breath. I falteringly strike in. Have you a mother? Have you kith or kin, to whom your life is precious? Not a soul. My line's extinct. I have interred the whole. Oh, happy they! So into thought I fell. After life's endless babble they sleep well. My turn is next. Dispatch me, for the weird has come to pass which I so long have feared. The fatal weird of Sabine, beldame snug, all in my nursery days, when life was young. No sword or poison e'er shall take him off, nor gout, nor pleurisy, nor racking cough. A babbling tongue shall kill him, let him fly, all talkers, as he wishes not to die. We go to Vesta's temple, and the sun told us a quarter of the day was done. It chanced he had a suit, and was bound fast, either to make appearance, or be cast. Stop here a moment if you love me. Nay, I know no law. 'Twould hurt my health to stay, and then my call. I'm doubting what to do, whether to give my lawsuit up or you. Me, pray, I will not. On he strides again. I follow unresisting in his train. How stand you with Maecenas? He began. He picks his friends with care, a shrewd wise man. In fact, I take it, one could hardly name a head so cool in life's exciting game. 'Twould be a good deed done, if you could throw your servant in his way. I mean, you know, just to play second, in a month, I'll swear you'd make an end of every rival there. Oh, you mistake, we don't live there in league. I know no house more sacred from intrigue. I'm never distanced in my friend's good grace. By wealth or talent each man finds his place. A miracle, if 'twere not told by you, I scarce could credit it, and yet 'tis true. Ah, well, you double my desire to rise to special favor with a man so wise. You've but to wish it. 'Twill be your own fault, if with your nerve you win not by assault. He can be won, that puts him on guard, and so the first approach is always hard. No fear of me, sir, a judicious bribe will work a wonder with a menial tribe. Say, I'm refused admittance for to-day. I'll watch my time, I'll meet him in the way. Escort him, dog him, in this world of ours, the path to what we want ne'er runs on flowers. Mid all this prate, there met us, as it fell, Aristeus, my good friend, who knew him well. We stop, inquiries and replies go round. Where do you hail from? Whither are you bound? There as he stood, impassive as a clod, I pull at his limp arms, frown, wink, and nod, to urge him to release me. With a smile he feigns stupidity. I burn with bile. Something there was you said you wished to tell to me in private. Ay, I mind it well. But not just now. 'Tis in a Jew's fast to-day. Affront a sect so touchy. Nay, friend, nay. Faith, I've no scruples. Ah, but I've a few. I'm weak, you know, and do as others do. Some other time excuse me. Wretched me, that ever man so black as sun should see! Off goes the rogue and leaves me in despair, tied to the altar with the knife in air. When by rare chance the plaintiff in the suit knocks up against us, "Whither now, you brute?" He roars like thunder then to me, "You'll stand my witness, sir?" My ear's at your command. Off to the court he drags me. Shouts succeed. A mob collects, thank Phoebus, I am freed. End of section 66.
Section 67 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 67. Why Ovid Was Banished, 10 A.D., by Maurice Baring. This is an imaginary letter purporting to have been written in Rome in the days of Virgil and Horace. The old question why the poet Ovid was suddenly banished from Rome to a land of barbarians is here answered by the suggestion that he criticized the verses of the emperor. The editor. My work, or rather the business which called me to Rome, is now accomplished, and the caryatids which I was commissioned to make for the Pantheon of Agrippa are now in their place. But in what a place! Alas, they have been set up so high that their whole effect is lost, and the work might just as well be that of any Roman bungler. The Romans are indeed barbarians. They consider that as long as a thing is big and expensive, it is beautiful. They take luxury for comfort, notoriety for fame, eccentricity for genius, and riches for wisdom. Or rather, they deem that wealth is the only thing that counts in the modern world, and here at Rome this is true. Their attempts at art are in the highest degree ludicrous. Yesterday I visited the studio of Ludius, who is renowned in this city for his decorative work. He paints walls and ceilings, and the emperor has employed him to decorate his villa at Naples. His work, which is not devoid of a certain talent, is disciplined by no sense of proportion. It would not be tolerated in Greece for a moment, owing to an extravagance and an exaggeration which, so far from displaying any originality, merely form the feudal mask of a fundamental banality. The man himself wears his hair yards long like a Persian, and favors a pea-green toga. I could not help saying to him that in Greece artists took pains to dress like everybody, but to paint like no one. Last night I supped with Maecenas at his house on the Esquiline. Let me do justice to my host and give praise where praise is due. Here are no jarring notes and no foolish display. Maecenas has exquisite taste. His house is not overcrowded with ornaments or overwhelmed by useless decoration. By a cunning instinct he has realized that art should be the servant of necessity. Everything in his house has a use and a purpose. But where a vase, a bowl, a cup, a chair, or seat is needed, there you will find a beautiful vase, a beautiful bowl, and so forth. Maecenas himself is bald, genial, and cultivated. He looks older than he is, and dresses with a very slight affectation of coxcombry. His manner is a triumph of the art which conceals art. He talks to you as though you were the one person in the world he had been anxious to see, and as if the topic you were discussing were the preponderating interest of his life. As I entered his hall, I found him pacing up and down in eager conversation with Agrippa, the famous admiral. My ears are sharp, and I just caught a fragment of their conversation, which happened to concern the new drains of Rome. Yet as Maecenas approached me, he greeted me with effusion, and turning to Agrippa, he said, "Ah, here he is," as if their whole talk had been of me. We reclined almost immediately. The fare was delicious, and distinguished by the same supreme simplicity and excellence as the architecture and the ornamentation of his dwelling. There were many celebrities present besides Agrippa: Ludius the painter, most grotesquely clothed, several officials and politicians, Cinna, Grophus, three minor poets, Horatius Flaccus, Propertius, and Crassus, Ovidius Naso, the fashionable writer, Virgilius the poet, and many young men whose names escape me. Naso is by far the most prominent figure in the Roman literary world at present. He is the arbiter of taste, and sets the criterion of what is to be admired or not. Heaven forbid that I should read his verse, but there is no doubt about the flavor of his conversation, which is more interesting than his work. The literary world despises Virgilius, the only Roman poet living worthy of the name. On the other hand, they admire this Crassus, who writes perfectly unintelligible odes about topics barren of interest. He has invented a novel style of writing, which is called symbolism. It consists of doing this: if you are writing about a tree, and the tree seem to you to have the shape of an elephant, you call it an elephant. Hence a certain chaos is produced in the mind of the reader, which these young men seem to find delectable. If you mention Virgilius to them, they say, "If he only knew how to write. His ideas are good, but he has no sense of form, no ear for melody, and no power of expression." This, of course, is ridiculous, for although Virgilius is a writer who has no originality, his style is felicitous, delicate, and lofty, and often musical. In fact, he writes really well. With regard to the other poets, they are of little or no account. Horatius Flaccus has a happy knack of translation. Propertius writes amiable, sentimental stuff, and Tibullus babbles of pastures. But they are all of them decadent, in that they, none of them, have anything to say, and they either display a false simplicity and a false archaism, or else they are slavishly imitative or hopelessly obscure. At first the conversation turned on naval matters. It was debated at some length whether the Romans needed a fleet at all, and if they did, whether it should be a small fleet composed of huge triremes, or a large fleet of smaller and swifter vessels. Agrippa, who has the great advantage of practical experience in naval warfare, was in favor of the latter type of vessel. But another sailor, a friend of Cinna's, who was present, and who was also experienced, said that the day of small vessels was over. The conversation then veered to literary matters. Ovidius, a little man with twinkling eyes, carefully curled hair, and elaborately elegant clothes, he has his linen washed at Athens, excelled himself in affable courtesy and compliment to Crassus, whom he had never met hitherto. He had always been so anxious, he said, to meet the author of odes that were so interesting, although they were to him a little difficult. "I'm afraid you must be deeply disappointed," said Crassus, blushing. He is a shy, overgrown youth, with an immense tuft of tangled hair and a desperately earnest face. "No," said Ovidius, "I am never disappointed in men of letters. I always think they are the most charming people in the world. It is their works which I find so disappointing. Everybody writes too much," he continued, "and, what is worse still, everybody writes. Even the dear emperor writes hexameters. They do not always scan, but they are hexameters for all that. It has even been hinted that he has written a tragedy. Of course it doesn't matter how much verse a young man writes, as long as he burns it all. But our dear master's hexameters are preserved by the empress. She told me herself with pride that she often mends his verses for him. And they need mending sadly, because so many stitches in them are dropped. But how delightful it is to have a literary emperor! He was good enough to ask me to read him a little poetry the other day. I did so. I chose the passage from the Iliad where Hector says farewell to Andromache. He said it was very fine, but a little old-fashioned. I then recited an ode of Sappho's, perhaps the loveliest of all of them. He seemed to enjoy it, but said that it was not nearly as good as the original, and that he preferred that kind of song when it was set to music. What the original might be, to which he alluded, I did not ask, as I have always held that a monarch's business is to have a superficial knowledge of everything, but a thorough knowledge of nothing. And therefore I say it is an excellent thing, Virgilius, that our dear emperor is aware that you and Crassus and myself all write verse. It would be in the highest degree undesirable that he should know so much about the business as to command you to write verses of society, and myself to write a Georgic. But you will say he is a poet himself, and the empress mends his verses. It is true, she mends his verses, but she also mends his socks. And a sensible monarch no more bothers to write his own verse than he bothers to make his own socks, or else what would be the use of being a monarch? But again you will object, if they are written for him, why don't they scan? The answer is simple. The man who makes them knows his business, and he knows that if they did scan, nobody would believe that our dear master had written them. And in having his verse written for him by a professional, and a bad professional, I hope, Horatius, it is not you, by the way, the emperor displays not only sense, but a rare wisdom. For a gentleman should never bother to acquire technical skill. If he loves music, let him hire professional flute players, but do not let him waste his time in practicing ineffectual scales. And if he wants poetry, let him order of Virgilius an epic. And if he wishes to pose as a literary monarch, let him employ our friend Horatius to write him a few verses without sense or scansion. Although I am afraid Horatius would find this difficult. You are too correct, Horatius. That is your fault and mine. We write verse so correctly that I sometimes think that in the far distant future, when the barbarians shall have conquered us, we shall be held up as models somewhere in Scythia or Thule by pedagogues to the barbarian children of future generations. Horrible thought! When Rome falls, may our language and our literature perish with us. May we be utterly forgotten. My verse, at least, shall escape the pedagogues, for it is licentious. And yours, Crassus, I fear they will scarcely understand across the centuries. But, O Virgilius, the spirit of your poetry, so noble and so pure, is the very thing to be turned into a bed of Procrustes for little Dacians. "You are unfair to the emperor," said Virgilius. "He has excellent taste." "In poets, certainly," said Ovidius, "but not in poetry." The conversation then turned to other topics: the games, the new drains, the theater of Balbus, the naumachia, and the debated question whether the emperor was right in having caused Vettius Pollio's crystal beakers to be broken because the latter had condemned a slave, who had accidentally dropped one of them, to be thrown into his pond of lampreys and eaten. The sentence would have been carried out had not the emperor interfered and caused the slave to be released. Horatius said that Vettius Pollio deserved to be eaten by lampreys himself, but Ovidius and Ludius considered the punishment to be out of all proportion to the crime. Agrippa could not understand his minding the goblet being broken, as there were plenty of goblets in the world. Cinna said that the slave was his own. Maecenas considered that although it was a reprehensible act, and such deeds created dangerous precedents, nobody but a collector knew how terribly severe the provocation was. We sat talking till late in the night. I cannot write any more, but I have just heard a piece of startling news. Ovidius Naso had been banished for life to some barbarous spot near Taurus. The reason of his disgrace is unknown. Hail. End of section 67. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 68 of Greece and Rome, read for LibriVox.org. Rome, Part 6. Rome under the Caesars. Historical note. The use of the name Caesar changed, and instead of being simply a name, it became a title of honor. Julius Caesar and the 11 emperors who next succeeded him are known as the 12 Caesars. Their reign extended to 96 A.D. Those following Augustus ruled in perhaps much the same way that any 10 men taken at random and made masters of unlimited power might have done. Tiberius and Caligula were despots of the worst character. The latter, at least, was probably insane. Under Claudius, 41 through 54 A.D., colonies were founded in Britain. Nero was a man of fine education and some natural talent, but his tyranny and almost incredible cruelty became unendurable, and to save himself from death by scourging, he committed suicide. Galba, Otho, and Vitellius were in turn placed upon the imperial throne by the army. Vespasian's reign was marked by war in Judea. Under his son Titus, Jerusalem was destroyed, and the treasures of the temple were carried to Rome. Titus afterwards completed the Colosseum, which Vespasian had begun. It was during the reign of Titus that the eruption of Vesuvius occurred, which destroyed Pompeii and Herculaneum. He was followed by his brother Domitian, whose rule was so execrable that after his murder the Senate struck out his name from their records and even cut it away from the monuments. He had set up many statues of himself, and because the Christians refused to worship them, they had been terribly persecuted. End of section 68. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 69 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 69. The Fall of Sejanus, 27 A.D., by S. Baring-Gould. In AD 27, the Emperor Tiberius withdrew to the island of Capreae, and left Rome in the hands of Sejanus, his chief minister and trusted favorite, never suspecting that this very man was secretly plotting to gain the throne himself. The Editor. Sejanus might flatter himself that he had but to put forth his hand to pluck the fruit which he had labored to gain. The Empress Livia was no more. The Julian house was desolate. His enemies and opponents, Drusus, the son of the Emperor Agrippina and her sons Nero and Drusus were swept aside. The only representative of the Julian house as yet untouched was Caius Caligula, Agrippina's youngest son, then living under the care of his grandmother Antonia, and of the Claudian house was Tiberius Gemellus, the grandson of Tiberius, but he was a mere child. The Senate lavished honors on the favorite of the emperor. Coins were struck in Spain bearing his effigy beside that of Tiberius. An altar was erected to friendship, with the representations of Tiberius and Sejanus on it. As neither the emperor nor his minister came to Rome, the senators, the knights, all solicitous of obtaining favors, crowded to Campania to obtain interviews with Sejanus, who was harder of access than his master. This augmented his arrogance. As long as Sejanus remained in the presence of the prince at Capreae, it was impossible for any one to open the eyes of Tiberius to the treachery of his favorite minister, for he controlled every avenue by which access could be had to his master. All the correspondence passed through his hands, but the conditions were altered when Sejanus went to Rome, sent there by Tiberius, but for what reasons we do not know. A late authority, perhaps for the purpose of drawing a lively picture, describes the parting. The emperor embraced and kissed him, weeping, and exclaimed that he felt as though he were losing a part of himself. As yet no suspicion that Sejanus could be unfaithful had entered the mind of Tiberius. If there had, he would not have sent him to Rome, where he commanded the Praetorian Guard. On reaching the capital, the great vizier was received with abject respect. His busts and portraits were everywhere exhibited side by side with those of the emperor, and like sacrifices were offered before both. Men swore by the lucky star of Sejanus, as they did by that of Tiberius. 2 golden seats were placed side by side in the theater, one for the sovereign, the other for his minister. A decree of the Senate invested both with the consulship for 5 years, and required all future consuls to model their conduct on that of Sejanus. Already in the society of the nobility, Tiberius was spoken of as the king of the isle, and Sejanus as his tutor. Crowds assembled before the palace of the favorite, elbowing themselves into prominence, fearful of not being noticed, or of being noticed too late. It flattered the son of the Vulsinian knight to see the proud nobles cringe before him, and he observed their countenances attentively. Dio Cassius says truly enough, men born to honor do not set such store on outward demonstrations of respect, and do not resent lack of respect towards their persons so keenly as do new men, because the former know well that their worth is properly appreciated by others. He, however, who struts in borrowed plumes, lays the greatest stress on outward demonstrations, and holds as a galling slight any carelessness or neglect in the attribution of honor. Consequently, people are more on their guard to show honor to new men than to aristocrats by birth, for these latter consider it rather becoming in them to disregard an act of discourtesy, whereas the former consider such as a challenge to be resented with all their might. If the enemies of Sejanus proposed to excite the jealousy of the prince by their exaggerated homage, they gained in part their object. The emperor, who addressed him as his companion in the labors of government, repeated his former order forbidding divine honors to be paid to himself or any other man. But Tiberius did not mistrust the minister. He was vexed at the baseness of the Roman nobility. He had nominated Sejanus as consul for the ensuing year, and had finally yielded to his persuasion and consented to his betrothal to the Princess Julia. If a god had declared how sudden and complete would be the transformation of affairs at this time, says Dio Cassius, no one would have believed him. On the last New Year's Day, when all the sycophants in Rome poured to the palace to offer their best wishes and presents to Sejanus, a bench gave way under those seated upon it, and when the great man issued from his doors, a cat ran across his path. When he offered sacrifice on the Capitol, so dense was the mass of people there packed, with a wave of his hand he signed to his attendants to take with his litter the Traitor's Way and the Gemonian Steps, down which the bodies of criminals recently executed were cast, and the bearers slipped and fell as they bore their master. It was noticed that ravens croaked and fluttered above his head and perched on the roof of the prison. On reaching home, Sejanus cast incense on the altar before an ancient statue of good fortune, and so it was said afterwards the goddess turned her head from him. Sejanus had made himself too many enemies, and enlisted in his cause too many confederates for his safety, the moment he ceased to keep guard in person over the prince. Women had helped him in his crimes, and women brought him to his punishment. After Sejanus had left Capreae, Tiberius had sent for his grandson Tiberius Gemellus, and for Caius, the youngest son of Germanicus, to be with him and divert him in his solitude. Antonia, the grandmother of Caius, the daughter of the Triumvir, seized the opportunity to dispatch a letter to the emperor, confided to the care of her most trusty servant Pallas. And in this letter she made Tiberius aware of the cruel manner in which Sejanus, whom he had trusted, had betrayed his interests and wrought the dishonor of some of his family. But the letter told something more, that Sejanus had gone to Rome to ripen his deeply laid schemes for a coup de main, which would subvert Tiberius and enthrone himself. The scales fell from his eyes, and the old man saw plainly at last how he had been deceived. Sejanus, from the tenor of a letter received by the Senate from the prince, began to suspect that some forces were working secretly against his interest. Confident in his own powers of cajolery, he resolved to return to Capreae and meet these antagonistic influences and break them. He asked permission to leave Rome and revisit his master, alleging as his reason that he had heard tidings that Julia, his betrothed, was ill. The desired permission was refused. The prince said in reply that he himself proposed to come to Rome, which was true. Under the circumstances, Tiberius believed he could trust none but himself. The position of the old emperor was as alarming as it was difficult. He knew that a large party of the most influential families in Rome were hostile to his government, either because they clung to the phantom hope of a restoration of the republic, or were attached to the cause of Agrippina. Others, he had reason to suspect, were so involved with Sejanus that they must stand by him at all costs. Sejanus was head of the Praetorian Guard, and he had brought his men together to the number of 10,000 and established them in a permanent camp on the most salubrious portion of the heights which radiate into the Esquiline, Viminal, and Pincian hills. To what extent the soldiers were likely to obey their commanding officer against himself and their oath, that Tiberius could not conjecture. He made out a new commission over the Praetorians and gave it to Macro, an officer of his guard, and dispatched him at once to Rome. Tiberius wrote to the Senate to say that he was very ill and that he had not long to live, then sent tidings that he was better. This was probably true. He was thoroughly unhinged by the discovery of the treachery of Sejanus and by his nervous terrors. In one letter he praised Sejanus and then dropped words of blame, so that the favorite was himself perplexed and did not know what to make of these extraordinary communications. His anxiety, says Dio Cassius, did not drive him into open rebellion, nor indeed had he sufficient confidence to stake all on an appeal to arms. Everyone in Rome shared his uncertainty, the result of these conflicting tidings. Everyone hesitated whether to pay homage to or to shrink from Sejanus. It was expected one day that Tiberius would be on his way to Rome, and the next that his death would be announced. Tiberius now dealt a master stroke. He commended Caius, the youngest son of Agrippina, to the Senate and the people as his successor. He reckoned doubtless on the enthusiasm which this announcement would produce among a people who had still the greatest love for the memory of Germanicus, and the people received the decision of the emperor with tumultuous delight. This was a fresh blow dealt Sejanus, who had reckoned on himself succeeding Tiberius. He felt instinctively that his chance of an appeal to the soldiers and to the people was cut away from him. It was noticed that in the imperial orders the minister was named Sejanus without any honorable prefix, contrary to the former habit of Tiberius. But occasionally tokens of favor were shown. Sejanus was nominated, along with Caius, to be priest in a college of which the emperor was himself a member, and Tiberius allowed the Senate to confer on Sejanus, as it had formerly on Germanicus, the proconsular power. Bewildered by these contradictions in the behavior of the prince, cast from an extremity of hope to one of despair, uncertain about himself and those who surrounded him, Sejanus let slip the opportunity of taking that decided and bold step which Tiberius had dreaded. The emperor had played with him as with a fish till he was ready to land him. This craft was a necessity under the circumstances. But on October 17, A.D. 31, Naevius Sertorius Macro arrived in Rome late in the evening with his commission to supersede Sejanus in the command of the Praetorians. Still uncertain as to the result of an appeal to the soldiers, Tiberius had caused to be circulated a report that Sejanus was about to have the tribunician authority granted him, which was equivalent to his appointment to be regent along with himself. All Rome believed the tidings. Sejanus, elated with pride, considered that he had reached the last step but one to sovereignty. His followers were filled with exultation, and those who had lately hesitated to show him honor crowded about his doors to offer their tardy homage. Macro, on his arrival in Rome, betook himself at once to the house of the new consul Regulus, known to be hostile to Sejanus, and summoned thither to meet him Graecinus Laco, commander of the 7 cohorts who acted as the night police of the capital and were lodged in barracks in the different quarters of the city. To the consul and the commander of the cohorts, Macro communicated the emperor's private orders and prepared the requisite measures. The decisive blow was to be struck next day. A session of the Senate was appointed to meet in the morning at the Temple of Apollo, near the imperial palace on the Palatine Hill. As Macro was on his way thither at daybreak, he encountered Sejanus, also on his way to the same point, surrounded by a large retinue of servants, clients, and friends. A suspicion of evil crossed the mind of the minister at the sight of Macro, whom he had supposed to be in Capreae. He asked him eagerly if he had come from the emperor with letters to him, and was answered in the negative. Sejanus changed color and halted. Macro noticed his alarm, and drawing him aside, whispered that he was the bearer of a dispatch to the Senate relative to the tribunician authority for Sejanus. The minister, in great delight, hastened to the place of session, with head erect and face beaming with expectation. All present saw in his bearing a confirmation of the rumor that had reached their ears, and starting from their seats, pressed round him with their congratulations. These he received with gracious condescension. Macro had not entered the Senate house. As soon as he had seen the last flicker of the scarlet shoes of Sejanus as he passed within, he announced to the division of the guards sent to keep order, and to the Praetorians who had attended the minister, that the command had been transferred to himself. To the latter he promised a gratuity from the emperor, and bade them withdraw to the camp. They obeyed without demur. Then promptly and silently the police under Laco surrounded the place of session. When this measure was complete, Macro entered the temple and delivered the imperial order, then retired before it had been opened, in order to make the best of his way to the Praetorian camp and secure the fidelity of the guards. The scene that ensued was probably the most dramatic that had ever occurred in the Senate. As soon as the imperial messenger had left the assembly, they proceeded to open and consider the letter. It was long and verbose. It began with comments on matters of no vital importance, and then proceeded to blame Sejanus. But the words leveled against the minister were not written consecutively, but were mixed up with remarks on other matters of public business. Then came a whole paragraph devoted to Sejanus, and a categorical demand for his impeachment on several grounds. The letter concluded with requiring the arrest first of 2 senators closely allied to Sejanus, and then of the minister himself. Tiberius renewed his declaration that he proposed returning to Rome, and stated that, as he was surrounded by enemies, he required the attendance of one of the consuls for his protection. The letter was written by the emperor in a tumult of nervous terrors, and with his mind unhinged by loss of confidence in the last man to whom he had clung and in whom he had believed. The reading of this letter struck not Sejanus only, but the whole Senate, as a bolt from heaven. The consternation, the bewilderment were general, and the greater because the senators had just vied with each other in adulation of the man who was thus struck before their eyes. Those who sat nearest him rose in silence, vacated their seats, and placed themselves elsewhere, and the praetors and the tribunes of the people stepped into the empty places to surround the doomed man and prevent his escape. But the suddenness with which he had been hurled from the highest pinnacle into the abyss was too great to allow Sejanus to exercise any presence of mind and decide on what was to be done. He sat looking stonily before him, unmoved. The consul Regulus rose from his seat and ordered him to stand up. Sejanus heard, but did not comprehend what was said. This was not due to pride, says Dio, but to the fact that he was unaccustomed to obey. The order was repeated, and repeated a third time by the consul in louder tones and with upraised arm. "Sejanus, dost thou hear me?" he asked. Then, as though roused from a trance, the unhappy man replied, "What? Do you call me?" He slowly rose, looking round for some one on whose shoulder to rest, but saw Laco, captain of the police, with sword unsheathed before him, and knew he was already a prisoner and a lost man. Now ensued a scene of basest, most cowardly recrimination. From all sides rose hoots, curses, abuse, the wildest expressions of pent-up jealousy, hate, and thirst for revenge, and loudest of all yelled those who had crouched lowest but half an hour ago to kiss his hand. Those who had been his closest friends made themselves now most conspicuous as his enemies. Nevertheless, the consul did not venture on an accusation of majestas, as he could not calculate on the strength and determination of the party of Sejanus in the Senate. They might combine in the danger that menaced all through their head. He demanded a formal charge to be made, on which he might proceed legally to arrest Sejanus. One senator rose, and in a shrill voice above the tumult impeached the minister. Thereupon Regulus at once ordered Laco to remove his prisoner to the Tullianum, the Capitoline prison. The whole proceeding was precipitate, so as not to allow the adherents of the fallen minister time to concert measures of resistance. Already tidings of what had taken place had spread like wildfire through the city, and when Sejanus came out between the guards on the descent of the Via Nova to the Forum, he could see that the entire space was filled with an agitated sea of heads. His way led down the slope, the dip in the hill under the Porta Mugianus, past the temple of Jupiter Stator, and the height now crowned with the convent and covered by the gardens of Saint Sebastiano. On reaching the bottom of the hill, the road turned sharply to the left above the house of the Vestals. For a while hope flattered him. A Vestal virgin might come out of the doors, meet him, and thereby obtain his reprieve, if not his pardon. But none appeared. As the crowd pressed on his guards, spitting, throwing earth, cursing him, Sejanus endeavored to cover his ghastly face with the fold of his purple-bordered mantle. A rude hand tore it away. Another smote him in the face. His ears were deafened with cries, imprecations, jeers at his recent elation, reproaches for the violence, the judicial murders he had wrought. As he came out above the temple of Castor and Pollux, he could see the crowds engaged in tearing down his statues and pounding them to pieces. Then he was led across the Forum past the Umbilicus, the supposed center of the world, and the iron door of the prison closed on him. Hard by, a few paces off, stood the Temple of Concord, with the splendid arcade of the Capitoline Tabularium rising high above it. Hither, a few hours later, the trembling senators came, called together by the consul Regulus to decree the death of the shivering man, now lying in the cold bath of Hercules, a stone's throw distant. Not an arm had been lifted, not a voice raised in defense of the fallen minister. Even the praetorians, on whose fidelity to his person he had reckoned, remained motionless. The people had declared with one voice against him. The Senate hurriedly passed the necessary forms, and Sejanus was condemned to death. A few minutes later, the door of the Tullianum was opened, and down the Gemonian steps was cast the corpse of the man who a few hours before had been the most dreaded and respected in Rome. Hooks were driven into the still warm flesh, and it was dragged about the city, given up to insult by the people, and not till the third day after the execution was the mangled and disfigured mass cast into the Tiber. End of section 69. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 70 of Greece and Rome. Read for LibriVox.org by Sarah Hale. In the Time of Nero by E. Forti. Painting, page 430. The illustration represents a Roman lady of rank and position, about to enter her boat. Slaves follow her, one with an umbrella to shield her from the sun. Before her steps, children scatter flowers, as she walks upon the costly rugs to the magnificently decorated boat which awaits her. For all this extravagance of luxury, Nero himself set the example. He built himself a superb palace, which covered the whole Palatine Hill. In the burning of Rome, this was destroyed, and then he began another, far more costly than the old one. It covered not only the Palatine Hill, but also the greater part of the Esquiline and the valley between them. This was called the Golden House. Suetonius says that many parts of this house were entirely overlaid with gold and adorned with jewels and mother of pearl. The supper rooms were vaulted, and compartments of the ceilings, inlaid with ivory, were made to revolve and scatter flowers. Moreover, they were provided with pipes, which shed perfumes upon the guests. The chief banqueting room was circular, and revolved perpetually night and day, in imitation of the motion of the celestial bodies. The baths were supplied from the sea and from Albula. Upon the dedication of this magnificent house, when finished, all that Nero said was, "Well, now at last I am housed as a man should be." There was but one excuse for the extreme luxury of the times, and that was the few ways of spending money. Charity had not come into fashion. Devotion to the state was past. Travel offered many hardships and few attractions. Opportunities for making safe investments were rare. A man who had a large income could buy more land, build more palaces for himself, or beautify those that he already possessed. In short, he could increase his luxuries, and this was all that the spirit of the age expected or required of him. End of section 70. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 71 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 71. The Emperor Nero on the Stage. 67 A.D. by S. Baring-Gould. From day to day, a more intense longing came over the emperor to exhibit his powers, and that before a discriminating, highly cultured public. His performances at the Juvenalia and before the aristocracy and the mob of Rome did not suffice. What artistic perception had they? The Greeks gave the tone to art. They were the only true aesthetically gifted people on earth. He would therefore submit his performances to their criticism. The applause of the Roman people was purchased, or was given in adulation. That of the Greeks would surely be granted according to judgment, and would be independent. The Greeks, he said, were the only people who had an ear for music, and were the only good judges of him and his attainments. In preparing for the ordeal, he was affected with genuine nervousness. He labored hard to acquire perfect skill, and to give his voice full tone. He practiced with Terpnus from dinner till late in the night. He lay for hours on his back with a sheet of lead on his chest. He took emetics. He abstained from bread and fruit. He consumed leeks and oil. On the days before he performed, he took nothing else. He practiced vigorously at dancing, and because he could not kick about his feet with the nimbleness of his master, he had the latter put to death. At length he conceived that his heavenly voice had attained incomparable richness and volume, and that his skill was complete. So he sallied forth to confound the Greeks of Naples in a great concert. A few words may here be given to Nero's personal appearance at this period. When shaved smooth, he affected to resemble Apollo, and to have a voice which would enchant the world as a second Orpheus. He was a little below middle size, without any striking deformity. His body was covered with blotches. His neck was fat and short, and indeed he was too fleshy and stout to make a figure as Apollo, and his stomach was unduly large and protruding, whilst his legs were small and short. His fair hair he wore cut in stages and arranged in short curls, but during the Greek tour he wore it long, flowing down over his shoulders. He usually wore a light kerchief round his throat as a protection to his voice, and a loose dress ungirded. The most particular account of his vocal powers we derive from Lucian, who, though living long after, no doubt quoted from some contemporary authority. He says that nature had given Nero a voice of very ordinary compass, but that he was bent on straining to reach high notes, and growl out bass tones beyond his proper range. When he sang bass, the sound was muffled and like a buzzing of wasps or bees. However, this was helped out or disguised by the accompaniment, and might have passed as a tolerable performance had it been given by anyone else but a sovereign. But when he would reach high notes, like one of the great masters of song, then involuntarily the audience exploded in fits of laughter, however dangerous it was to do so, or he shook himself, gasped for breath, strained himself to the toe-tips to help out his high notes, made contortions like a criminal bound to the wheel, and his naturally red face turned to the color of copper. Thoroughly prepared to electrify the world with his song, Nero set off for Neapolis, taking with him the Augustal band of 5,000 men, all handsome fellows with long locks, in gay uniform and with gold rings on their left hands, under an officer who received as his wage 40,000 sesterces, about £300, per annum. They were divided into bands: the hummers, who buzzed approval, the patterers, who clapped their hands, and the clashers, who more riotously banged earthenware pot covers together, or perhaps kicked the earthenware jars on which the seats of a theatre were raised. He was attended by 1,000 baggage carts, the mules all shod with silver, and the drivers dressed in scarlet jackets of finest Canusian cloth. A body of Africans with glittering bracelets, mounted on their jennets in splendid trappings, also attended him. Over the theatrical wardrobe was installed Calvia Crispinella, a noble Roman lady. As for Nero, he never wore the same garment a second time. On reaching Naples, some Alexandrians presented themselves before him. They were the inventors of a musical applause, something like the long drawn-out amens in fashion in churches nowadays. This so delighted Nero that the men were engaged on the spot, and commissioned to drill the Augustals in this new department of applause. Neapolis was crowded. All the great men and small from the neighborhood, with wives and children, had poured into the place to see and hear their emperor sing and act on the boards. It was a new form of sensation altogether. His reception was enthusiastic. He sang for whole days in succession, and hardly allowed himself time for rest. The fever of excitement and desire not to deny the audience any of what they had come to hear drove him onto the stage from his bed or from table. He did not even allow himself the time to take a bath. He had his meals served him in the orchestra, and dined and supped before the spectators, apologizing to them in Greek for the pause, saying he would only drink another drop, and then treat them to something really of the first quality. Whilst he was performing, an earthquake shook the theatre, but Nero sang through it all, undisturbed, thus evoking deafening cheers. Finally, it appeared as though the gods approved of this amateur dramatic prince, for after the theatre was cleared of performers and spectators, shaken by the earthquake, it collapsed without injury to anyone. Nero regarded this as a good omen, and inspired by the muse of poetry, he composed and sang a hymn to the gods, thanking them for the success of this first performance. Intoxicated with applause, Nero now resolved to visit Greece itself, and make that classic land the judge of his execution, and to strive there with the most famous artists for the crowns given in the world-famous contest. When it was announced that he was actually about to visit Greece, all the states hastened to proclaim that the contests which were recurrent in successive years at Olympia, Nemea, Delphi, Corinth, should be crowded into the space of time during which the emperor resided on Greek soil, so that he might achieve the distinction of being a Periodonicus, or victor in the whole circle. He started, attended by courtiers and court followers of all descriptions, and with the cunning of a madman he invited as a favor to attend his triumphal progress all such members of the nobility and senate whom he had marked for death, that he might destroy them at his leisure and with more security, at a distance from the city. He left behind him in Rome a freedman, Helios, without definite instructions, but empowered to act as regent. That was a wonderful expedition. Dio says he started for Greece not as had his predecessors, Flaminius, Mummius, Agrippa, and Augustus, but as a chariot driver, a lyre twanger, a herald, a dramatic performer in tragedies. His army that he led consisted not of the Augustians only, but of so many that, as far as numbers went, he might have been marching against the Parthians. But these heroes under Nero's banner, in place of the weapons of war, brandished fiddles and fiddlesticks, masks and buskins, and the victories won were worthy of the host. Those subdued were not a Philip, a Perseus, an Anicius, but a Trypnus, a Diordus, a Parmenes, a dancing master, a fiddler, and a mime. Parmenes had enjoyed some fame in the time of Caius. Now the old fellow was dragged onto the stage to give Nero the opportunity of triumphing over him and a victor of upsetting his statues. If this had been all, he would have been laughed at for his pains. But it was intolerably humiliating for Romans to hear of, let alone see, the reigning emperor enter the lists against other candidates, practice his voice, go through rehearsals, march onto the stage with shaven chin and curly locks, and naked, with mantle cast back, attended by one or two companions only, and to see him glower at his rivals, attack them contumely, bribe the judges and officers, keeping order not to turn him out, and to show him some favor, and all this to win the prize for lyre playing when he was pitching away his credit as emperor. Could a disgrace be greater? Sulla degraded others, Nero degraded himself. Could a victory be more contemptible than one which was crowned with a few olive twigs, laurels, ivy, or fir, when he sacrificed for such the civic crown? How miserable must have been his appearance when he strutted forward on high buskins and sank his imperial dignity in the dust, or when he put on his mask and cast off his sovereignty. What more contemptible than the parts which he picked out for himself, when he was led about as a blind man, simulated a madman, acted the part of a woman in travail, or of a vagabond. He spoke, moved, endured all, like a common strolling player, with one exception, that he wore, when taking the role of a captive, golden fetters, for he said it did not become a Roman prince to wear such as were of iron. One day in the Olympian games, while chariot racing, he was pitched out and almost run over. Nevertheless, he was crowned as victor, in thanks for which he made a present to the judges of 200,000 denarii. To the Plithian prophetess he gave 100,000, because she pronounced an oracle that gratified him. But with Apollo he was so irate because his oracle was unfavorable, that he killed a number of men and flung their carcasses into the cleft out of which the sacred vapor arose. In all those places where there were contests he strove for the prize, employing the consular, Cluvius Rufus, as his herald, who trumpeted forth the announcement. The Caesar Nero has conquered in this contest also, and crowns the Roman people and the universe. He accepted Sparta and Athens from his visits. The laws of Lycurgus were not to his taste, and therefore he did not go to Lacedaemon, and he was afraid lest the wrath of the avenging Athene should light on him for the murder of his mother, if he entered the city sacred to her. Moreover, he shrank from initiation into the Eleusinian mysteries, from a sense of his unworthiness, or rather from fear of the consequences. The first Greek island on which Nero landed was Corcyra, and there he initiated his tour of performances by a song sung before the altar of Jupiter Cassius. At Olympia there was no theatre, only a hippodrome. Nero had adapted for his dramatic performances as well as for horse racing. Before he entered he showed the greatest deference to the judges and assured them he had done all in his power to prepare for the ordeal. The result was in the hands of fate. He requested them as men of taste and culture to overlook all accidents and consider the general perfection of the performance. But though they encouraged him, he was afflicted with nervousness or suspicion, and thought that any reserve in the empires was a token of disaffection. In every particular he obeyed the rules laid on dramatic performers not to spit or blow the nose, and to use his sleeve only for wiping the sweat from his brow, nor to seat himself, however weary he might be. As on one occasion in the course of a tragic declamation he dropped his staff, he trembled with nervousness lest through his accident he should forfeit the prize, and he could only be pacified when the mime who accompanied him on the cithara swore to him no one had observed it, so engrossed were all in the admiration of his voice. But he was not content with even the loud voice of Cluvius as his herald. He competed with others as to who could bellow loudest, and having gained the victory in this also, he took to announcing his victories himself. On reaching Corinth, nothing would content him but that he must be cut through the isthmus. The idea of uniting the Ionian and Adriatic seas had been mooted before, and had been entertained by Demetrius, by Caesar, and by Caius. Nero undertook the task, not from any consideration of utility, but to show that he could do what others had failed to accomplish. He thought, says Lucian, on that old Achaean king, who on his expedition against Troy passed through the canal he had dug between Callias, Calchas, and Olus, and had cut Boeotia from Euboea on Darius, who had cast a bridge over the Thracian Bosphorus, in his expedition against the Scythians, and even more on the undertaking of Xerxes, in its magnitude never equalled. Besides all this he conceived that he would be giving no grander boon to all Greece than by removing the small impediment which interfered with the traffic between Greece and Italy. For, however intoxicated and disorderly the capricious power of tyrants may make them, there are moments when it does occur to them to do something great by which they may become famous. The day on which the first sod was turned was appointed to be a great festival. The emperor left Corinth, where he was then residing, at the head of a great train. On the morning he issued in gorgeous apparel from his tent. First he snatched up the lyre and sang a hymn in honor of Amphitrite and Neptune, and threw in as well an ode on Leucothea and Melicertes. Then the prefect of Greece handed him a golden spade. Amidst shouts and the strains of music he turned 3 clods, collected the earth in a basket, put it on his shoulder, and after having made a magniloquent address to the laborers, returned in triumph to Corinth, as pleased with himself as if he had performed the 12 labors of Hercules. The work was begun energetically. Innumerable laborers had been collected on the spot. Vespasian had sent him 6,000 sturdy young Jews for the purpose, and the jails of the empire had been emptied to furnish him with a sufficiency of workmen. However, after 5 days of work, Nero's interest cooled, was turned in another direction, and the undertaking was abandoned. Those about his person hastened to find excuses. Bad omens were easily manufactured to cover the retreat of the emperor from a task begun with such a flourish and so speedily given up. A year and a half were spent by Nero in Greece. The expenditure was enormous, and to supply his private treasury he had recourse to plundering temples of their stores of precious metals, and what was worse, to the execution of wealthy men, that he might possess himself of their fortunes. His progress through Greece, says Dio, was like that of a conqueror over a subjugated land. He plundered it to exhaustion and had men, women, and children murdered. At first he required the children and freedmen of those whom he sentenced to death to give him half what his victims had left, and those condemned were allowed to make wills so as to let it appear that they were not put to death for the sake of their fortunes. But presently he took to himself either all or the major part, and finally he swept the whole into his pocket, and by decree banished all the children of his victims from the country. But even this did not content him, and he had many of them assassinated in their exile. It would not be possible to form an estimate of the sums he took from those whom he allowed to live, and drew from the Roman temples. Messengers were flying in all directions with no other commissions than sentences of death. Indeed, no letters passed among people then, the post being entirely occupied by the imperial correspondence. To make the situation more grimly ludicrous, in emulation of Flaminius, Nero had proclaimed the freedom of Greece. End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 72 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World's Story Volume 4, Greece and Rome. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 72. The Destruction of Pompeii, 79 A.D. by Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton. The sudden catastrophe, the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, which had as it were riven the very bonds of society, and left prisoner and jailer alike free, had soon rid Calenus of the guards to whose care the praetor had consigned him. And when the darkness and the crowd separated the priest from his attendants, he hastened with trembling steps towards the temple of his goddess. As he crept along, and ere the darkness was complete, he found himself suddenly caught by the robe, and a voice muttered in his ear, "Hist, Calenus, an awful hour." "Ay, by my father's head. Who art thou? Thy face is dim, and thy voice is strange." "Not know thy Burbo? Fie! Gods, how the darkness gathers! Ho, ho! By yon terrific mountain, what sudden blazes of lightning! How they dart and quiver! Hades is loosed on earth. Tush, thou believest not these things, Calenus. Now is the time to make our fortune. Ha! Listen! Thy temple is full of gold and precious mummeries. Let us load ourselves with them, and then hasten to the sea and embark. None will ever ask an account of the doings of this day. Burbo, thou art right. Hush, and follow me into the temple. Who cares now, who sees now, whether thou art a priest or not? Follow, and we will share. In the precincts of the temple were many priests gathered around the altars, praying, weeping, grovelling in the dust. Impostors in safety, they were not the less superstitious in danger. Calenus passed them, and entered the chamber yet to be seen in the south side of the court. Burbo followed him. The priest struck a light. Wine and viands strewed the table, the remains of a sacrificial feast. "A man who has hungered 48 hours, muttered Calenus, has an appetite even in such a time. He seized on the food and devoured it greedily. Nothing could perhaps be more unnaturally horrid than the selfish baseness of these villains, for there is nothing more loathsome than the valor of avarice. Plunder and sacrilege while the pillars of the world tottered to and fro. What an increase to the terrors of nature can be made by the vices of man. "Wilt thou never have done?" said Burbo impatiently. "Thy face purples and thine eyes start already. It is not every day one has such a right to be hungry. Oh, Jupiter! What sound is that? The hissing of fiery water. What, does the cloud give rain as well as flame? Ha! What? Shrieks! And Burbo, how silent all is now. Look forth." Amidst the other horrors, the mighty mountain now cast up columns of boiling water. Blent and kneaded with the half-burning ashes, the streams fell like seething mud over the streets in frequent intervals. And full, where the priests of Isis had now cowered around the altars, on which they had vainly sought to kindle fires and pour incense, one of the fiercest of those deadly torrents, mingled with immense fragments of scoria, had poured its rage. Over the bended forms of the priests it dashed. That cry had been of death. That silence had been of eternity. The ashes, the pitchy stream, sprinkled the altars, covered the pavement, and half concealed the quivering corpses of the priests. "They are dead," said Burbo, terrified for the first time, and hurrying back into the cell. "I thought not the danger was so near and fatal." The two wretches stood staring at each other. You might have heard their hearts beat. Calenus, the less bold by nature, but the most griping, recovered first. "We must do our task in a way," he said in a low whisper, frightened at his own voice. He stepped to the threshold, paused, crossed over the heated floor and his dead brethren to the sacred chapel, and called to Burbo to follow. But the gladiator quaked and drew back. "So much the better," thought Calenus. "The more will be my booty." Hastily he loaded himself with the more portable treasures of the temple, and thinking no more of his comrade, hurried from the sacred place. A sudden flash of lightning from the mount showed to Burbo, who stood motionless at the threshold, the flying and laden form of the priest. He took heart. He stepped forth to join him, when a tremendous shower of ashes fell right before his feet. The gladiator shrank back once more. Darkness closed him in. But the shower continued fast. Fast. Its heaps rose high and suffocatingly. Deathly vapors steamed from them. The wretch gasped for breath. He sought in despair again to fly. The ashes had blocked up the threshold. He shrieked as his feet shrank from the boiling fluid. How could he escape? He could not climb to the open space. Nay, were he able, he could not brave its horrors. It were best to remain in the cell, protected at least from the fatal air. He sat down and clenched his teeth. By degrees, the atmosphere from without, stifling and venomous, crept into the chamber. He could endure it no longer. His eyes, glaring round, rested on a sacrificial axe, which some priest had left in the chamber. He seized it. With the desperate strength of his gigantic arm, he attempted to hew his way through the walls. Meanwhile, the streets were already thinned. The crowd had hastened to disperse itself under shelter. The ashes began to fill up the lower parts of the town, but here and there you heard the steps of fugitives cranching them warily, or saw their pale and haggard faces by the blue glare of the lightning, or the more unsteady glare of torches, by which they endeavoured to steer their steps. But ever and anon, the boiling water, or the straggling ashes, mysterious and gusty winds, rising and dying in a breath, extinguished these wandering lights, and with them the last living hope of those who bore them. In the street that leads to the gate of Herculaneum, Claudius now bent his perplexed and doubtful way. "If I can gain the open country," thought he, "doubtless there will be various vehicles beyond the gate, and Herculaneum is not far distant. Thank Mercury, I have little to lose, and that little is about me." "Hello! Help there! Help!" cried a querulous and frightened voice. "I have fallen down! My torch has gone out! My slaves have deserted me! I am Diomed, the rich Diomed! 10,000 sesterces to him who helps me!" At the same moment, Claudius felt himself caught by the feet. "Ill fortune to thee! Let me go, fool!" said the gambler. "Oh, help me up! Give me thy hand!" "There, rise." "Is this Claudius? I know the voice. Whither fliest thou?" "Towards Herculaneum." "Blessed be the gods! Our way is the same, then, as far as the gate. Why not take refuge in my villa? Thou knowest the long range of subterranean cellars beneath the basement. That shelter what shower can penetrate?" "You speak well," said Claudius musingly, "and by storing the cellar with food, we can remain there even some days, should these wondrous storms endure so long." "Oh, blessed be he who invented gates to a city!" cried Diomed. "See, they have placed a light within yon arch. By that let us guide our steps." The air was now still for a few minutes. The lamp from the gate streamed out far and near. The fugitives hurried on. They gained the gate. They passed by the Roman sentry. The lightning flashed over his livid face and polished helmet, but his stern features were composed even in their awe. He remained erect and motionless at his post. That hour itself had not animated the machine of the ruthless majesty of Rome into the reasoning and self-acting man. There he stood, amidst the crashing elements. He had not received the permission to desert his station and escape. The cloud, which had scattered so deep a murkiness over the day, had now settled into a solid and impenetrable mass. It resembled less even the thickest gloom of a night in the open air than the close and blind darkness of some narrow room. but in proportion as the blackness gathered, did the lightnings around Vesuvius increase in their vivid and scorching glare. Nor was their horrible beauty confined to the usual hues of fire. No rainbow ever rivaled their varying and prodigal dyes, now brightly blue as the most azure depth of a southern sky, now of a livid and snake-like green, darting restlessly to and fro as the folds of an enormous serpent, now of a lurid and intolerable crimson, gushing forth through the columns of smoke, far and wide, and lighting up the whole city from arch to arch, then suddenly dying into a sickly paleness, like the ghosts of their own life. In the pauses of the showers, you heard the rumbling of the earth beneath, and the groaning waves of the tortured sea, or lower still, and audible but to the watch of intensest fear, the grinding and hissing murmur of the escaping gases through the chasms of the distant mountain. Sometimes the cloud appeared to break from its solid mass, and by the lightning to assume quaint and vast mimicries of human or of monster shapes, striding across the gloom, hurtling one upon the other, and vanishing swiftly into the turbulent abyss of shade, so that, to the eyes and fancies of the affrighted wanderers, the unsubstantial vapours were as the bodily forms of gigantic foes, the agents of terror and of death. The ashes in many places were already knee-deep, and the boiling showers which came from the steaming breath of the volcano forced their way into the houses, bearing with them a strong and suffocating vapour. In some places, immense fragments of rock, hurled upon the house roofs, bore down along the streets masses of confused ruin, which yet more and more with every hour obstructed the way, and as the day advanced, the motion of the earth was more sensibly felt. The footing seemed to slide and creep, nor could chariot or litter be kept steady, even on the most level ground. Sometimes the huger stones, striking against each other as they fell, broke into countless fragments, emitting sparks of fire, which caught whatever was combustible within their reach. And along the plains beyond the city the darkness was now terribly relieved, for several houses and even vineyards had been set on flames, and at various intervals the fires rose sullenly and fiercely against the solid gloom. To add to this partial relief of the darkness, the citizens had here and there in the more public places, such as the porticos of temples and the entrances to the forum, endeavoured to place rows of torches, but these rarely continued long. The showers and the winds extinguished them, and the sudden darkness into which their fitful light was converted had something in it doubly terrible and doubly impressive on the impotence of human hopes, the lesson of despair. Frequently, by the momentary light of these torches, parties of fugitives encountered each other, some hurrying towards the sea, others flying from the sea back to the land, for the ocean had retreated rapidly from the shore. An utter darkness lay over it, and upon its groaning and tossing waves the storm of cinders and rocks fell without the protection which the streets and roofs afforded to the land. Wild, haggard, ghastly with supernatural fears, these groups encountered each other, but without the leisure to speak, to consult, to advise, for the showers fell now frequently, though not continuously, extinguishing the lights, which showed to each band the death-like faces of the other, and hurrying all to seek refuge beneath the nearest shelter. The whole elements of civilization were broken up. Ever and anon by the flickering lights, you saw the thief hastening by the most solemn authorities of the law, laden with, and fearfully chuckling over, the produce of his sudden gains. If in the darkness wife was separated from husband, or parent from child, vain was the hope of reunion. Each hurried blindly and confusedly on. Nothing in all the various and complicated machinery of social life was left, save the primal law of self-preservation. Through this awful scene did the Athenian wade his way, accompanied by Ione and the blind girl. Suddenly a rush of hundreds in their path to the sea swept by them. Nydia was torn from the side of Glaucus, who, with Ione, was borne rapidly onward, and when the crowd, whose forms they saw not, so thick was the gloom, were gone, Nydia was still separated from their side. Glaucus shouted her name. No answer came. They retraced their steps. In vain. They could not discover her. It was evident she had been swept along in some opposite direction by the human current. Their friend, their preserver, was lost. And hitherto Nydia had been their guide. Her blindness rendered the scene familiar to her alone. Accustomed through a perpetual night to thread the windings of the city, she had led them unerringly towards the seashore, by which they had resolved to hazard an escape. Now which way could they wend? All was rayless to them, a maze without a clue. Wearied, despondent, bewildered, they, however, passed along, the ashes falling upon their heads, the fragmentary stones dashing up in sparkles before their feet. "Alas, alas," murmured Ione, "I can go no farther. My steps sink among the scorching cinders. Fly, dearest, beloved, fly, and leave me to my fate. Hush, my betrothed, my bride, death with thee is sweeter than life without thee. Yet whither, oh, whither can we direct ourselves through the gloom? Already it seems that we have made but a circle, and are in the very spot which we quitted an hour ago. O gods! Yon rock! See, it hath riven the roof before us. It is death to move through the streets. Blessed lightning! See, Ione, see! The portico of the Temple of Fortune is before us. Let us creep beneath it. It will protect us from the showers." He caught his beloved in his arms, and with difficulty and labour gained the temple. He bore her to the remoter and more sheltered part of the portico, and leaned over her, that he might shield her with his own form from the lightning and the showers. The beauty and the unselfishness of love could hallow even that dismal time. "Who is there?" said the trembling and hollow voice of one who had preceded them in their place of refuge. "Yet what matters? The crush of the ruined world forbids to us friends or foes." Ione turned again at the sound of the voice, and with a faint shriek cowered again beneath the arms of Glaucus, and he, looking in the direction of the voice, beheld the cause of her alarm. Through the darkness glared forth two burning eyes. The lightning flashed and lingered athwart the temple, and Glaucus, with a shudder, perceived the lion to which he had been doomed, couched beneath the pillars, and close beside it, unwitting of the vicinity, lay the giant form of him who had accosted them, the wounded gladiator, Niger. That lightning had revealed to each other the form of beast and man, yet the instinct of both was quelled. Nay, the lion crept nearer and nearer to the gladiator, as for companionship, and the gladiator did not recede or tremble. The revolution of nature had dissolved her lighter terrors, as well as her wonted ties. While they were thus terribly protected, a group of men and women, bearing torches, passed by the temple. They were of the congregation of the Nazarenes, and a sublime and unearthly emotion had not, indeed, quelled their awe, but it had robbed awe of fear. They had long believed, according to the error of the early Christians, that the last day was at hand. They imagined now that the day had come. "Woe! Woe!" cried in a shrill and piercing voice the elder at their head. "Behold, the Lord descendeth to judgment. He maketh fire come down from heaven in the sight of men." End of section 72.
Section 73 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in October 2018. The World's Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 73. A Visit to Pompeii, 19th Century, by Charles Dickens. Stand at the bottom of the great marketplace of Pompeii and look up the silent streets, through the ruined temples of Jupiter and Isis, over the broken houses with their inmost sanctuaries open to the day, away to Mount Vesuvius, bright and snowy in the peaceful distance, and lose all count of time and heed of other things, in the strange and melancholy sensation of seeing the destroyed and destroyer making this quiet picture in the sun. Then ramble on, and see at every turn the little familiar tokens of human habitation and everyday pursuits, the chafing of the bucket rope in the stone rim of the exhausted well, the track of carriage wheels in the pavement of the street, the marks of drinking vessels on the stone counter of the wine shop, the amphorae in private cellars, stored away so many 100 years ago, and undisturbed to this hour, all rendering the solitude and deadly loneliness of the place 10,000 times more solemn than if the volcano in its fury had swept the city from the earth and sunk it in the bottom of the sea. After it was shaken by the earthquake, which preceded the eruption, workmen were employed in shaping out, in stone, new ornaments for temples and other buildings that had suffered. Here lies their work, outside the city gate, as if they would return tomorrow. Next to the wonder of going up and down the streets, and in and out of the houses, and traversing the secret chambers of the temples of a religion that has vanished from the earth, and finding so many traces of remote antiquity, as if the course of time had been stopped after this desolation, and there had been no nights and days, months, years, and centuries since, nothing is more impressive and terrible than the many evidences of the searching nature of the ashes, as bespeaking their irresistible power and the impossibility of escaping them. In the wine cellars they forced their way into the earthen vessels, displacing the wine and choking them to the brim with dust. In the tombs they forced the ashes of the dead from the funeral urns, and drained new ruin even into them. The mouths and eyes and skulls of all the skeletons were stuffed with this terrible hail. In Herculaneum, where the flood was of a different and heavier kind, it rolled in like a sea. Imagine a deluge of water turned into marble at its height, and that is what is called the lava here. Many of the paintings on the walls in the roofless chambers of both cities, or carefully removed to the museum at Naples, are as fresh and plain as if they had been executed yesterday. Here are the subjects of still life, as provisions, dead game, bottles, glasses, and the like, familiar classical stories or mythological fables, always forcibly and plainly told, conceits of cupids, quarrelling, sporting, working at trades, theatrical rehearsals, poets reading their productions to their friends, inscriptions chalked upon the walls, political squibs, advertisements, rough drawings by schoolboys, everything to people and restore the ancient cities in the fancy of the wandering visitor. Furniture, too, you see, of every kind, lamps, tables, couches, vessels for eating, drinking, and cooking, workmen's tools, surgical instruments, tickets for the theatre, pieces of money, personal ornaments, bunches of keys found clenched in the grasps of skeletons, helmets of guards and warriors, little household bells, yet musical with their old domestic tones. The least among these objects lends its aid to swell the interest of Vesuvius, and invest it with a perfect fascination. Then, looking from either ruined city into the neighboring grounds overgrown with beautiful vines and luxuriant trees, and remembering that house upon house, temple on temple, building after building, and street after street, are still lying underneath the roots of all the quiet cultivation, waiting to be turned up to the light of day, is something so wonderful, so full of mystery, so captivating to the imagination, that one would think it would be paramount and yield to nothing else. To nothing but Vesuvius, but the mountain is the genius of the scene. From every indication of the ruin it has worked, we look, again, with an absorbing interest, to where its smoke is rising up into the sky. It is beyond us as we thread the ruined streets, above us as we stand upon the ruined walls, we follow it through every vista of broken columns, as we wander through the empty courtyards of the houses, and through the garlandings and interlacings of every wandering vine. End of section 73.
Section 74 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World's Story Volume 4, Greece and Rome. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 74. How to Treat the Christians. 112 A.D. A letter of Pliny the Younger to the Emperor Trajan, and Trajan's reply. Pliny was governor of Bithynia in 112 A.D. The Christians had become numerous, and he wrote to the emperor about them, and asked his advice in regard to their treatment. This is given in the emperor's reply, which follows Pliny's letter. The Roman persecutions of the Christians arose chiefly from the fact that, while other sects and nationalities were ready to accept the gods of the Romans as well as their own, the Christians declared that there was but one God. They bore terrible tortures and the most agonizing forms of death, rather than in worship cast a handful of incense before the statue of some Roman deity, or of a deified emperor. Such scorn of the gods would arouse their wrath, thought the Romans, and would bring down upon the state some awful disaster. This is why the severest persecutions often took place during the reigns of those emperors who were most anxious to do well by their people. The Editor. It is my custom, sire, to refer to you in all cases where I do not feel sure, for who can better direct my doubts or inform my ignorance? I have never been present at any legal examination of the Christians, and I do not know, therefore, what are the usual penalties passed upon them, or the limits of those penalties, or how searching an inquiry should be made. I have hesitated a great deal in considering whether any distinctions should be drawn according to the ages of the accused, whether the weak should be punished as severely as the more robust, whether if they renounce their faith they should be pardoned, or whether the man who has once been a Christian should gain nothing by recanting, whether the name itself, even though otherwise innocent of crime, should be punished, or only the crimes that gather round it. In the meantime, this is the plan which I have adopted in the case of those Christians who have been brought before me. I ask them whether they are Christians. If they say yes, then I repeat the question a second and a third time, warning them of the penalties it entails, and if they still persist, I order them to be taken to prison. For I do not doubt that, whatever the character of the crime may be which they confess, their pertinacity and inflexible obstinacy certainly ought to be punished. There were others who showed similar mad folly, whom I reserved to be sent to Rome, as they were Roman citizens. Subsequently, as is usually the way, the very fact of my taking up this question led to a great increase of accusations, and a variety of cases were brought before me. A pamphlet was issued anonymously, containing the names of a number of people. Those who denied that they were or had been Christians, and called upon the gods in the usual formula, reciting the words after me, those who offered incense and wine before your image, which I had given orders to be brought forward for this purpose, together with the statues of the deities. All such I considered should be discharged, especially as they curse the name of Christ, which, it is said, those who are really Christians cannot be induced to do. Others, whose names were given me by an informer, first said that they were Christians, and afterwards denied it, declaring that they had been, but were so no longer, some of them having recanted many years before, and more than one so long as 20 years back. They all worshipped your image and the statues of the deities, and cursed the name of Christ. But they declared that the sum of their guilt, or their error, only amounted to this, that on a stated day they had been accustomed to meet before daybreak, and to recite a hymn among themselves to Christ, as though he were a god, and that so far from binding themselves by oath to commit any crime, their oath was to abstain from theft, robbery, adultery, and from breach of faith, and not to deny trust money placed in their keeping when called upon to deliver it. When this ceremony was concluded, it had been their custom to depart and meet again to take food, but it was of no special character, and quite harmless, and they had ceased this practice after the edict in which, in accordance with your orders, I had forbidden all secret societies. I thought it the more necessary, therefore, to find out what truth there was in these statements by submitting 2 women, who were called deaconesses, to the torture. But I found nothing but a debased superstition carried to great lengths. So I postponed my examination, and immediately consulted you. The matter seems to me worthy of your consideration, especially as there are so many people involved in the danger. Many persons of all ages, and of both sexes alike, are being brought into peril of their lives by their accusers, and the process will go on. For the contagion of this superstition has spread not only through the free cities, but into the villages and the rural districts, and yet it seems to me that it can be checked and set right. It is beyond doubt that the temples, which have been almost deserted, are beginning again to be thronged with worshippers, that the sacred rites which have for a long time been allowed to lapse are now being renewed, and that the food for the sacrificial victims is once more finding a sale, whereas, up to recently, a buyer was hardly to be found. From this it is easy to infer what vast numbers of people might be reclaimed if only they were given an opportunity of repentance. The reply of the Emperor. You have adopted the proper course, my dear Pliny, in examining into the cases of those who have been denounced to you as Christians, for no hard and fast rule can be laid down to meet a question of such wide extent. The Christians are not to be hunted out. If they are brought before you, and the offence is proved, they are to be punished, but with this reservation, that if anyone denies that he is a Christian, and makes it clear that he is not, by offering prayers to our deities, then he is to be pardoned because of his recantation, however suspicious his past conduct may have been. But pamphlets published anonymously must not carry any weight whatever, no matter what the charge may be, for they are not only a precedent of the very worst type, but they are not in consonance with the spirit of our age. End of section 74.
Section 75 of Greece and Rome, read for LibriVox.org. Rome, Part 7. How the Romans Amused Themselves. Historical Note. The amusements of the Romans were theatrical entertainments, the games of the circus, and far more interesting to them than these, the gladiatorial exhibitions. At first, captives or criminals condemned to death were made to fight one another in the arena for the delight of the spectators. Then regular schools were established, and not only slaves, spurred on by the hope of freedom, but desperadoes of all ranks flocked thither to learn how to meet either men or wild beasts in life and death conflict. The people were mad for these brutal shows, and no one could hope for political preferment who did not amuse them by such entertainments. The shows became more and more expensive as the eagerness for bloody spectacles increased. Sometimes the vast expanse of the amphitheater was flooded with water, and warships filled with gladiators engaged in desperate battles. Occasionally whole forests of trees were set up in it, and thousands of rare animals turned loose to be hunted down. Bears, wolves, tigers, leopards, lions, even crocodiles were brought to Rome at enormous expense from the ends of the earth. The people demanded more and more, and at length matters reached such a point that an emperor who wished to be popular sometimes provided many thousands of both men and beasts for the arena. As Christianity increased in power, every effort was made to suppress these awful scenes, and at length, in 404 A.D., they were abolished by imperial edict. End of section 75. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 76 of Greece and Rome, read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Pollice Verso, Thumbs Down, by Jean-Léon Gérôme, French painter, 1824 to 1904. Painting, page 460. The luxury and the cruelty of imperial Rome culminated in the amphitheatre, where gladiators fought to the death or matched their strength and skill against wild beasts. Every city throughout the empire had its own amphitheatre, greater or smaller according to its wealth, but the most famous of all was the mighty Colosseum at Rome, built by the Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus, a monument surpassed in magnitude by the pyramids alone. This vast structure covered 5 acres, and when filled with a Roman audience, must have presented a scene of unsurpassed magnificence. Below is the yellow sand of the arena, sprinkled by the more extravagant emperors with powdered minerals of brilliant colours, blue, green, or red, and spotted here and there, perhaps, with dark pools of blood. Above the arena rises a high wall, covered during the shows of wild beasts with nets of golden cord knotted with amber for the protection of the spectators. Next is the emperor, seated on a magnificent throne, surrounded by courtiers and members of his household, senators and patricians in gorgeous robes, and the Vestal Virgins clad in snowy white. Beyond are the common citizens, more than 80,000, rising tier upon tier, while above it all stretches the many-coloured awnings that protect the spectators from the sun. In the famous Pollice Verso, the victorious gladiator stands in the arena with sword in hand and foot on the breast of his vanquished opponent. The royal party, sitting between the columns surmounted with eagles, have little interest in the affair, but the populace are watching eagerly to learn the wishes of the Vestal Virgins. The victim by his upraised hand pleads for mercy, but the white-robed virgins, who guard the sacred flame of Vesta, goddess of hearth and home, refuse the boon and with downturned thumbs, Pollice Verso, demand his death. End of section 76. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 77 of Greece and Rome, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Dying Gladiator, by Lord Byron. The poem describes the famous statue known as the Dying Gladiator, or the Dying Gaul. The Editor. I see before me the gladiator lie. He leans upon his hand. His manly brow consents to death, but conquers agony, and his drooped head sinks gradually low. And through his side the last drops, ebbing slow from the red gash, fall heavy, one by one, like the first of a thunder shower. And now the arena swims around him. He is gone, ere ceased the inhuman shout which hailed the wretch who won. He heard it, but he heeded not. His eyes were with his heart, and that was far away. He recked not of the life he lost, nor prize, but where his rude hut by the Danube lay, there were his young barbarians all at play, there was their Dacian mother. He, their sire, butchered to make a Roman holiday. All this rushed with his blood. Shall he expire, and unavenged? Arise, ye Goths, and glut your ire. End of section 77. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 78 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 78. The Christian Martyrs in the Arena. 64 A.D. From Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. During the reign of Nero occurred the terrible fire which destroyed more than half of the Roman capital. There were rumors abroad that Nero himself had set fire to the city in order that its burning might afford him a new amusement. These rumors became so threatening that the emperor thought it the part of wisdom to avert suspicion from himself by charging the crime upon the Christians. In the savage persecution which followed, St. Paul was beheaded. The Editor. Meanwhile, the trumpets announced the end of the interval. People began to leave the passages where they had assembled to straighten their legs and converse. A general movement set in with the usual dispute about seats occupied previously. Senators and patricians hastened to their places. The uproar ceased after a time, and the amphitheatre returned to order. On the arena, a crowd of people appeared to dig out here and there lumps of sand, formed with stiffened blood. The turn of the Christians was at hand. But since that was a new spectacle for people, and no one knew how they would bear themselves, all waited with a certain curiosity. The disposition of the audience was attentive, but unfriendly. They were waiting for uncommon scenes. Those people who were to appear had burned Rome and its ancient treasures. They had drunk the blood of infants and poisoned water. They had cursed the whole human race and committed the vilest crimes. The harshest punishment did not suffice the roused hatred, and if any fear possessed people's hearts, it was this, that the torture of the Christians would not equal the guilt of those ominous criminals. Meanwhile the sun had risen high, its rays passing through the purple velarium had filled the amphitheatre with a bloody light. The sand assumed a fiery color, and in those gleams, in the faces of people as well as in the empty arena, which after a time was to be filled with the torture of people and the rage of savage beasts, there was something terrible. Death and terror seemed hovering in the air. The throng, usually gladsome, became moody under the influence of hate and silence. Faces had a sullen expression. Now the prefect gave a sign. The same old man appeared, dressed as Charon, who had called the gladiators to death, and passing with slow step across the arena amid silence, he struck 3 times again on the door. Throughout the amphitheatre was heard the deep murmur, "The Christians, the Christians!" The iron gratings creaked. Through the dark openings were heard the usual cries of the scourgers, "To the sand!" And in one moment the arena was peopled with crowds, as it were of satyrs covered with skins. All ran quickly, somewhat feverishly, and reaching the middle of the circle, they knelt one by another with raised hands. The spectators, judging this to be a prayer for pity, and enraged by such cowardice, began to stamp, whistle, throw empty wine vessels, bones from which the flesh had been eaten, and shout, "The beasts! The beasts!" But all at once something unexpected took place. From out the shaggy assembly singing voices were raised, and then sounded that hymn heard for the first time in a Roman amphitheatre, "Christus regnat." Astonishment seized the spectators. The condemned sang with eyes raised to the velarium. The audience saw faces pale, as it were inspired. All understood that those people were not asking for mercy, that they seemed not to see the circus, the audience, the Senate, or Caesar. "Christus regnat" rose ever louder, and in the seats far up to the highest, among the rows of spectators, more than one asked himself the question, "What is happening? And who is that Christus who reigns in the mouths of those people who are about to die?" But meanwhile, a new grating was opened, and into the arena rushed, with mad speed and barking, whole packs of dogs. Gigantic, yellow Molossians from the Peloponnesus, pied dogs from the Pyrenees, and wolf-like hounds from Hibernia, purposely famished, Their sides were lank and their eyes bloodshot. Their howls and whines filled the amphitheatre. When the Christians had finished their hymn, they remained kneeling, motionless, as if petrified, merely repeating in one groaning chorus, Pro Christo, Pro Christo. The dogs, catching the odor of people under the skins of beasts, and surprised by their silence, did not rush on them at once. Some stood against the walls of the boxes, as if wishing to go among the spectators. Others ran around, barking furiously, as though chasing some unseen beast. The people were angry. 1,000 voices began to call. Some howled like wild beasts, some barked like dogs. Others urged them on in every language. The amphitheatre was trembling from uproar. The excited dogs began to run to the kneeling people, then to draw back, snapping their teeth, till at last one of the Molossians drove his teeth into the shoulder of a woman kneeling in front and dragged her under him. Tens of the dogs rushed into the crowd now, as if to break through it. The audience ceased to howl so as to look with greater attention. Amidst the howling and the whining were heard yet the plaintive voices of men and women. Pro Christo, Pro Christo. But on the arena were formed quivering masses of the bodies of dogs and people. Blood flowed in streams from the torn bodies. Dogs dragged from each other the bloody limbs of people. The odor of blood and torn entrails was stronger than Arabian perfumes, and filled the whole circus. At last only here and there were visible single kneeling forms, which were soon covered by moving, squirming masses. Vinicius, who at that moment, when the Christians ran in, stood up and turned as to indicate to the quarrymen, as he had promised, the direction in which the apostle was hidden among the people of Petronius, sat down again, and with the face of a dead man continued to look with glassy eyes on the ghastly spectacle. At first, fear that the quarryman might have been mistaken, and that perchance Lygia was among the victims, benumbed him completely. But when he heard the voices, Pro Christo, when he saw the torture of so many victims, who in dying confessed their faith and their God, another feeling possessed him, piercing him like the most dreadful pain, but irresistible. That feeling was this: if Christ himself died in torment, if thousands are perishing for him now, if a sea of blood is poured forth, one drop more signifies nothing, and it is a sin even to ask for mercy. That thought came to him from the arena, penetrated him with the groans of the dying, with the odor of their blood. But still he prayed and repeated with parched lips, O Christ, O Christ, and thy apostle prayed for her. Then he forgot himself, lost consciousness of where he was. It seemed to him that blood on the arena was rising and rising, and it was coming up and flowing out of the circus over all Rome. For the rest he heard nothing, neither the howling of dogs, nor the uproar of the people, nor the voices of the Augustians, who began all at once to cry, Chilo has fainted! Chilo has fainted, said Petronius, turning toward the Greek. And he had fainted really. He sat there white as linen, his head fallen back, his mouth wide open, like that of a corpse. At that same moment, they were urging into the arena new victims, sewed up in skins. These knelt immediately, like those who had gone before. but the weary dogs would not rend them. Barely a few threw themselves onto those kneeling nearest, but others lay down, and raising their bloody jaws began to scratch their sides and yawn heavily. Then the audience, disturbed in spirit, but drunk with blood and wild, began to cry with hoarse voices, "The lions! The lions! Let out the lions!" The lions were to be kept for the next day, but in the amphitheatres the people imposed their will on everyone, even on Caesar. Caligula alone, insolent and changeable in his wishes, dared to oppose them, and there were cases when he gave command to beat the people with clubs, but even he yielded most frequently. Nero, to whom plaudits were dearer than all else in the world, never resisted. All the more did he not resist now, when it was a question of mollifying the populace, excited after the conflagration, and a question of the Christians, on whom he wished to cast the blame of the catastrophe. He gave the sign, therefore, to open the caniculum, seeing which the people were calmed in a moment. They heard the creaking of the doors, behind which the lions were. At sight of the lions, the dogs gathered in one crowd on the opposite side of the arena, with low whines. The lions walked into the arena one after another, immense, tawny, with great shaggy heads. Caesar himself turned his wearied face toward them, and placed the emerald to his eye to see better. The Augustians greeted them with applause. The crowd counted them on their fingers, and followed eagerly the impression which the sight of them would make on the Christians kneeling in the centre, who again had begun to repeat the words, without meaning for many, but annoying to all, "Pro Christo, pro Christo." But the lions, though hungry, did not hasten to their victims. The ruddy light in the arena dazzled them so they half closed their eyes as if dazed. Some stretched their yellowish bodies lazily. Some, opening their jaws, yawned. One might have said that they wanted to show their terrible teeth to the audience. But later the odor of blood and torn bodies, many of which were lying on the sand, began to act on them. Soon their movements became restless. Their manes rose, their nostrils drew in the air with a hoarse sound. One of them fell suddenly on the body of a woman with a torn face, and lying with his forepaws on the body, licked with rough tongue the stiffened blood. Another approached a man who was holding in his arms a child sewed up in a fawn's skin. The child, trembling from crying and weeping, clung convulsively to the neck of its father. He, wishing to prolong its life even for a moment, tried to pull it from his neck, so as to hand it to those kneeling farther on. But the cry and the movement irritated the lion. All at once he gave out a short, broken roar, killed the child with one blow of his paw, and seizing the head of the father in his jaws, crushed it in a twinkle. At sight of this, all the other lions fell upon the crowd of Christians. Some women could not restrain cries of terror, but the audience drowned these with plaudits, which soon ceased, however, for the wish to see gained the mastery. They beheld terrible things then. Heads disappearing entirely in open jaws, breasts torn apart with one blow, hearts and lungs swept away, the crushing of bones under the teeth of lions. Some lions, seizing victims by the ribs or loins, ran with mad springs through the arena, as if seeking hidden places in which to devour them. Others fought, rose on their hind legs, grappled one another like wrestlers, and filled the amphitheatre with thunder. People rose from their places. Some left their seats, went down lower through the passages to see better, and crowded one another mortally. It seemed that the excited multitude would throw itself at last into the arena, and rend the Christians in company with the lions. At moments an unearthly noise was heard. At moments applause, at moments roaring, rumbling, the clashing of teeth, the howling of Malayan dogs, at times only groans. Caesar, holding the emerald to his eye, looked now with attention. The face of Petronius assumed an expression of contempt and disgust. Chilo had been born out of the circus. But from the caniculum new victims were driven out continually. From the highest row in the amphitheatre, the Apostle Peter looked at them. No one saw him, for all heads were turned to the arena. So he rose, and as formerly in the vineyard of Cornelius he had blessed for death and eternity those who were intended for imprisonment, so now he blessed with the cross those who were perishing under the teeth of wild beasts. He blessed their blood, their torture, their dead bodies turned into shapeless masses, and their souls flying away from the bloody sand. Some raised their eyes to him, and their faces grew radiant. They smiled when they saw high above them the sign of the cross. But his heart was rent, and he said, "O Lord, let thy will be done. These my sheep perish to thy glory, in testimony of the truth. Thou didst command me to feed them. Hence I give them to thee. And do thou count them, Lord. Take them, heal their wounds, soften their pain. Give them happiness, greater than the torments they suffer here." End of section 85. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by The Story Girl.
Section 79 of Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 4, Greece and Rome, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 79, A Roman Banquet, by W. A. Becker, adapted from Petronius. The dinner hour had arrived, and by the activity of his very numerous slaves, everything was prepared in the house of Lentulus for a grand reception of guests. The fires blazed brightly in the kitchen, where the cook, assisted by a number of underlings, was exhausting all his skill. Whenever the covers were removed from the vessels, a grateful odor, more inviting than the smoke of a fat burnt offering, diffused itself around and ascended on high to the habitation of the gods. The party cook and carver were occupied in arranging the dessert in all the forms that ingenuity could suggest, while the first course was ready for serving. The triclinium, a couch on which Romans reclined while eating, had been placed in a spacious saloon, the northerly aspect of which was well adapted for the time of year. Around a beautiful table covered with cedar wood stood elegant sofas inlaid with tortoise shell, the lower part decked with white hangings embroidered with gold, and the pillows, which were stuffed with the softest wool, covered with gorgeous purple. Upon the seats, cushions covered with silken stuff were laid to separate the places of the guests. The butler was still arranging the side tables on which valuable drinking vessels were displayed, and in straightening the draperies of the triclinium, when his lord entered, accompanied by the guests. Lentulus had invited only 6 friends, but Pomponius, anxious that the number of the Muses should occupy the triclinium, and no place be left empty, brought with him 2 friends, whom he introduced as gentlemen from Perugia. "It is long, methinks," said Gallus to his courteous host on entering, "since we last met in this saloon. How beautifully you have in the meantime ornamented it! You certainly could not have chosen a more appropriate picture for a triclinium than those satyrs celebrating the joyous vintage, and the slain boar, a scene from Lucania, the fruit and provision pieces over the doors, and between them the elegant twigs on which the thrushes are sitting, all are calculated to awaken a relish for the banquet." "Yes, really," interposed Pomponius, "Lentulus understands far better than Calpurnius how to decorate a dining hall. The other day he had the walls of his finest triclinium painted with the murder of Hipparchus and the death of Brutus, and instead of agreeable foliage, threatening lictors were to be seen at every corner." "He, too, is right in his way," said Gallus. "But where is he? I understood that you had invited him, Lentulus." "He was unfortunately pre-engaged," replied the other. "But we shall see him before the evening be over," added Pomponius, "as our friend Fannius is, you know, averse to sitting late, and Lentulus will not, I am sure, let us go before the crowing of the cock. We shall be 1 short at the triclinium, unless Calpurnius come according to his promise, and fill the vacant place so soon as he can get released from his formal consular supper. But I scarcely think we ought to keep the cook waiting any longer. The 10th hour is, I verily believe, almost elapsed. Had we not better take our seats, Lentulus?" The host answered in the affirmative, and conducted Gallus to the lowest place on the middle sofa, which was the seat of honor at the table. At his left, and on the same dining couch, sat Pomponius, above him Fannius. The sofa to the left was occupied by Bassus, Fontinus, and Sicilianus. To the right and next Gallus sat Lentulus himself, below him the Perusians whom Pomponius had brought. As soon as they had reclined, slaves took off their sandals, and youths, with their loins girded, offered water in silver bowls for their ablutions. At a nod from Lentulus, 2 slaves entered, and placed upon the table the tray which contained the dishes composing the first course. Lentulus cast his eyes with secret joy around the circle, as if desirous of noting the impression made on his friends by the novel arrangements of this course, the invention of which was due to himself, and indeed the service was worthy of a nearer observation. In the center of the plateau, ornamented with tortoise shell, stood an ass of bronze, on either side of which hung silver panniers filled with white and black olives, preserved by the art of the cook until this period of the year. On the back of the beast sat a Silenus, from whose skin the most delicious sauce flowed upon the meat beneath. Near this, on 2 silver gridirons, lay delicately dressed sausages, beneath which Syrian plums, mixed with the seed of the pomegranate, presented the appearance of glowing coals. Around stood silver dishes containing asparagus, lettuce, radishes, and other productions of the garden, in addition to fish, flavored both with mint and rue, and with Byzantine pickle, and dressed snails and oysters, whilst fresh ones in abundance were handed round. The company expressed their admiration of their host's fanciful invention, and then proceeded to help themselves to what each, according to his taste, considered the best incentive of an appetite. At the same time, slaves carried round in golden goblets the mulsum, composed of Hymettian honey and Falernian wines. They were still occupied in tasting the several delicacies when a second and smaller tray was brought in, and placed in a vacant spot within the first, to which it did not yield in point of singularity. In the elegant basket sat a hen, ingeniously carved out of wood, with outspread wings, as if she were brooding. Straightway entered two slaves, who began searching in the chaff which filled the basket, and taking out some eggs, distributed them among the guests. "Friends," said Lentulus, smiling, "they are peahen's eggs, which have been put under the hen. My only fear is that she may have sat too long upon them. But let us try them." A slave then gave to each guest a silver snail, which was, however, found almost too large and heavy for the purpose, and each proceeded to break an egg with the point of it. Most of the party were already acquainted with the jokes of Lentulus, but not so the Perusians. "Truly, my egg has already become a hen," cried one of them in disgust, and about to throw it away. "Examine a little more closely," said Pomponius, with a laugh, in which the guests at the upper sofa, who were better acquainted with the matter, joined. "Our friend's cook understands well how to dress eggs that have been already sat upon." The Perusian then for the first time remarked that its shell was not natural, but made of dough, and that a fat fig pecker was hidden in the yolk, which was strongly seasoned with pepper. Many jokes were made, and whilst the guests were eating the mysterious eggs, the slaves again presented the honey wine. When no one desired more, the band, which was at the other end of the hall, began to play, as a sign for the slaves to remove the dishes, which they proceeded to do. Another slave wiped the table with a purple cloth of coarse linen, and two Ethiopians again handed water for washing the hands. Boys wearing green garlands then brought in two well gypsumed wine jars, the time-corroded necks of which well accorded with the inscription on a label hanging round them, whereon might be read, written in ancient characters, the words "L. Opimio Cos." "Discharge your office well, Iranos," cried Lentulus to one of the boys. "To-day you shall bear the ladle. It is Falernian, my friends, and opiumenum too, and is, as you know, usually clouded." "It was bright enough," said Gallus, "when the free citizens wrote the name of the consul on this label; yet it only shares the fate of the age, which, like it, has also become clouded." The Perusians began to listen attentively, and Pomponius cautiously placed his finger on his mouth. "Actually," continued he, "only 5 years more, and this noble juice would have witnessed a century pass away. And during this century there has never been growth like it. Why, Maximus, your great grandfather, was consul in the same year as Opimius. And see, here is the 4th generation already, and yet the wine is still in existence." "Quite right," replied Maximus. "My ancestor was consul with Opimius, and much as I like the wine, I am yet vexed to think that my name does not appear on the jar." "Content yourself," quoth Gallus; "there are more serious accidents in life than that." "Oh, quickly," interposed Pomponius, "let us end this grave conversation. Only see how Bassus and Sicilianus are longing for the contents of the jars, whilst we are indulging in speculations about the label outside. Have them opened, Lentulus." The vessels were carefully cleansed of the gypsum, and the corks extricated. Iranos cautiously poured the wine into the silver cooler, which was placed ready, and was now filled again with fresh snow, and then mixed it, according to his master's directions, in the richly embossed bowl, and dipping a golden ladle therein, filled the amethyst-colored glasses, which were distributed amongst the guests by the rest of the boys. This operation was scarcely finished before a new serving tray was placed upon the table, containing the first course of the feast, which, however, by no means answered the expectations of the guests. A circle of small dishes, covered with such meats as were to be met with only at the tables of plebeians, was ranged around a slip of natural turf, on which lay a honeycomb. A slave carried round the bread in a silver basket, and the guests were preparing, though with evident vexation, to help themselves to chickpeas and small fish, when, at a sign from Lentulus, two slaves hurried forward and took off the upper part of the tray, under which a number of dishes, presenting a rich selection of dainties, were concealed. There were ringdoves and field fares, capons and ducks, mullets of 3 pounds weight, and turbot, and in the center a fatted hare, which by means of artificial wings the chef had ingeniously changed into a Pegasus. The company were agreeably surprised, and applauded the host with clapping of hands, and the carver immediately approached, and with great solemnity, and almost in musical time, began to carve. Iranos, meanwhile, was diligently discharging his functions, and the guests, animated by the strength of the Falernian, already began to be more merry. On the disappearance of the first course, much conversation was kept up, Gallus alone taking less share in it than he was accustomed to do. But no long interval was allowed for talking. 4 slaves soon entered to the sound of horns, bearing the second course, which consisted of a huge boar, surrounded by 8 sucking pigs, made of sweet paste by the experienced baker, and surprisingly like real ones. On the tusks of the boar hung little baskets, woven of palm twigs and containing Syrian and Theban dates. Another carver, resembling a jaeger in full costume, now approached the table, and with an immense knife commenced cutting up the boar, pronounced by Lentulus to be a genuine Umbrian. In the meantime the boys handed the dates and gave to each guest one of the pigs as a souvenir. "An Umbrian," said one of the guests of the highest couch, turning to the strangers, "a countryman, or at all events a near neighbor of yours, then. If I were in your place I should hesitate before partaking of it, for who knows whether by some metamorphosis one of your dear friends may not have been changed into this animal?" "The days for metamorphoses are past," replied one of them. "There are no more Circes, and the other gods do not trouble themselves much about mankind. I know only one, who potently rules all the world, and can doubtless bring about many metamorphoses." "Do not say so," Pomponius quickly added. "Our friend Bassus will teach you directly that many wonders happen even in the present times, and that we are by no means sure that we shall not see one amongst us suddenly assume the character of a beast." "Laugh as you will," said Bassus, "it still cannot be denied. Only the other day one who was formerly a slave to a man in humble circumstances at Capua, but has now become a rich freedman, related to me a circumstance which he had himself experienced. It is enough to make one's hair stand on end. If not displeasing to you, I will communicate it." The company, partly from curiosity and partly wishing for a laugh against Bassus, begged him to tell the story, and he thus began. "When I was a slave," related my informant, "I happened, by the dispensation of the gods, to conceive a liking for an innkeeper's wife, not from an unworthy passion, but because she never denied me what I asked for, and anything I saved and gave into her charge I was sure not to be cheated of. Her husband had a small villa at the 5th milestone, and as it chanced fell sick there and died. In misfortune, thought I, we know our friends, and therefore considered how I could get to my friend at the villa. My master was by accident absent from Capua, but a stranger, a warrior, was stopping in our house. Of him I made a confidant, begging that he would accompany me in the night to the villa, and he consented to do so. We waited for the time of the cock crowing, and then stole off. The moon was shining, and it was as clear as midday. About halfway by the side of the road was a group of sepulchral monuments, at which my companion stopped on some pretense or other. But I went on, beginning a song and gazing at the stars. At length I looked round and saw my companion standing in the road. He took off his clothes and laid them down, then went around them in a circle, spat 3 times upon them, and immediately became a wolf. Now do not suppose that I am telling you falsehood, for the fellow assured me that it was pure truth. He next," continued the man, "began to howl, and then dashed into the thicket. At first I did not know what to do, but at length approached for the purpose of taking the clothes with me, but behold, they had become stone. Horror stricken, I drew my sword and continued slashing it about in the air until I reached the villa. I entered the house breathless, the sweat dropped from me, and it was long before I recovered myself. My friend was astonished at my visiting her at such an unusual hour. 'Had you only come sooner,' said she, 'you might have assisted us, for a wolf has been breaking into the villa and destroying several sheep. But he did not escape with impunity, for my slave has pierced him through with a spear.' I shuddered and could not obtain my sleep during the night. As soon as it was day, I hastened homewards, and saw, on reaching the place where the clothes had lain, nothing more than a large stain of blood, but found the warrior lying in bed at home, and a surgeon bandaging his neck. I then became aware that he was one of those whom we call werewolves, and could never afterwards eat bread in his company." This was the man's story, in recounting which he even then shuddered. Say what you will, such things often happen. The company laughed and jeered at the narrator, who endeavored by philosophical arguments to defend his credulity. At length the second Perusian, who sat in the lowest place, said, "Bassus may not be so very wrong after all, for some time since I bought a slave who had formerly lived at Miletus, and who told me a wonderful story in the following words. In the house where I served, a child, a boy, beautiful as a statue, had died. His mother was inconsolable, and all were standing mourning round the bed, when the witches were heard shrieking round the house. There was in the family a Cappadocian, a tall, daring fellow, who had once overcome a mad ox. This man, having seized a sword, ran out of doors with his left hand cautiously concealed in his mantle, and cut one of the hags in two. We heard their shrieks, although we saw nothing, but the Cappadocian staggered backwards upon a couch, and his whole body became as blue as if he had been beaten, for he had been touched by the hands of the witches. He closed the house door again, but when the mother returned to her dead child, she saw with horror that the Strigoi had already taken away the body, and left a straw doll in its place. This anecdote was received with no less laughter than the other. Bassus alone bent unobserved towards the table, and inwardly besought the Strigoi not to meet him on his way home. Some more stories of a similar kind would perhaps have been introduced, had not the slaves produced a fresh platter, which, to the astonishment of the company, contained a vast swine, cooked exactly like the boar. "Ha!" cried Lentulus, rising from his couch in order to inspect it more closely, "I really believe that the cook has forgotten to disembowel the animal. Bring him thither directly." The cook appeared with troubled mien, and confessed, to the indignation of the whole party, that in his hurry he had forgotten to cleanse the beast. "Now really," said the enraged Caecilius, "that is the most worthless slave I ever beheld. Who ever heard of a cook omitting to gut a swine? Were he mine, I would hang him." Lentulus, however, was more leniently disposed. "You deserve a severe chastisement," said he to the slave, "and may thank my good humor for escaping it. But as a punishment you must immediately perform the neglected duty in our presence." The cook seized the knife, and having carefully slit open the belly on both sides, gave a sudden jerk, when, to the agreeable surprise of the guests, a quantity of little sausages of all kinds tumbled out. "That was indeed a new joke," cried Pomponius, laughing. "But tell me, why did you have a tame swine served up after the wild boar?" "If the remainder of my friends be of that opinion," replied the host, "we will grant him his liberty, and he may appear to morrow at my table with his cap on." On a given signal the slaves removed the dish, and brought another, containing peacocks, pheasants, the livers of geese, and rare fish. At length this course also was removed. The slaves wiped the table, and cleared away with besoms of palm twigs the fragments that had fallen on the floor, strewing it at the same time with sawdust dyed with vermilion and pleasant smelling saffron. Whilst this was being done, the eyes of the guests were suddenly attracted upwards by a noise overhead. The ceiling opened, and a large silver hoop, on which were ointment bottles of silver and alabaster, silver garlands with beautifully chiseled leaves and circlets, and other trifles to be shared among the guests as favors, descended upon the table. In the meantime the dessert had been served, wherein the new baker, whom Lentulus had purchased for 100,000 sesterces, about $5,000, gave a specimen of his skill. In addition to innumerable articles of pastry, there were artificial mussels, field fares filled with dried grapes and almonds, and many other things of the same kind. In the middle stood a well modeled Vertumnus, a harvest god, who held in his apron a great variety of fruits. Around lay sweet quinces, stuck full of almonds, and having the appearance of sea urchins, with melons cut into various shapes. Whilst the party was praising the fancy of the baker, a slave handed round toothpicks made of the leaves of the mastich pistachio, and Lentulus invited the guests to assist themselves to the confectionery and fruits with which the god was loaded. The Perusians, who were particularly astonished by the gifts of Vertumnus at such a season, stretched across the table and seized the inviting apples and grapes, but drew back in affright when, as they touched them, a stream of saffron discharged from the fruit besprinkled them. The merriment became general when several of the guests attempted cautiously to help themselves to the mysterious fruit, and each time a red stream shot forth. "You seem determined," exclaimed Pomponius, "to surprise us in every way. But yet I must say, Lentulus, that in this otherwise excellent entertainment you have not sufficiently provided for our amusement. Here we are at dessert, without having had a single spectacle to delight our eyes between the courses." "It is not my fault," replied Lentulus, "for our friend Gallus has deprecated all the feats of rope dancing and pantomime that I intended for you, and you see how little he shares in the conversation. Besides, the sun is already nigh setting, and I have had another triclinium lighted up for us." If no one will take more of the dessert, we may as well, I think, repair thither at once. Perhaps the cloud which shades the countenance of our friend may disappear under the garland. Leave the Falernian alone at present, Dionysus, and await us in the other saloon." The youth did as his lord commanded, and just at that moment Calpurnius entered, pouting discontentedly at the servile souls of the company he had left, because he could no longer endure their "Hail to the Father of our Fatherland." The party now rose to meet again after a short time in the brilliant saloon, the intervening moments being spent by some in sauntering along the colonnades and by others in taking a bath. These first scenes of the feast are now followed by drinking, gambling, and finally by a quarrel and the departure of the guests. End of Section 79. This recording is in the public domain.